I can automatically gain cultivation by relying on others for cultivation. I can quickly gain cultivation by relying on the memory of the Empress. And I can obtain a large amount of cultivation by practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique. Why did I become this thing through time and space? I crossed over and became a white little tiger, and awakened a system that can become stronger by binding others. If they work hard to improve, I can get 10 times the feedback. Wouldn't that mean that even without cultivation, I could be sent to the peak of demonhood? I have been reborn. Reborn as a little pink tiger, based on the memories of the previous life. As long as I work hard to cultivate, I can quickly accumulate my cultivation and return to the peak of the Emperor's realm before the spiritual energy revival. What spiritual energy revival? What imperial realm? I have been reincarnated. Reincarnated as a small black tiger, and a master. Also came to an unknown world with thin spiritual energy. Rebuild the demon swallowing heaven scripture, and I will be able to restore the devil's cultivation. All living beings in this world will eventually be my blood food. Good guy. Demon Lord from outer space. In addition, you can hear their voices. These two little tigers are my blood relatives. It would be great to have them as mounts in the future, and it would be even better to devour blood from the same source. What is the mount for? What is the same source of blood food? What are these younger brothers and sisters? If the tiger does not show its might, you all treat me as Hello Kitty, a little cat. I already have the idea of striking first in my heart. Compared to the Empress sister, this demon lord brother is extremely dangerous and must not be kept alive. I squinted my eyes, staring at Hughie, and a sudden killing intent surged in my heart. Currently, the other party has not started to rebuild yet. I am prepared to rely on the physical advantage of the young tiger itself to strangle this demon lord in its cradle. Okay. The next moment, I leaped and pounced towards the tiger cub. Two furry meaty paws pressed hard on the opponent's body. Damn it, you evil beast. Dare to lay hands on this prince. This demon prince will definitely tear you into pieces. The demon lord tiger brother had not reacted yet, and he was overwhelmed by me. He was extremely shocked, and became very angry after reacting. The petite body struggled beneath me. The majestic demon lord, being bullied. These two idiots. The Empress tigress sister looked disdainfully at the two tigers fighting each other, taking a few steps back. A look of disdain. Want to devour me? Then don't blame me for being heartless. I pressed down on the demon tiger brother, opened my tiger mouth, and prepared to bite towards the other party. Ding! Feedback system loaded. The host can now bind the target. Just then, a prompt sounded in my ear, and my movements instantly froze. Afterwards, I got off the demon tiger brother. As long as I bind the target to become stronger, I can receive feedback tenfold. My dear younger brother and sister. One is the Empress of the human race. The other is the demon lord from beyond the sky. Their future achievements will surely be extraordinary. If these two are bound, as long as they improve their strength, they can get 10 times the feedback. Wouldn't they be more monstrous than geniuses by then? Advancing rapidly in their cultivation, easily suppressing these younger siblings. As I thought about it, my eyes lit up more and more, and I saw that the eyes of the demon lord's younger brother were no longer filled with killing intent. My foolish little brother. My brother was a bit heavy-handed just now. Stupid tiger, you wait for me. When this demon lord is restored, I will swallow you alive. The demon lord shouted, seized the opportunity, hurriedly ran away with his 4 short legs, hiding his small body behind a tree. The demon lord's younger brother revealed half of his small face, peering at me standing on the rock with a fierce gaze. A great humiliation. He, the majestic demon lord, was actually bullied by a stupid tiger after being reincarnated. At one point, the demon lord's mind flashed with many vicious means, vowing to use these means to fiercely deal with this stupid tiger in the future, to resolve the hatred in his heart. I don't care about this little black tiger at all right now. My heart is all focused on the system. System, how do I bind the target? I silently thought in my heart. As long as there is physical contact with the other party, binding can be selected. The system prompts that once bound, it cannot be cancelled, and the host only has a total of 5 binding opportunities, so please choose carefully. Physical contact? This is relatively simple, but when I heard that I only have 5 chances in total, my heart suddenly tightened. 5 chances. That is to say I can only bind up to 5 targets. Since the target number of bindings is limited, one must choose the best among the best. My younger brother is the reincarnation of the demon lord, and my younger sister is the reincarnation of the Empress. The two of them will surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. They are definitely the best binding objects and also the best choice I can currently access. I have a determined mind. Without hesitation, I looked at Sanmei beside me, and walked over slowly. Bullying the second brother is one thing. Does this Fanhu really want to make a move against this emperor? The Empress was observing the surrounding environment, and upon noticing me approaching, she felt disdain in her heart and quickly issued a warning. I stopped in place, seemingly stunned by the cautious look on the Empress's sister's face. This silly tiger. Quite clever. The Empress was pleased with my reaction. She then ignored me and began to observe the surroundings. It looks like they are in a zoo, and they are in the tiger enclosure. And at this moment, I carefully walked behind her, raised my needy paw, and touched her tiger tail directly. What does this silly tiger want to do? The Empress had not reacted yet, and I had already patted her tiger tail several times. Ding! Binding successful. Hearing the system prompt, I was overjoyed and quickly escaped. Ow! Damn it! How dare you play tricks on this emperor? The Empress was first stunned, then reacted, very displeased with my playful behavior, and roared as she charged towards me. Oh my! This Empress sister is so fierce. Originally, I was happily enjoying myself, but when I saw the Empress sister charging towards me, I immediately started running. The Empress chased me to death, making bursts of childish roars from her mouth. One chasing, one running. The tiger garden was just this big, so Jiang Che instantly brought his Empress sister around inside. In fact, with Jiang Che's size nowadays, it wasn't that he couldn't defeat the Empress, but who made him weak-minded? It was indeed a bit embarrassing to touch the other's tail for no reason, and for her to find out. After this emperor recultivates, he will definitely teach you stupid tiger a lesson. After running too many laps, the physically exhausted Empress could only choose to give up and roared at Jiang Che's back. Hoo! This tigress really can't be messed with. Her temperament is just huge. Realizing that the Empress was no longer chasing, Jiang Che also panted and stopped, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. After resting in place for a while, Jiang Che gradually recovered. Right now, the Empress sister had been bound, leaving the demon lord's brother. With that, Jiang Che's gaze began to scan the entire tiger garden, and eventually, behind a tree, he saw a half-familiar tiger face. Stupid tiger brother, it's your turn. What does this guy want again? Seeing Jiang Che's gaze looking over, the demon monarch's head subconsciously shrank back. Oh, still trying to hide. Seeing the demon monarch shrink back behind the tree, Jiang Che let out a cold laugh in his heart. He was not so polite to this ruthless demon lord's brother, only to see Jiang Che take a direct step towards the demon lord's younger brother, his gaze revealing ferocity. No good. This stupid tiger is up to no good. The demon monarch glanced outward and realized that Jiang Che had actually leaned over. Cursing, he directly scurried out from behind the tree, thinking of escaping. Still trying to run, Jiang Che chased after him in 3 or 2 steps and forced the demon monarch underneath him. Ow! Aw damn it! How has this demon lord ever been humiliated like this? The demon monarch struggled frantically, hating in his heart. Bah! The devil reincarnated, right? Trying to devour me, are you? Jiang Che waved his meaty claws and kept slapping the other party's small face, hitting the demon monarch and causing him to scream miserably. Sort of a hard lesson for the other side. Ding! Binding successful. After violently beating the demon monarch, Jiang Che then released him and allowed him to escape. Ignoring the demon monarch's inner curses, Jiang Che looked at the attribute panel. After binding the Empress, this attribute panel appeared, but he was in such a hurry to bind the demon lord that he hadn't had time to look at it yet. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Level, 1. Bound targets, Nangong Luo. Fong Yuan. Nangong Luo? Fong Yuan? Is that the name of the third? The second? The oldest is called Nangong Luo? And at this moment, Nangong Luo, who had already accepted that he had become a tiger cub, had also calmed down. Coming to the tempered glass, Nangong Luo gazed at the electronic wall watch in the corridor. Time, January 30th, 2025. It seems that one has been reborn in the first half of the year when the aura recovery began. Nangong Luo muttered in his heart, the memories of his previous life quickly surfacing in his mind. If it is as it was in the previous life, in about 6 months, a mysterious blood-colored fog will sweep the world, and that will be the beginning of a dramatic global change. The blood-colored fog contained a rich heaven and earth aura. Under the baptism of the aura, plants and animals around the globe began to evolve wildly, and all kinds of monsters were born, which continued to encroach on the living space of human beings, causing a large number of human casualties. At the same time, many human beings will also take advantage of this opportunity to embark on the road of cultivation, in which the strongest are able to drain the mountains and live a long life. In later generations, people called this change a revival of the aura. There are still half a year to go. It's time for the aura recovery to descend. Aura revival? 6 months later? Hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che was instantly a bit surprised. The oldest is actually reborn from the future? It looks like his idea of staying here at the zoo all the time with food and lodging may be in vain. Chapter 3 Wow! This three-headed Cerebellarax is trying so hard. The news revealed by Nangong Luo gave Jiang Che no small sense of crisis. The packaged life he wanted was estimated to be 6 months away. Half a year later, when the aura recovery arrives, the world is bound to change drastically. When the time comes, one must have enough strength to survive the wave. You too have to be strong. Whether or not my brother can become strong quickly depends on you. Thinking of this, Jiang Che couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the two of them, Nangong Luo and Fong Yuan. Both of these two carried memories of their previous lives, and coupled with the fact that they were both extraordinary characters in their previous lives, their rise to power was definitely very fast. There's still half a year left. There's not much time left for me. I must make preparations before the aura recovers. Nangong Luo began to plan in his mind. A few days before the blood mist descends, global life will be primed to evolve. And the level of preliminary evolution is related to the initial physical body foundation of the living being. The stronger the physical body of the living being, then the more benefits it will receive in the preliminary evolution. This was also the reason why, at the initial stage, the strength of ferocious beasts was going to far exceed that of humans. Humans are really quite a bit worse than beasts when it comes to physical fitness. In these next half a year, I must grasp the opportunity to refine my own physique to be in the best condition for the blood mist baptism. Nangong Luo made up his mind. There's more to this? Jiang Che, who was eavesdropping, was instantly surprised in his heart. If you say so, then you have to work out yourself. He didn't want to lose at the starting line. Although he could rely on the feedback system to enhance his strength, the path of enhancing his strength through his own efforts could not be given up. The aura has yet to be revived. The previous life's techniques are unable to be cultivated. It seems that if you want to exercise your physique, you can only use the most crude method of moving blood. Nangong Luo was helpless in his heart. Afterwards, he was seen spreading his 4 legs and began to hammer his physique. She first circled around the tiger park and began to run slowly, jumping over the pool from time to time, her golden lines glistening in the sunlight, divinely handsome, as if a golden light was leaping around the park. After running a full dozen laps, it seemed that the physical exertion was too much. Nangong Luo panted heavily from his tiger's mouth and slowly walked to a small tree. The small tree was only as thick as an adult's wrist, long and straight, with brown bark that looked smooth, with several branches and forks above it, full of crisp green leaves that looked vibrant. Bang! Nangong Luo maneuvered his tiger body to keep slamming against the tree trunk, and every time it hit, a muffled sound would be emitted, and Nangong Luo's tiger body would also take a few steps back under the recoil. Seeing that Nangong Luo had already started hammering his flesh, Jiang Che also followed suit and began to follow Nangong Luo's method and started to run laps. After running more than 10 laps around the tiger garden until he was out of breath, he stopped. Although he was tired to death, he still raised his spirit, and not far from Nangong Luo, he chose a small tree of about the same thickness, and followed the other party's movements, and his body crashed straight into it. Bang! Hiss! Just by bumping into it, Jiang Che felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as if he had been stabbed by a needle several times, and had some abandonment emotions in his heart. At this point, Jiang Che couldn't help but admire Nangong Luo in his heart. The other party's previous life was worthy of being able to go to the top. Previously, watching the other party continuously bumping against the tree trunk, he still felt that it was just that, and did not think in his heart, but now that he had personally tried it, he realized just how much it hurt. They can be only young tigers at the moment, not like the adult northeastern tiger that has a thick skin, fine skin, against this arm-thick tree trunk. To old life. No way. Can't give up. Bang! Thinking of the upcoming aura revival, Jiang Che gritted his teeth, his face showing determination as he endured the pain and slammed into the tree trunk once again. The movement on Jiang Che's side naturally caught Nangong Luo's attention. This guy. Seeing that the other party was actually learning from himself, Nangong Luo was a little surprised in his heart and his gaze flickered slightly. That's just it. If you can hold on to it, you'll be considered to have some luck as a mortal tiger. Nangong Luo sighed in his heart. This big brother of hers, if she could hold out, her physique would certainly not be weak after half a year. This way, when the aura revived, he could also take it in and become his helper. After hitting the tree trunk an unknown number of times, Nangong Luo's movement stopped. It was seen that the brown bark on the tree trunk had been rubbed off by Nangong Luo, revealing the dark green cortex inside, and it was clear at a glance that it was caused by a great deal of friction and impact. The crown of the tree also from the previous lush, become sparse, originally crisp and tender leaves, now has fallen, will be under the tree spread a full, like a green blanket. Bang! 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 After completing the impact exercise, Nangong Luo's movements were unceasing, stretching out his 2 tiger palms and slapping them against the tree trunk continuously, causing the small tree to tremble continuously. Jiang Che's body also hurriedly stopped after reaching its limit, beginning to follow Nangon Luo's example. Enduring the severe pain coming from above the tiger's palm, he kept slapping the tree trunk. Ha ha ha, are these two idiots forging their bodies? This method, the demon monarch, who was hiding not far from the two tigers and secretly observing, had eyes full of disdain at the moment and mocked in his heart. A mortal tiger is a mortal tiger. What a crass and unpleasant method of forging the body. Just relying on this kind of body forging method, even if one practiced it until death, it would not be possible to have much achievement. However, this world's aura was thin, so if he wanted to be strong as soon as possible, in addition to the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, he also needed to delve on top of his physical body and forge it. It was good that he had the supreme method of forging the body, the ancient physical body technique. There was no need to use such a crude method of forging the body like these two stupid tigers. See the two tigers working out in the heat of the moment. The demon monarch was also not willing to show weakness. His limbs were braced on the ground, slightly bending downwards. His body was parallel to the ground. When he breathed, his mouth and nose were exhaling and inhaling in a regular manner. His body was constantly trembling, and his mouth was emitting a burst of special roars. With every breath, Fang Yuan's tiger body shook slightly and rhythmically along with it, causing his body to feel as if it had a tingling sensation of being crawled by ants. At that moment, the tourists outside the tempered glass also noticed the strange movement of the three cerebellar axes. This three-headed cerebellar axe. What is this doing? The movements are very strange. Maybe it's sick? These two heads have been having trouble with the tree, either bumping or slapping it, and the other one is even weirder, trembling constantly and making strange noises out of its mouth. I think it's a maneuver taught by the breeder, isn't it? The three-headed cerebellar axe is practicing it. It can attract tourists later, raised from an early age. No breeder here to watch and still so serious. This three-headed cerebellar axe is working so hard. The crowd was talking and surprised. Some people found these three little brain axes so interesting that they took out their cell phones and took pictures of the images and sent them to their friends and family. Chapter 4. The second Kana. Big brother looks after you. Soon, as the video went viral, a video of the three little ones working out was accidentally posted online. After the netizens keep liking and forwarding, more and more people see it. Surprisingly, the three little ones went straight to the top of the hot search. Below, all the laughing comments and banter from netizens. These three cerebellar axes are practicing their martial arts mastery in preparation for hitting the zoo. Laughing my ass off. That little tiger with the black stripes on his forehead. Is he on drugs? He can't stop shaking. That little tiger is golden and so pretty. So much I want to bring it home and keep it. What zoo are these three tigers from? Does anyone know? Post an address in the comments section. Ditto begging. Which zoo is it from anyway? I'd love to go see it. It's really cute. Inside the tiger park, three tiger cubs lie side by side, eating chunks of fine meat handed in by the keepers. That's a nice little life. Jiang Che took the piece of meat in front of him into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it, extremely satisfied in his heart. This zoo comes with food and shelter, so he really can't leave. It's just a shame that, whether he wants it or not, there's only 6 months left on the clock. When the aura recovers, it's only going to be self-reliance. Jiang Che sighed inwardly. Nangon Luo looked at the chunks of meat handed over by the breeder, endured his nausea, chewed it without even chewing, and swallowed the chunks of meat in one gulp. The thought that she would have to live through 6 months, if not more, of this kind of days when she drank blood in her hair, bothered her. But in order to grow and hammer her body, these chunks of meat she still had to swallow. This lowly blood food is so hard to swallow. Fang Yuan casually chewed the meat a few times and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, from time to time, he surveyed the breeder on the side, his gaze full of malice. If we can swallow this man. Unfortunately, with his small body today, he could only think about it. After eating, the keeper put away the three little ones' dinner plates and walked away without looking back. After eating and drinking, Jiang Che didn't slack off and continued to follow his sister, Nangon Luo, in hammering his physique and destroying his body to the limit. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was hiding in a corner, practicing the ancient flesh body technique in anticipation of a great advancement in his flesh body cultivation and taking revenge on Jiang Che. Just like that, for the rest of the time, Jiang Che's life was a constant cycle of eating, sleeping, and forging his body. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With an ample supply of meat, the three little ones had all grown quite a bit in size. Jiang Che's shoulder height was already up to the breeder's knees, which was just a bit bigger than an ordinary earth dog. Sister Nangon Luo and younger brother Fang Yuan were also growing fast. The two tigers were just a little smaller than Jiang Che, and were on the verge of catching up with him. Bang! 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 Wielding his tender tiger paw, Jiang Che exerted his entire body's strength and continuously slapped against the bare tree trunk, and the tiger paw crashed on top of the tree trunk, emitting a burst of dull sounds. After Jiang Che's half-month-long torture, a large circle on top of the tree trunk in front of him was devoid of bark, leaving only pale wood. This also counted as proof of Jiang Che's hard work over the past half-month. Compared to Jiang Che, his younger sister Nangon Luo was even more perverted. Jiang Che had only jacked up one tree at this moment, and the other party had already switched to the third at this point. Jiang Che thought that he was considered to have hammered his physique very hard, but compared to Nangon Luo, who was the female emperor in his previous life, he was still a step behind. With that thought, Jiang Che stopped his movements, his gaze looking towards Nangon Luo who was not far away. The other party was like a tireless robot, frantically striking out his palms at a tree trunk as thick as an arm, hitting that balsam camphor tree with a chaotic shaking and clattering sound. Jiang Che's heart was pounding as he watched, rushing to look back and forth, not finding the breeder's figure. His heart could not help but be relieved. Ever since it was discovered that the two tiger cubs, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo, had the bad habit of slapping tree trunks, the keepers would often come over to correct them. Once the two tigers are found destroying the trees in the tiger park, they will be confined and not allowed to go out. And on the rock not far away, Fang Yuan was running the ancient flesh body technique, his body shaking and relying on the special breathing method. His physique was getting stronger. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's entire tiger body suddenly shook. His fleshly body had improved significantly, and his breath rose quite a bit. Jia jia jia. The ancient flesh body technique is worthy of being a supreme body forging technique. How long has it taken for the fleshly body cultivation to improve? Damned stupid tiger. You give this demon lord to wait. Aha! Strength increase? Jiang Che's heart shook as he heard Fang Yuan's heart. It wasn't that he was afraid that the other party's strength would increase and find him in trouble, but the system feedback should be coming. Sure enough, a system beep ensued. Ding! Detected Fang Yuan's strength increase. Host receives tenfold feedback. With 10 times the feedback, the second one still wants to get back at the big brother me? Dream on! Jiang Che was delighted in his heart and hurriedly stood firm, waiting for the feedback to descend. A few breaths later, he felt a hot stream pouring into his body. The heat flow surged into all the limbs and bones. Jiang Che's entire body was as if it was soaking in warmth. Wisps of warm energy traveled within his body, and his flesh, blood, and bone marrow were all nourished. The entire feedback process was very short, and the heat flow flowed through Jiang Che's body for a few weeks before it was consumed. However, just within these few short breaths, the increase in Jiang Che's strength was tremendous. He saw that Jiang Che's size was slightly larger than the original. His body's fur was oily and shiny, and his eyes gleamed and emitted a refined light, looking a touch formidable. And that's just the outer changes, while the inner changes are even greater. Jiang Che clearly felt that his 5 senses had become even sharper. Gazing toward the distant balsam fir trees, one can clearly see the insects wriggling in the treetops, and one's ears can discern the voices of the many tourists talking outside the tempered glass. In addition to the 5 senses, Jiang Che's physical body had been greatly enhanced. The muscles in his entire body were firmer. He was able to clearly make out the contours of the muscles underneath his skin. His bones had been tempered and solidified. His blood flowed faster, and he was even able to hear the sound of his heart beating. Looked at the trunk in front of him. Jiang Che swung out a palm violently. Click! The trunk snapped in response, letting out a groan before falling to the ground. Jiang Che was startled and looked at his outstretched right palm with some disbelief. After the feedback from the system, his flesh had been tempered, and he knew that his own strength must have risen quite a bit, which was why he thought of trying to slap the tree trunk to see how the power would be. But he didn't expect that his own power had risen so fast and so great that he had actually snapped the tree trunk with a single blow. If this palm slapped on a person, at least a bone would have to be broken. At this time, Jiang Che opened the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Level, 3. Bound targets, Nangon Luo. Fang Yuan. Level 3? Jiang Che was surprised to find that he had skipped level 2 and directly reached level 3. It was obvious that the system's tenfold feedback had allowed Jiang Che's strength to advance a great step. Looked at the second. Still on a rock. To make progress, doing push-ups posture. Jiang Che's gaze was full of appreciation. The penis can be Keep up the good work. Big brother looks out for you. As soon as possible, I will improve my strength and come to seek revenge on my big brother. Chapter 5. This guy sleeps every day. This demon lord is not even his match? In order to try to improve his physique before the aura revives. During this period of time, Jiang Che could be said to have suffered, learning Nangon Luo's way of forging his body and sharpening it. Day after day, he kept running laps around the tiger garden, tiring himself out like a dead dog, and even more so, He had to endure the severe pain of hitting or slapping the trunk of the tree, and finally woke up with his whole body aching. Unfortunately, he had only imitated the skin, and had not obtained the essence of Nangon Luo's body forging, resulting in a poor body forging effect. Compared to Nangon Luo's changes, the improvement in his physique was minimal. With this result, you can count on half the effort. As for the oldest two, this fellow obviously mastered the extraordinary art of forging the body. It should be what the other party had learned in his previous life, otherwise it would be impossible for him to progress so quickly. However, this was good for Zhang Che. The faster Lao Er's strength increased, the more satisfied Zhang Che was. Unconsciously, the way Zhang Che looked at this fellow, Lao Er, was also quite a bit milder. This guy was an extremely fast-growing leek, and Zhang Che felt that he had to take care of it carefully in order to be able to harvest it often. The next day, Nangon Luo and Fang Yuan had already started today's body forging. Bang! 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 Nangon Luo's tiger palm swung with a special power generation technique, striking the thick tree trunk with a dull sound. Kiki Gu. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, practiced the ancient flesh body technique. Bracing his limbs, his body had a special breathing rhythm, and every single muscle trembled, sucking in the thin spiritual chi from the outside world to nourish his body. At this moment, the entire tiger garden was filled with the loud sounds of Nangon Luo slapping the trunks of the trees and the strange sounds coming from Fang Yuan's mouth. While the two were practicing hard, Zhang Che was lying on all fours on a shiny stone that had been touched and polished, his demeanor lazy and dreaming. Doesn't he work out fortunately to build up his physique? But even if you work yourself into a frenzy, the end result is far less than a single system feedback. What's the point of working out then? Doesn't he feel comfortable lying flat? Forget it, don't pretend. I'm just hung, is destined to go to the top in the future, known as the Tiger Heavenly Emperor Man. You guys just take your time practicing. I went back to sleep. On the other hand, Nangon Luo, who was in the middle of forging, subconsciously glanced at him and suddenly realized that Zhang Che, who used to be under the tree on time for forging, hadn't even come. Puzzled in his mind, Nangon Luo stopped forging his body. Immediately afterward, she swept her gaze toward the entire tiger garden, looking for Zhang Che's figure, and finally found Zhang Che sleeping at the eastern corner of the tiger garden. I originally thought that this big brother still had some perseverance, but I didn't expect to give up after just half a month of persistence. So it seems that I was the one who looked away. Being so lazy, it's hard to become great. In half a year's time it'll be nothing more than a mole cricket, not even qualified to be this emperor's mount. Looking at Zhang Che who was lying there, Nangon Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment in his heart. After all, one mother and one sibling. She was originally also prepared to take this big brother as a follower after the recovery of Aura, and follow her around in the future, which was also considered a helper. But she never expected this guy to be so indisputable, making her expectations fall flat. Nangon Luo thought of his second brother again. That is, the guy with black stripes on his forehead. This guy was withdrawn, hiding in the corner every day and shaking non-stop, as if he had an attack. Nangon Luo is not without guessing that the other party may be in the forging, but she has never seen such a special way of forging, and more importantly, the other party is even the big brother cannot beat. Forget it, in the end, it's the same mother. In the future, let's just reluctantly take these two wastes as mounts. It's also a way to save their lives. Nangon Luo sighed in his heart and shook his head. Ha ha, this stupid bastard is actually sleeping here. It's true that a mortal tiger is a mortal tiger. Not only is it stupid, but it's also uncharacteristic. It can't even endure this little bitterness of forging the body. Fang Yuan, who had just finished the first round of ancient flesh technique cultivation, was about to rest for a while, but when he opened his eyes, he noticed, not far away, Zhang Che on the rock. Fang Yuan was first stunned, then immediately reacted, knowing that it was this stupid tiger that couldn't hold on any longer, and immediately laughed out loud in his heart. But in the next second, thinking that he was actually being bullied by this kind of goods, Fang Yuan couldn't get excited again. Morning. A thin mist shrouded the tiger garden, and there was a hint of coolness in the air. The locked metal door was opened and the keeper walked in carrying a plastic bucket in his left hand. The keeper fishes the meat out of the bucket and puts it in the rice bowl for the three little ones. It's time for another meal. Zhang Che ate the fastest, just like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, swallowing the meat pieces in the rice bowl cleanly and leisurely walking away. On the side, Fang Yuan ate the pieces of meat fed by the breeder and only felt bland and tasteless. When you eat blood, you have to eat the freshest. Eating such poor quality pieces of meat day after day was about to make him vomit. His gaze went to Zhang Che, who ate and slept, and gradually glowed with ferocity. Combined with the Black King tattoo on his head, it made Fang Yuan at this moment look like a ferocious and vicious tiger. Thinking of the 2 times the stupid tiger had bullied and humiliated himself, Fang Yuan's heart hated it so much that his anger could no longer be suppressed. This idiot already has a way of getting killed. Exuberant chi and blood, strong bones and flesh. This guy's blood and flesh must be delicious to eat. When I have eaten this stupid tiger and my strength has greatly improved, then I will go and eat that ferocious female tiger as well as the breeder. By then, I will rush out of the tiger garden. Jia jia jia. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more pleased he was. At least he was a demon lord in his last life. How could he endure staying in this tiger garden all the time? With his eyes dead set on Jiang Che's back, Fang Yuan slowly leaned over, his footsteps very light, not daring to make the slightest sound. As for Jiang Che, who was sleeping, when he heard the voice in his head, he immediately lost his sleepiness. This guy, Lao Er, is really a thief. How dare he try to sneak up on his good big brother while he was sleeping? He had been friendly and kind to his good brother. At this moment, Fang Yuan had already lurked in front of Jiang Che. A cold aura flickered in his eyes, murderous intent flowed out, and a thick murderous aura permeated. Looking at this strong tiger body of Jiang Che, Fang Yuan craved for tiger saliva. Jia jia jia. Die. Just as Fang Yuan extended his sharp tiger claws and aimed them at Jiang Che's tiger eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Che, who was originally still snoring, leapt up and pounced on him, holding him down for dear life as a growl escaped his mouth. Ow! Fang Yuan was shocked and hurriedly thought of forcing himself to get up. But he realized that Jiang Che's strength was astonishingly great, and simply by relying on a tiger's palm, he was pressed to the ground in death. It was as if his body was being pressed as a small mountain. No matter how Fang Yuan struggled, Jiang Che did not move at all, as steady as Mount Tai. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy sleeps every day and stopped forging his body a long time ago. How could his strength be so strong? This demon lord is actually not its opponent? Fang Yuan couldn't believe it. The light in his eyes dimmed, and the arrogance in his heart that was originally brought about by his increased strength, in an instant, vanished. Chapter 6, Amazing. How dare you eat dragon meat? Ow! Hearing a wailing sound, Nangong Luo turned his head to look. It was discovered that the 2 guys, Jiang Che and Fang Yuan, were fighting again. There was some disdain in his heart. These 2 idiots. Ugh, they just know how to fight every day. At the moment, her mind was a little shaken. In the future, if I use these 2 brothers as mounts, I will surely cause shame if I take them out. The thought of her whole generation female emperor, with a mount out to meet friends, the mount even fought. That scene, shall not be other fellow ridiculed to death. She couldn't afford to lose this one. Thinking of this, Nangong Luo's heart was determined that in the future, even if he took in these 2 fools, he would definitely not take them out with him. Afterwards, Nangong Luo didn't bother to look at the 2 tigers anymore and started hammering his physique on his own, constantly slapping the tree trunks in front of him. The other side. Since this Fang Yuan fellow was dead set on not changing his ways, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't spoil him and was prepared to teach him a hard lesson so that this fellow would learn a lesson and know who is the boss. So what if he was a demon lord in his previous life, but now he is still a mortal tiger, now in this tiger park, in front of this tiger heavenly emperor? Even if it is a dragon, it has to be coiled honestly. If you dare to resist, you will be mercilessly suppressed by his tiger heavenly emperor. Pop, pop, snap. Seeing that, Jiang Che's front right palm pressed Fang Yuan dead center. His left palm slapped towards the other party's tiger face, with great force, hitting with a snapping sound, which was also mixed with Fang Yuan's screams of misery. After viciously whipping the other party, Jiang Che was satisfied and in a happy mood before releasing Fang Yuan, who was already dizzy. Fang Yuan was almost furious at the moment. Burning with rage, his pupils seemed to be lit up with 2 flames. His heart was resentful and he couldn't wait to get up and fight with the other party right now. But in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and held back. A little impatience leads to a big plan. Today's shame will be avenged in the coming day. In his previous life, as a devil cultivator that everyone shouted at, he was able to break through the siege of the righteous cultivators, break the cultivation confinement, and finally achieve a generation of devil monarchs by relying on his patience. It's not even 100 years too late for a demonic cultivator to take revenge. Once he was still a weak casual cultivator with no resources and no background. He was unfortunate enough to run into a sect disciple and was ruthlessly bullied. The other party snatched what little belongings he had left on him, and even teased and tortured him, just like a cat teasing a mouse and eventually eating it. Fortunately, he escaped with his life because he begged for forgiveness on his knees and spat on his face, and the other party didn't care about a small person like him at all. Later, his strength increased greatly. He personally boarded that person's clan, slaughtered the entire clan, bloodied thousands of miles, and even pursued to the mortal kingdom. killing the other party's relatives without a single one left. Once he had accomplished his demonic power, he could certainly devour this stupid tiger that had bullied him. For now, he had to hold back for a while. Fang Yuan kept admonishing himself in his mind to calm himself down as quickly as possible. Afterward, Fang Yuan pretended to be afraid of Zhang Che and scrambled to his feet, wailing as he ran away from Zhang Che. Hearing eldest's heartfelt words, Zhang Che was a bit surprised. I didn't realize this guy was still a Godao man, able to bend and act pretty well. With this kind of endurance, no wonder this guy could achieve a generation of demonic monarchs. Those arrogant devil cultivators, who acted too recklessly, might have been cleared by the righteous people long ago, and it's only this guy who has been careful and meticulous to grow up smoothly, right? In fact, this kind of talent is the most dangerous. The other party is like a poisonous snake, secretly peeping, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. However, thinking of the system's tenfold feedback, Zhang Che wasn't worried and was confident in his heart that he could take the dick. Even if the other party was secretly playing dirty tricks, it would be difficult to pose a threat to himself when his strength exceeded too much. But in the future, it's still necessary to knock on the oldest too often, lest this guy's mind gets muddled, disturbing my sleep. Then, Zhang Che thought that the oldest two didn't seem to remember much, and muttered to himself in his heart. Next, Nangon Luo still continued to forge his body. That bang, bang, bang. The sound of clapping resounded rhythmically in the tiger garden. After Fang Yuan was taught a lesson by Zhang Che, his heart was sad and angry, and he hid in a corner and practiced the ancient physical body technique very diligently. As for Zhang Che, he once again laid flat and forced his eyes to fall asleep. On this day, in the zoo, a group of children with flags in hand, led by the teacher, a tour of the zoo. Every park they will stop to watch, chattering. Now it's just in time for Tigerland. Dozens of children lay in unison on the tempered glass, their soulful eyes looking around the tiger park. Whoa! Look everyone! 3 cerebellar axes. A little boy, pointing at Zhang Che's 3 tigers, shouted in surprise. Where is it? Let's see. Upon hearing this, a group of children surged forward, huddled together, seeking instructions and looking over. What 3 little tigers? Ugh! I saw it too. That gold is so pretty, and that head is sleeping, growing so fat. The many children were extremely boisterous as you glanced at them, until a chubby child in the center said with disgust, this tiger is too small and floppy. It's definitely not as powerful as a lion. It's not pretty at all. Fatty Zhang, you don't understand at all. These are baby tigers. When they grow up, they will be more powerful than lions. Next to him, a little boy with a black hat retorted at the little fat man. Even if you grow up, these tigers are not as powerful as lions. What do you know? Lions are much more powerful. Little Fatty hated it when people called him that. His face was red with anger, and he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, tigers are just better than lions, and tigers can run fast. A lion can still eat an elephant. Can a tiger? Lions are just awesome. Even tigers can eat. For a while, the kids outside the glass, their voices getting louder and louder, were at each other's throats. The noise died down until the teacher who stayed in the back came over at the sound of the noise. These children's voices were shouting very loudly. Zhang Che had already been woken up by the noise, and looked at the children arguing outside the glass, and smiled in his heart. Even Fang Yuan, who was indulging in the ancient flesh body technique, was awakened, and when he listened carefully, he was disdainful. A lion? In his previous life, even the Lion Clan ancestor was his own blood meal, not to mention the Lion Clan, even the Dragon Clan, he has devoured many of them himself. Thinking of the deliciousness of the dragon race's blood and flesh, Fang Yuan couldn't help but salivate at the tiger's mouth as well. I also don't know when this demon lord will, once again, be able to enjoy dragon meat. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and began to think freely. This penis is really something. Actually even ate dragon meat? How strong should this guy have been in his previous life? Zhang Che was a little surprised when he heard Fang Yuan's heartfelt words. It seems that the oldest too, this demon monarch title, is not the kind of thing that is said on the lips, but also has a notable strength to match. Chapter 7 Confused. Lao Air. Can't even distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. In the future, if my strength allows it, I'll get a dragon to eat. I also wonder what flavor it is. It melts in your mouth or is strong. Zhang Che longed in his heart. It's a dragon's liver and a phoenix's marrow. This is a treasure that only exists in legends. In myths and legends, dragon liver and phoenix marrow are delicacies that immortals and gods are entitled to enjoy. If there were really dragons and phoenixes in this world, he would naturally want to taste them and enjoy some immortal god treatment. However, right now, Zhang Che was just thinking about it, and with his strength today, if he wanted to grow to the level of hunting dragons and phoenixes, He didn't know how many years later it would be. Just as Jiang Che was longing, Fang Yuan on the side was staring straight at the small child outside the glass, his eyes showing greed, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. These children, with their fine skin and tender, fragrant flesh, are extremely tasty blood food. However, after thinking that there was still a thick barrier between the two sides, the blazing fire in Fang Yuan's eyes was instantly doused, and his heart was like a funeral pyre. Being treated like a monkey every day for people to watch was extremely humiliating for Fang Yuan. It's this damn barrier. When this demon lord is stronger, he will definitely break this barrier and ruthlessly devour these blood meals. Once and for all, Fang Yuan took a hard look at the tempered glass, and in his heart, he cursed angrily. These blood foods in front of him were like undressed slender beauties, constantly tempting Fang Yuan in front of him, but unfortunately they could only look but not touch. So how could he not be angry? Jiang Che came back to his senses and was inwardly speechless. Could there be anything other than blood food in this dick's head? This guy should be glad he's only a tiger cub and is blocked from hurting anyone by tempered glass. Before the revival of the aura, if one dared to bite or devour a human, they were afraid that they would have to be served a peanut. It doesn't matter if the penis is dead, the main thing is that the other side is taking up one of his spots. Afterwards, Jiang Che stopped looking at this brain-dead guy, closed his eyes, and laid down comfortably again. As time passed, it had already been more than a month since Jiang Che had been reborn over. With an ample supply of food, coupled with the stimulation of the body forging method, Jiang Che and the rest of them one by one were the size of an ordinary hyena, with their shoulder heights arriving at and even exceeding the breeder's knees. Bang! 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 On this day, under the thigh-thick balsam camphor tree, Nangong Luo kept hitting the tree trunk. The impact was so great that it caused the tree to vibrate slightly, and a piece of pale yellow leaves drifted down. Suddenly, Nangong Luo's charge stalled, his body trembled, and a light roar came out of his mouth, followed by a slight, crackling sound from within his body. At that moment, Nangong Luo's tiger body shook, the bones of his entire body stretched, the outlines of his muscles became more pronounced, and his fur glowed with a golden light, resembling a divine tiger standing under a large tree with a golden light all over its body. Obviously, after a month of grueling body forging, Nangong Luo's strength had improved greatly. Ding! Nangong Luo's strength has been detected to have increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 times the feedback. As the system beep sounded, a warm heat flow surged into the body, continuously nourishing and quenching the tiger's body until the heat flow was exhausted. Jiang Che clearly felt that his own quality had improved some more. Open the properties panel and take a look. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Level, 4. Bound targets, Nangong Luo. Fang Yuan. Jiang Che, who was lying flat on his back, was instantly soothed. He had risen another level and was stronger. Feeling the surging chi and blood on his body, Jiang Che bent his tiger palm and felt the power as he pondered in his heart. Before, he was able to break arm-thick tree trunks with a single slap, and now his strength had risen once again. If someone were to be slapped by him, it would probably be a serious injury even if they didn't die. In just a month's time, this rate of progress was just too fast. It was that the system had restrictions. Otherwise Jiang Che really hated to bind 10,000 or 8,000 targets at once and let them forge their bodies together. Then his strength would definitely be like a rocket, rubbing upwards. Too bad the system doesn't work. Alas, younger siblings, right now Big Brother can only rely on you. So work fast. It's all up to you whether or not Big Brother gets to eat the dragon's meat. After receiving the feedback, Jiang Che rolled over and went back to sleep. Next day, squeak! The iron gate inside the tiger park was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman wearing a zoo uniform walked in, took the clearing tools, and began to clean up. Upon hearing the sound, Fang Yuan instantly woke up from his forging and stood up, staring at the older woman who had entered the tiger garden. Her eyes flashed with bloodlust and drops of tiger saliva flowed from her mouth. If one is able to devour this fresh blood meal in front of him, one's demonic skill might be able to advance even further. At that time, escaping from here would also be more certain. Since he was reborn, he had been trapped in this damned tiger garden, and he could only eat some inferior meat pieces every day, causing his own heaven-swallowing demon cannon to not make much progress at all. Fang Yuan had long been anxious in his heart, and now the opportunity had finally come. After circling halfway around, Fang Yuan walked behind the middle-aged older woman and slowly leaned over without making a single sound. This guy Nangong Luo was a cultivation maniac. Right now he was immersed in forging his body, his golden tiger body constantly bumping against the tree trunk, and he didn't even notice the difference. As for why the breeder didn't stop Nangong Luo from hitting the tree when he saw him, naturally, it was because of repeated offenses that made the breeder give up already. Nangong Luo didn't see it. but Jiang Che, who heard Fang Yuan's heartfelt words, couldn't sit still. Before the recovery of the aura, the Tiger Garden absolutely couldn't have any deaths, or else Fang Yuan might have to die, and Jiang Che and Nangang Luo would also be affected or even scattered. Moreover, if Fang Yuan died, Jiang Che would have one less place to fill, which was something he absolutely could not allow. A total of 5 places. Just bound 2 targets. Lose 1. Jiang Che's heart must drip blood. In fact, there is a human-tiger segregation system in the tiger park of the zoo, and the keepers will lock up all the tigers when cleaning to prevent them from hurting people. However, that was all for adult tigers, and the 3 of them were not too big and were considered cubs, and the implementation of the human-tiger segregation system had not yet been carried out. Without human-tiger segregation, it is perfectly fine for other tigers, which are not very intelligent and do not have a sense of hunting, after all. But for Fang Yuan, who had human intelligence and whose brain was filled with blood food every day, it was a much bigger problem. Before, they were too small, and even if Fang Yuan wanted to lay hands on the breeder, he was still unable to do so, so the breeder wouldn't be in danger yet. But now, after a month of growth, all 3 of them had grown quite a bit in size, and the sharp teeth in their mouths tore through flesh and blood with ease, so Fang Yuan would definitely be able to kill the breeder if he was taken by surprise. This dick is confused. You're doing something stupid, you know? What's the difference between this and suicide? This dumbass can't tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Afterward, Jiang Che got up violently and rushed towards the oldest 2. Chapter 8. Damn it. My hallowed demon monarch has suffered this great insult. At this moment, Fang Yuan was already close to the feeder. Looking at the blood food in front of him, his heart was excited, the tiger's body was tense, taking on the form of wanting to jump, and the fangs in the tiger's mouth were glowing with a cold light. As long as he bit it to death with a single bite, he would be able to have a painful meal later, and the progress of his heaven-swallowing demon cannon cultivation would be accelerated quite a bit. When the time came, she was sure to swallow his damn big brother, and his tugging sister, too. It's just a golden hair, isn't it? What's there to be proud of? Just as Fang Yuan was fantasizing, Jiang Che had already rushed over. Roar! Before Fang Yuan could react, he was pounced on by Jiang Che, who roared. Then it is the other side of the abyss of beating, that can shoot the death of a huge tiger palm, constantly to the other side of the tiger face back. A palm shot down the tiger face, instant deformation. It was only because Fang Yuan had practiced the ancient physical body technique, or else he would definitely have to have his brain cracked open by Jiang Che. Jiang Che was really a bit angry at the moment. This oldest is just too tigerish and doesn't know any better. Why are you so greedy? The only thing on his mind all day long is blood food. He must have damaged his brain by practicing the devil's way. So let's fix it for him today. Before, he said he was a man of the Godao, but now he dares to act recklessly before he can see the situation clearly? Where has all the caution of my last life gone? You know, if this 2-legged beast moved, it would be a really, really big deal. This is something that is definitely going to be on the hot seat. Not Shimizu City Zoo, tiger cubs devouring people. It's Clearwater City Zoo, tiger cubs hurt people. Whichever one it is, it won't end well. At that time, Fang Yuan, the little tiger who was the reincarnation of the hallowed demon lord. If you are heavy, you will have to eat a peanut, and after you die, you will have to take your chances and see if you can be reincarnated again. Lightly, this only a few months, the package of food and housing treatment fizzled out, and they 3 tigers are afraid that all 3 of them will have to be scattered incarcerated. Right now, the environment they were in was quite loose, and when the aura recovered, it would be quite easy to escape. But if they were imprisoned and not allowed to go out, then it would be much more difficult to run out of the zoo. Damn it! This stupid tiger even insulted this demon lord for no reason. It's simply a strange shame. Deceive the tiger too much. Deceive the tiger too much. Fang Yuan's tiger eyes were red with rage. He couldn't understand where he had offended this damned big brother today, making him suddenly turn on him. Right. In the heat of the moment, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered the underhanded trick he had used in his previous life when he was weak. When there is no chance of defeating the enemy, you can use sand, lime, and other powders to blind the enemy and then make a sneak attack. This was the most used and most effective tactic in his previous life when he was weak. However, there is only sand on the ground at the moment. Just as Fang Yuan's tiger claws slashed against the ground, a small ball of sand was struck towards Jiang Che, and it looked like it was about to hit. Fang Yuan's heart was delighted. Jia, this stupid tiger, wait until he is squinted by the sand, and give him a fatal blow yourself. But suddenly, Jiang Che's waving palm retracted and crossed in front of his eyes, blocking all the flying sand. Do you have a hang-up? Still want to play dirty with me? Jiang Che was disdainful in his heart, and his wide palm slapped Fang Yuan's head fiercely. What's going on? How did this stupid tiger find out? Fang Yuan's tiger eyes were wide open, his heart not daring to believe. Ow! Before he could think too much, Zhang Chei's tiger palm landed, and Fang Yuan screamed in pain from the blow. It really hurts too much. How did this stupid tiger's power get bigger again? Fang Yuan felt like his head was about to crack from being slapped by his opponent. At the same time the mind was puzzled. It's simply bizarre. Day and night, he practiced the ancient physical body technique diligently, not daring to stop for a moment. And now his physical body had been upgraded just a bit. And this damn stupid tiger every day just no. Eat and sleep and eat, lazy as hell. Can be described as a waste of a tiger? The future is not bright. But that was the case. The other party's rate of progress was still faster than his own. It was unreasonable, wasn't it? His head was spinning and he couldn't figure out what was going on. One can only wonder what an injustice God has done. Moreover, this stupid tiger likes to bully himself, and he can't even eat peacefully when he wants to eat someone. So it's impossible to live this life. He came from the ancient times, when the weak were followed, the strong lived and the weak died, and no one cared at all if a few people died. Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't understand the power and different social rules that humans now wielded. In his three views, this human in front of him was weak and pathetic, and the weak deserved to be eaten by him, and it just so happened that he was hungry. So what was wrong with eating one or two of them? Humph, boring. Seeing these two stupid tigers fighting again, Nangong Luo was speechless in his heart. These two guys are kind of hopeless. No longer paying attention to the two, Nangong Luo once again got serious and slammed into the tree trunk in front of him, knocking the thick balsam camphor tree into constant trembling. Now, there were still 5 months left before the aura recovery. Nangong Luo didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. She had to seize every minute and try to improve her physique even if it was just a hint of strength. In this way, she would be able to get the most out of her aura when it revived, and also survive this seemingly safe but actually dangerous zoo. Those two stupid tigers didn't know at all the danger after the recovery of the aura. When that time came, all the animals in this zoo would evolve, and even though they were tigers, they wouldn't necessarily be able to stand at the top of the food chain. Look, those two tigers are fighting. A tourist outside the tempered glass shouted to the person beside him. The other party's words aroused the interest of many people, and these people gathered over. Hey, that black-striped tiger is taking a beating. Stand up and beat him up. Some people saw Fang Yuan being pummeled by Zhang Chei and hurriedly cheered. That black-striped tiger seems to be dead weighted down, and the tiger above it isn't much bigger. How could it be so powerful? Some tourists couldn't help but sigh in admiration when they realized that Fang Yuan couldn't get up no matter how much he struggled. The keeper, oblivious to the fact that he had escaped, ignored the scuffle between the two tigers and cleaned up his own trash. After seeing the honest Nangong Luo, the breeder couldn't help but praise in his heart. Although this little guy is more interested in the tree, always slapping against the trunk, but otherwise has been very good behavior, is considered a good boy, unlike the other two rascals, who know how to fight all day long and make a mess of the whole tiger park. A moment later, Fang Yuan was ravaged by Zhang Chei for a while, and his entire tiger body went limp on the ground. His entire tiger's head was a circle larger, and his tiger's eyes were filled with tears that were about to drip down. This demon lord swears that when the demonic power is accomplished, he will definitely torture this damn stupid tiger 100 times, making his life worse than death. When had he, as a demon monarch, been so humiliated? The damn stupid tiger had gotten addicted to bullying him. The worst part was that he couldn't even beat this stupid tiger, and the gap between the two sides seemed to be widening. Chapter 9 Big Brother, I can't eat it, so I'll have to entrust it to you. Lao San. Zhang Chei had held Fang Yuan down and rubbed him for half an hour. Under Fang Yuan's continuous struggle, a sand pit had suddenly appeared on the originally flat sand. You two naughty boys, can't you save me the trouble and be honest? Look at your sister. She's a good girl. At this time, the keeper ant had already finished cleaning the tiger garden, and when she saw that Zhang Chei was still hitting Fang Yuan, she gently patted the two little guys with her broom and shook her head helplessly, complaining with a grumble on her lips. After that, the big lady keeper no longer cared about the two little ones, packed up her own tools and slowly walked out of the tiger garden after. See that the older breeder woman is safely gone. The anger in Zhang Chei's heart was almost vented, so he let go of Fang Yuan and waddled back to where he was before and tripped back down. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was paralyzed with weakness, his tiger eyes were lifeless, and there were hidden flashes of tears. Even on the forehead, the original Black King's lines were soft and floppy, without the slightest bit of the previous overbearing temperament, just lying there quietly, lifeless, until a long time, Fang Yuan shook up, his eyes flashing with unwillingness, and his heart was even more hateful. Why would this demon lord lose to a mere mortal tiger? Fang Yuan roared in his heart. not understanding, and even more so, not being willing. At this moment, a watermelon bug crawled out of the sand, twisting its butt and slowly crawling across in front of Fang Yuan. Stupid tiger, this demon lord will definitely get you killed. Fang Yuan's 2 tiger palms pounded the watermelon bug, treating it as Zhang Che to vent his anger, and he didn't stop until he stomped on the bug's soul and shattered its corpse. However, with my current strength, I can only endure for a while. After calming down, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered a cruel fact. At once, the heart was incomparably stifled, but the sharp pain coming from his head made him realize clearly that he really wasn't a match for that stupid tiger. Can't be reckless, can't be reckless. This demon lord has plenty of time. Fang Yuan secretly admonished himself in his heart. The temporary patience is only for the sake of better revenge in the future. The heaven-swallowing devil cannon he cultivated was a supreme divine skill of the devil Dao. As long as he was given enough blood food to successfully cultivate the first layer of the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, Fang Yuan would have the confidence to defeat that stupid tiger. This stupid big brother sleeps every day. Just a tiger cub has such strength and power. I think it must have awakened an extraordinary bloodline. If I can devour it. Fang Yuan's gaze was ghostly, and he had a plan in his mind. For a while the mind wanders, and the more you think about it, the farther you go. Hearing the heart of a penis, Zhang Che, who was lying on the boulder and faking a nap, sneered in his heart. Nice try. Still want to devour me? Even if your kid cultivates that bull heaven-swallowing demon code to 100 layers, you are not a match for your big brother me. With the system's tenfold strength feedback, it was enough to keep Zhang Che's cultivation far beyond Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan's increase in strength was like riding in a sedan, then Zhang Che was riding in a rocket, in a high-speed train. Fang Yuan's speed was far from being able to catch up with Zhang Che. After all, Zhang Che's bound target was more than just Fang Yuan. In addition to the second Fang Yuan, there is also the third Nangong Luo will also bring feedback. In addition, there are still 3 quotas have not tied the target. Anyway, your big brother will always be your big brother. Oldest 2 you will always be subdued by big brother me. Still want to rebel? Go in your wildest dreams. After being taught a lesson this time, Fang Yuan was honest for a while. Every time he saw Zhang Che, he took a detour, deeply afraid that this stupid big brother would suddenly rush up again and indiscriminately beat him up. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The 3 little tigers had all grown a circle in size. Their bodies were much stronger, and one of them looked like they already had a bit of the aura of the king of beasts. Now it is autumn. The tiger garden in the trees. Most of the leaves have begun to yellow, and the thigh-thick balsam camphor tree is still lush. Wow! 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 Nangong Luo was charging the trunk under the tree, causing the balsam camphor tree to constantly tremble, the dense leaves emitting a clattering sound. 100 meters away from the balsam camphor tree is a 10 square meter pool of water that is as clear as a mirror. A 3-meter high boulder stood at the edge of the pool. Third sister is a hard worker. At this moment, a vicious tiger face slowly peeked out from behind the stone. Fang Yuan looked at Nangong Luo, who was forging his body every day in front of him, and his tiger eyes narrowed slightly, seeming to have a refined light flashing through. After such a long time, he naturally saw that Nangong Luo wasn't simply exercising. At least he was a generation of demon monarch in his previous life, so he still had this eye for the world. The other party was vaguely cultivating a body forging technique. It was just that this gong method was extremely rough, and it was not yet as good as his eyes. It looks like third sister isn't simple either. A mortal tiger yet grasping a body forging technique. This was clearly abnormal. However, this gong method was extremely rough, and the effect of forging the body was vastly different from his ancient physical body technique. And right now, Lao San's strength was simply no match for his. If I can devour the third sister, it might be able to help me step into the first layer of the heaven-swallowing demon cannon. Fang Yuan looked at the thick blood aura emanating from Nangong Luo's body and revealed a greedy color, making the tiger's face reflected above the water a few points more vicious. In his eyes, there was no such thing as a brother or sister. It's all just blood food. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Zhang Che's location with some scorn. Realizing that Zhang Che was indeed sleeping, his mind was slightly relieved. This guy should be asleep, right? Fang Yuan was a little unsure. If this guy found out, he would probably be beaten up again. For a while, Fang Yuan was a bit hesitant. His heart was torn. It's dry. Wealth and riches. As long as we can successfully swallow the oldest 3 and have a breakthrough in the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, we don't need to be afraid of the oldest anymore. When the time comes, this boss will be the dough in his own hands, and he can pinch it as much as he wants. Jia jia jia. In the end, it was the desire in his heart that prevailed. Fang Yuan's heart was more than laughing. A pair of tiger's eyes were glowing with a ferocious light as he walked towards Nangong Luo. It really made Fong Yuan's bet right. At the moment, Jiang Che had indeed fallen asleep. Nangon Luo was immersed in forging his body, fighting with the trunk of the tree, not noticing the approaching danger in the slightest. Just as Nangon Luo was fully focused, Fong Yuan instantly pounced over, swift as the wind. Under the huge impact, Nangon Luo was directly pounced on the ground. Damn it, what do you want, you dumbass? Looking at Fong Yuan who attacked him, Nangon Luo was shocked in his heart and hurriedly struggled, wanting to get up. But she was horrified to find that she was directly suppressed by the difference in power between herself and this stupid second brother. How is that possible? How is he so strong? Nangon Luo was incredulous. Fong Yuan's tiger eyes, which were emitting a ferocious aura, stared dead on at Nangon Luo, bright tiger saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, and a cold smile ran through his heart. Boss, I can't eat it, so I'll have to entrust you. Third sister, being able to contribute to this demon lord's cultivation is considered a blessing for you. Chapter 10. When this emperor intercepts the chances of his previous life, he will definitely be able to surpass his elder brother and second brother. What is Ergo doing? Nangon Luo's hair exploded all over his body, his mouth letting out a guttural roar as he waved his thick tiger paw and fought against Fong Yuan's suppression. At the same time, she was also puzzled in her heart. Fong Yuan's behavior was very puzzling. She did not provoke each other. If you want to fight, shouldn't you go to Big Brother? Until he saw Fong Yuan's bloodthirsty and cruel eyes as well as the sharp teeth in his mouth that glowed with a cold light, Nangon Luo's heart trembled with a horrifying speculation. Is this what Ergo is? Trying to eat me? Nangon Luo's heart sucked in a mouthful of cool air, straight to feel icy cold all over his body. Silk cold air percolated into his heart. Bursts of fear came. At least we're from the same mother. How could this second brother be so vicious? Luckily, she had thought before that she would wait until the aura recovered and shelter the second brother of hers. Even has feelings, but Nangon Luo was, after all, a female emperor of the human race in her previous life, so naturally she would not be so submissive. Even if they die, they will bite off a piece of the other's flesh. She was filled with anger and fought back. Her whole body's bones trembled, her strength gathered in one place, and her right front palm quickly swung out, carrying a horrible wind whistling sound, powerful and heavy. Fong Yuan timely retaliated with a palm strike. Bang! The two tigers' palms clashed. Two huge forces confronted each other. The force rebounded. Fong Yuan was shaken, his body tilted backward, and he was almost toppled over. Stabilizing his body, Fong Yuan looked at Lao San with some surprise in his heart. This third sister's strength was not weak. The power of this strike was quite strong, and even he almost rolled over under the lightness of the enemy. It seemed that the gongfu she was practicing was not as shallow as she had thought. Unfortunately, compared to this demon lord's ancient flesh body technique, it is a far cry. A ferocious light bloomed in Fong Yuan's eyes, and he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, directly biting down on Nangon Luo's neck. It was good that Nangon Luo struggled violently, causing Fong Yuan to bite off. Fong Yuan bit down on Nangon Luo's shoulder. The sharp tiger teeth easily pierced through the fur and penetrated deep into the flesh and blood, and that hot blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Feeling the blood in his mouth, that sweet, that delicious, Fong Yuan's gaze lit up. That's what a blood meal should taste like. Roar! A loud tiger whistle rang out. Damn it! Nangon Luo ate the pain and suddenly erupted with a powerful force, directly lifting Fong Yuan over. Knowing that he couldn't fight Lao Air, Nangon Luo didn't fight hard and endured the severe pain in his shoulder to quickly escape from here. Fong Yuan did not check and fell to the ground, and with a fury in his heart, he hurriedly climbed up and chased after him. Looking at the oldest three fleeing in a sorry state ahead, Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This tiger garden is this big. Where can you escape to? Be a good boy and be my blood meal. Jiang Che, who was sleeping, was finally woken up by Nangon Luo's loud roar. Just as he opened it, he saw the oldest two, Fong Yuan, chasing after the third sister with a ferocious look on his face, and there was still blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. And the third sister Nangon Luo left shoulder above stained with blood. The golden lines on the tiger's torso dyed red. A drop of blood, red blood, dripping down. Running is even more limping. Looks extremely woeful. No good. This guy, Lao Air, must be trying to eat Lao San. Well, repeat offender. Jiang Che instantly reacted and spiraled into fury. This dick guy is pretty much a six-pack. Afterward, Jiang Che immediately charged towards Fong Yuan. Lao San can't die, Jiang Che shouted in his heart. It wasn't that Jiang Che cared about Nangon Luo. Even if the other party was an empress in her previous life, that had nothing to do with him. A mortal, to be honest. For this sister, he didn't have much blood kinship, and he didn't have even more interactions on weekdays. Moreover, this fellow, Lao San, spent the whole day either mentally scolding himself for being stupid, or pitying himself and thinking of taking him as a mount in the future. Not as insidious as the older two, but not exactly a normal sister either. Most of all, Lao-san was his system-bound target. It's leaks from your own leak field. If he died today at the hands of Lao-er, he would have lost a lot of money. They were born from the same mother, so they're too eager to kill each other. Fang Yuan's speed was quite a bit faster than Nangang Luo's, and had already chased after him not far behind. Jie, let's see where you can still escape. Smelling the sweet scent emanating from the blood in front of him, Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Roar! Just as Fang Yuan was excited, a deafening tiger roar came from the side, and then he felt a pain in his body, and his entire body flew out directly. Jiang Che lunged over from the side, ruthlessly knocking Fang Yuan away, and immediately after that, he charged over and directly suppressed Fang Yuan, who was in a daze. Fang Yuan? I don't think you'll grow out of it if I don't give you a blow to the head today. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was crushed underneath him with a terrified face, Jiang Che was furious and waved his iron-like tiger's palm as he began to teach this guy a hard lesson. When Nangang Luo reacted, just already, he saw his stupid big brother pinning down his second brother and ravaging him repeatedly. As usual, for a while, the miserable screams of the oldest two were endless. Nangang Luo, who had returned to his senses, was very shocked. Before, she only thought her two brothers were stupid, spending their days sleeping, having fits and fighting. But now, to her horror, she realized that everything was not at all what she thought it was. When second brother attacked her just now, the strength he displayed was extremely terrifying, and it was difficult for her to resist even after forging her body for so long. And for his own big brother to be able to easily suppress his second brother, what level of strength should he have reached? She couldn't help but recall in her mind that the previous fight between the two tigers seemed to have been the elder brother bullying the second brother. Thinking back to the disdain in his heart when he saw the two tigers fighting, Nangang Luo couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart, and at the same time a little bit of frustration. Her own titular human Empress was reborn. Surprisingly, he couldn't even compare to the two mortal tigers, and for this to think of sheltering the two tigers after the aura recovery was simply ridiculous. With the physique of these two tigers, she didn't even dare to think about how far they would grow after the aura was revived. At this moment, Fang Yuan was suffering from Jiang Che's severe beatings, and what was still a loud and clear scream gradually turned into a whimpering sound of aggression. Damn it, this big brother's control is too wide, too much bullying of tigers. Unfortunately, no matter how much Fang Yuan wailed, that huge tiger's palm still came splitting over. Could it be that big brother and second brother are not ordinary bloodlines? At this moment, Nangang Luo's heart stirred with a guess. In his previous life, the reason why some ferocious beast overlords had quickly risen to power after the recovery of their aura, it was because of the extraordinary bloodline hidden within them. It looks like big brother and second brother are doing the same. Nangang Luo had mixed feelings. Could he himself be no match for these extraordinary seeds even if he went all out? But soon she adjusted and regained her confidence. So what if you have an extraordinary bloodline? One is a reborn person. When I intercept a few heaven-defying great chances in my previous life, I will definitely be able to surpass big brother and second brother. Even without an extraordinary bloodline, relying on the memories of one's previous life, one can still rise quickly. Chapter 11. Is the aura recovery finally coming? As a reborn person, Nangang Luo was very clear about where his greatest advantage was. That's prophetic. As long as she can catch it, the memories of those great chances that will come up. Even if big brother and second brother's talent was even better and their bloodline even stronger, he himself could definitely surpass them quickly. At this moment, although the wound on her shoulder was no longer spilling blood outward, the gusts of intense pain coming from the affected area continued to impact Nangang Luo's mind and soul. This emperor will remember today's humiliation. Nangang Luo was indignant in his heart as he looked over towards the battlefield, his gaze dead set on Fang Yuan. And at this moment, Fang Yuan and Jiang Che were still fighting. It's better to say that it's a fight than to say that Fang Yuan is taking a beating the entire time. Looking at Fang Yuan's miserable condition, as well as the gusts of wailing sounds coming out of the other party's mouth, but it made a burst of pleasure in Nangang Luo's heart, and even the anger in his heart couldn't help but fade a few points. However, this did not mean that Nangang Luo, in the future, would choose to let Fang Yuan off the hook. After all, her hallowed empress of the human race, reborn back, before she had the chance to show her ambition, she was almost eaten by a head. It is simply outrageous. This second brother has an evil heart and must not be kept in the future. As for big brother, looking at the majestic and domineering Jiang Che, Nangang Luo pondered for a moment, thinking about just now Jiang Che came in time and saved his life. In the future, just take it under your command. Big brother's bloodline is extraordinary. cultivate it properly and it will be a great help to me in the future. In that case, it's not a waste of his talent. Perhaps it was because of the kindness of saving his life. Jiang Che's position in Nangon Luo's heart right now, that was greatly elevated. At this point, the other party wasn't thinking of taking Jiang Che as a mount in his heart, just as Nangon Luo was secretly contemplating. The battle in front of them quietly came to a close. This farce ended with Fang Yuan being punched in the face. Jiang Che finished venting his anger and gradually calmed down, and his violent beating of Fang Yuan stopped. After roaring angrily at Fang Yuan as a warning, Jiang Che turned around and left. The Fang Yuan below was just like a fat-headed tiger. His head was a good deal larger than it was, swollen like a large donut, lying motionless on the ground. If his chest wasn't still heaving regularly, he might have thought the guy had been beaten to a violent death. Roar! Just then, Jiang Che let out a roar. The deafening roar, exploding in his ears, scared Fang Yuan, who was already delirious, into a jolt of fear. A pair of eyes that were swollen to the point of not being able to open, looked around, and after realizing that his stupid big brother was gone, Fang Yuan's heart was relieved. But as he struggled to get up, a wave of humiliation came over him. This time it can be called stealing a chicken. Damn stupid tiger. This demon lord and you are inseparable. Although Fang Yuan cursed endlessly in his heart, his body was honest and tight, hiding far away. After this matter, Fang Yuan was also finally honest, and in his heart, he was not pondering how to get some blood food to taste. He kind of realized that this stupid big brother was the nemesis that came down from heaven and was born to be in conflict with him. As long as there was an opponent present, his idea of devouring humans and swallowing the oldest three would be impossible to realize. But there's always a chance. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said in his heart, his greatest strength is that he is stoic enough. Since he couldn't fight the stupid tiger boss nowadays, he would lie down and lie low. By the time he found a chance to escape from the tiger park, that's not a sea of fish, but a sky of birds. Jia jia jia. The more you think about it, the more beautiful. Fang Yuan heart cannot help but send out jia jia caricatured laughter. Fang Yuan the prick is cleaned up. Calm was next restored to the tiger park. Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo were intoxicated with cultivation all day long, every day. Jiang Che, on the other hand, lay flat and slept every day, and the large stone he was lying on was now polished and glistening in the sunlight. Time passed, and 3 months soon passed. Tiger Park. Jiang Che, who had eaten and drunk enough, lay down at the bottom of the tree and squinted his eyes. After 3 months of growth, now Jiang Che's body size was huge. His entire body was gnarled with muscles, looking extremely strong and powerful, with orange and black interlaced patterns densely covering his entire body, and his pair of tiger eyes were glowing with divine light, sharp and incomparable, emitting a kingly aura. Jiang Che was now more than 2 meters long, and his shoulder height was close to 1 meter, close to the size of an adult northeast tiger, which could already be described as a behemoth. With a thought, Jiang Che checked the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Race, northeast tiger. Level, 6. Bound targets, Nangon Luo. Fang Yuan. Seeing that the rank was 6, Jiang Che would smile. During these 3 months, both Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo had each made a breakthrough, and with 10 times the feedback, Jiang Che's strength had once again gained a boost, reaching level 6. Having risen to level 6, just in terms of size, Jiang Che was a whole lot bigger than Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo. It was important to realize that the two Fang Yuan had also grown very quickly in the past few months, and their size had continued to skyrocket. But unfortunately, they simply couldn't catch up with Jiang Che's growth rate. The drastic increase in strength caused Jiang Che's tiger claws to be able to cut through tree trunks with just the slightest amount of force, just as easily as cutting through tofu. Although his size hadn't caught up with the adult northeast tiger, Jiang Che thought that he was already stronger than the adult northeast tiger in terms of strength. Afterward, Jiang Che looked at the two of them, Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo. The duo had also gotten a lot stronger nowadays. Nangon Luo was the one with the highest face value among the three of their siblings, with a fur with golden stripes that was brilliant and dazzling, and a strong golden tiger body that stood in the sunlight, looking incomparably divine and handsome. With the refinement of his physique, Nangon Luo had already changed the previous tree trunk to a boulder, and was battling with the hard stone with all parts of his body. His gaze looked as if a golden light was impacting the boulder, knocking it into constant vibration. In the corner of the tiger garden, Jiang Che saw Fang Yuan, who was touching the tempered broken glass on. The black king tattoo on his forehead was as black as ink, and on his huge head, a pair of tiger eyes full of malice, coupled with the ferocious aura emanating from his body. Fang Yuan looked like an extremely vicious and ferocious tiger at the moment. As long as there's another period of time, this demon monarch will be able to break through this damned barrier and escape from this tiger garden. At that time, this demon monarch will be able to devour. Like crazy. Fang Yuan secretly stretched out his claws hidden in the tiger's paw and scratched on the tempered glass in front of him, secretly delighted in his heart. Without a blood meal, there was no way he could outrun that damn stupid tiger. While cursing in his heart, Fang Yuan also unconsciously looked towards Jiang Che, who was lying under the tree. His eyes filled with scorn. He was vaguely able to feel that this guy's aura was getting more and more terrifying. The majestic chi and blood emanating from his body was like an oven. So, during this time, he acted extraordinarily honest. After all, if the other side is a slap over, his life is probably gone. Soon, there's less than a month to go. The aura recovery is coming. Over here, Nandong Luo had just finished a round of forging and looked towards his two brothers, narrowing his eyes slightly as he murmured in his heart. Chapter 12. Ha. The time belonging to this demon lord is coming. Is there a month left? That's a lot of time to go by. If only it could slow down. Hearing the heart of the oldest, Jiang Che stood up and moved his muscles, leaning forward and stretching his body with some regret in his heart. 5 months had passed since he crossed over, and now he had completely adapted to life as a tiger, eating and sleeping every day, occasionally acting cute and interacting with tourists. But wait until a month later and that comfort is gone. Without the free food, Jiang Che could only hunt himself in order to fill his stomach. When the time comes, a fight is inevitable. I don't know. How much will the blood mist baptism that old San talked about ultimately strengthen me? It should be enough to reign supreme in this zoo, right? Jiang Che secretly said in his heart. According to Lao San, if the stronger the physique was to begin with, the greater the increase brought about after the blood mist baptism. And one's own body nowadays homegrown should be considered the ceiling level among ordinary beasts. Once the aura recovered, the animals in the entire zoo were bound to evolve in droves. And when the swarm of demons rose up, Jiang Che had to be strong enough to preserve himself. I hope I won't be disappointed. Jiang Che's gaze flickered as he looked at Nandong Luo, who was standing next to him. It was worth mentioning that, seemingly because of the last time she saved her life, and also to prevent Fang Yuan from striking out at her again. During this period of time, Nandong Luo's cultivation location was chosen to be not far from Jiang Che. For Nandong Luo's behavior, Jiang Che was not excluded. After all, Fang Yuan, that guy, head that is extremely iron, repeated offenses, is very likely to take advantage of Jiang Che's unpreparedness to strike. In case the guy went crazy again someday and thought about eating Laosan, he would be able to strike in time. After all, these two guys were both system-bound targets, and for the sake of the tenfold feedback, Jiang Che was obliged to protect both of them well, and absolutely couldn't let them die. No matter if it was Fang Yuan or Nandong Luo, it was all the same. Fang Yuan, who was crawling in the shadows in the corner, saw that Jiang Che and Nandong Luo seemed to have become on the same side, and hated him even more. This old three is cunning enough to never leave the line of sight of his stupid big brother, and his defense against me is tight. Fang Yuan's face was fierce, his tiger eyes glowing with murderous intent, staring at the oldest two tigers in death. If eyes could kill, at this moment, Nandong Luo would have died at least 7 or 8 times, and Jiang Che would be even better, having died thousands of times. It's just ridiculous. With that damn stupid boss protecting me, I'm not going to risk my life. Fang Yuan's heart was disdainful of Nandong Luo's cowardly behavior. He wasn't stupid. This stupid tiger boss had unfathomable strength, so naturally he wouldn't run over to get beaten up for nothing. But this demon lord will one day. He wants this stupid tiger to pay the price. Fang Yuan took a bite out of the rat he caught from the ground and viciously said in his heart. It was at this time that Fang Yuan suddenly felt as if there were gazes looking over, and at a glance, he realized that it was actually the boss looking over, and his gaze didn't seem too friendly. Not good. Is this guy going to do it again? Mind blown. Between the flashes of lightning, Fang Yuan's thoughts had already made countless turns in his mind. He saw that his face suddenly changed, and his face, which was still vicious, now turned out to be naive and charming, and his eyes were gentle and friendly as he met Jiang Che's gaze. Now, this guy shouldn't come running to bully this demon lord, right? Fang Yuan's heart was apprehensive, his speculations uneasy. Only after Jiang Che's gaze moved away did Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, secretly saying that it was a close call. Damn it, this demon monarch is not even as good as a dog in these days. After his mood calmed down, when he thought about his behavior just now, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with shame and indignation. This life was suffocating Fang Yuan. This dick is quite tolerant? The acting is really good. Hear the penis heartbeat. Jiang Che, who was not far away, pretended to avert his gaze as if nothing had happened, secretly laughing in his heart. It seems like this guy should be scared of being beaten by himself. Knowing that Lao Er wasn't going to covet his sister, Jiang Che was also quite relieved. However, this guy, Lao Er, was a devil in his previous life. treacherous and cunning, acting without scruples, but also born with a rebel bone. In these days, the other party had to curse Jiang Che hundreds or thousands of times in his heart every day, without repeating himself. Even Jiang Che was tired of hearing it, so Jiang Che still decided that in the future, he would still have to knock Lao Er around a lot, so that the other party would know what he could and couldn't do. In the blink of an eye, nearly another month had passed. That night, Nangong Luo didn't fall asleep, but his gaze was fixed on the hanging watch in the corridor. The date on it is July 30th, and as night falls, above the vast and infinite starry sky, the moon hangs high above, spreading a light with a chilling effect, spreading a silver veil over the earth. Even the tiger garden, now also shrouded in the light of the moonlight, no longer dark, able to vaguely see things around. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened. When I looked up, the moon with its silvery light, along with the glittering stars, were all hidden in the darkness of the sky. It was as if the whole earth had been turned off, and it was instantly black. Such a phenomenon alarmed the zoo's various types of animals. Seems to be frightened. All kinds of panic cries rise and fall. The whole garden is noisy at the moment. The darkness and the stars didn't last long. Just as people were speculating whether there was another god-awful astronomical phenomenon, the sky was flooded with a reddish light, as vivid as blood. This blood light looks demonic. First one strand of blood light, extruded from the end of the sky, then 2 strands, 3 strands. Fixing his eyes on it, there was actually an endless blood mist pouring down from the air, as if it was a dam that had broken down, sticky as a blood-colored river. After the blood mist fell, swept in all directions, the earth has endless blood mist filled, as if from the original plain white dress, converted into red blood dress. Immediately afterward, a mysterious round of blood moon slowly emerged from the blood light above the dome of the sky, just straddling the sky in a mysterious and bizarre manner, giving off a horrifying feeling. At this moment, blood light was scattered, blood mist filled the air, and the entire heaven and earth had turned into a blood color. Coming, Nangong Luo said in his heart after seeing a ray of blood light. Is this the blood mist descending that Lao San was talking about? Jiang Che was extremely curious as he looked at the blood mist that was pouring over from all directions of heaven and earth. The mind couldn't help but speculate. As for the sudden appearance of the blood moon and the blood mist, Fang Yuan was also rather scornful at first, not knowing what had happened until he felt the aura in the blood mist. Fang Yuan was first stunned, then his heart was overjoyed, and under the excitement, he couldn't help but let out a joyful roar. It's Reiki. In this world, it was surprising that such a rich aura had appeared. The era belonging to this demon lord is coming. Chapter 13 Blood Mist Baptism. World changes. Greedily sucking in a mouthful of blood mist baptism, the wisps of aura integrated into the body. Every cell in the body was nourished by the aura and began to undergo a metamorphosis, one by one, full of vitality and energy. It was as if the earth, which had been parched for many years, had been blessed by the heavy rain and hungrily sucked up the countless raindrops. Fang Yuan was so relieved at the moment. His heart was excited. He had thought that this was a final era where the aura was cut off, and that if he wanted to rise in the future, he could only rely on devouring a large amount of blood food to obtain energy. But I didn't expect to encounter the legendary aura revival. In his last life, the world he was in was rich in aura, and the way of cultivation was prevalent, so the problem of aura depletion was even more of a heavy concern. However, he had once seen the relevant records of aura revival in some ancient books, and knew something about it. Legend has it that after the revival of the aura, the originally fated aura returns to the heaven and earth again, and after being nourished by the aura, the whole heaven and earth will undergo drastic changes. Above the earth, there will be a large number of spiritual mountains and treasures born, all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures bred in them, Ganoderma lucidum immortal grass, jade trees and spiritual flowers, and countless opportunities. At the same time, all kinds of living beings, stimulated by the aura, began to return to their bloodline, receiving the power contained in the depths of their bloodline, and their strength increased greatly. And most of these living beings are huge in size and have incomparably thick chi and blood, which is the best blood food for his heaven-swallowing demon code. With the heaven-swallowing devil cannon assisting him, his rate of progress was by no means comparable to those ordinary beings, especially his stupid tiger brother. So what if his bloodline is extraordinary? Is it as fast as this demon lord's rise to power? Jia. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. In this life, this demon lord will become the most powerful demon in the world. As more and more blood mist gushed out from heaven and earth, a thick layer of blood mist filled the air, blurring people's vision. Looking at that blood mist gave a sense of suffocation, as if one could smell the thick bloody odor. Humans were naturally alarmed by this change, and fear of the unknown welled up in their hearts. Look, the moon in the sky is changing color. That's A blood moon. Why is there so much blood red mist? What the hell is going on? Hurry up and call the police. Something big is going on. People are amazed. Some will be doors and windows closed. Through the window, a face of panic looking outside. Some are in a hurry to pick up the phone, ready to call the police for help. Some have a face of helplessness looking around the blood spray, back to rush toward the home wildly. It's time to start. Seeing that the time was ripe, Nangon Luo hurriedly operated his gungfu and greatly absorbed the blood mist into his body for the blood mist baptism. On the other side, Fang Yuan naturally operated the heaven-swallowing devil cannon, seizing the moment and frantically inhaling the blood mist. Jiang Che, on the other hand, could only rely on his breathing to ingest the blood mist due to the lack of feats, which was much slower compared to the duo. But that's how unusual beasts are baptized in blood mist. Looking at the two people not far away, who were continuously absorbing the blood mist, Jiang Che showed a look of relief. Great! Grab a job and greatly improve your cultivation. As long as the duo worked hard, the faster their strength grew, then the stronger the feedback he received. At the same time, the other animals in the zoo began to show amazing changes after inhaling the blood mist. Above Monkey Mountain, some macaques, under the influence of the blood mist, their bones began to grow and thicken. Their muscles continued to expand and gnarl. The claws in their hands became long and sharp, followed by the rapid shedding of gray hair on their bodies. And with that, a single black hair as hard as a steel needle grew out. Then a black macaque monkey with a figure comparable to that of a human, red eyes and fangs, incomparably ferocious, slowly stood up and raised its voice to the sky, celebrating its new birth. Inside the snake pavilion, blood mist entered the body, and a reticulated python was coiled on the stone, hissing in his mouth as his body continuously twisted on the stone. Soon, its body began to slowly grow. From the original more than 4 meters long, grew to 10 meters, the waist has a bucket thick. Then the body of the flower-colored scales began to fall. A piece of red as blood-colored scales slowly grow out. All have the size of the palm. The reddish reticulated python with its entire body slowly stretched up from the stone. A pair of giant snake pupils glowing with cold light. Looking like a terrifying beast. Extremely horrifying. More than 5 meters tall. With a golden body that resembled a giant gorilla. The plumes are colorful, resembling the 5-colored peacock of the divine bird. A pack of giant clawed wolves 2 meters long with bloodthirsty eyes. Mutant brown bear that became the size of a sedan and was covered in stars. For a while, all sorts of roars resounded throughout the zoo. Noisy and extremely creepy. After today, chaos will reign. Hearing these cries, Jiang Che sighed in his heart. This zoo is considered one of the most dangerous areas inside the city. And as the blood mist entered the body, not only the other animals, but Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo also began to transform. The blood mist nourished the tiger body. Flesh and bones at this moment all began to change. Tiger bones like jade, flesh and blood like iron, blood like plasma and mercury, making the 5 viscera emit a glittering luster, and the 2 of them began to gradually become larger. At this moment, Fang Yuan, who was still in the process of metamorphosis, had already reached a shoulder height of more than 3 meters, and his body length was more than 6 meters, and his yellowish-black fur was beginning to convert to black, and would transform into a black tiger with pure fur in the future. His eyes were filled with malice, and his ferocious aura rushed to the sky, paired with the boundless blood mist, and under the blood moon, he looked like a supreme demonic tiger. Contrary to Fang Yuan, Nangon Luo was at the moment like a supreme holy tiger radiating golden light, bright and holy. Her current size was slightly smaller compared to Fang Yuan, and the yellow hair that was still there was starting to convert to gold, and a pair of tiger pupils seemed to have a golden light flashing through them. Even under the shroud of blood mist, the tiger body emitting glittering golden light was extremely conspicuous. At this moment, 2 huge tigers of huge size, just like that, stood in the middle of the tiger garden. One was divinely handsome and one was incomparably evil. Although the metamorphosis had not yet been completed, the powerful and overbearing aura of the body had already been displayed. Just as the 2 were metamorphosing, the entire world, in the midst of this blood mist, is undergoing dramatic changes. In the city, originally as green trees, one by one into dozens of meters high trees, the whole city seems to be shrouded in a forest, the size of the pups of rats, fist-sized cockroaches, but also in the streets of the city ravaged. Above the wide and boundless ocean, the 100-meter-long purple-striped giant whale leapt up from the surface of the water, its huge body smashing down, setting off boundless waves. Dozens of meter-long red-eyed giant sharks swarmed in groups, revealing their dorsal fins and moving right across the surface. Several tentacles, tens of meters long and resembling giant pillars, reached out from under the sea, overturning a freighter and dragging it into the water column. Deep in the old forest is also the same, up to hundreds of meters of the sky giant trees, on which there is a bird like a rock. Wingspan of more than 10 meters of the golden eagle, more than 5 meters high. Like a small mountain. Standing on top of the snowy mountains of the Yak. Chapter 14, Strength Surge. Level 14. In the middle of the tiger garden, Nangong Luo kept running his gongfu, his radiant golden hair moving slightly with the wind, and the blood mist around him slowly flowed over and around. Under the blood-colored mist, the more it set off Nangong Luo even more saintly. The blood mist then gradually surged into her body, turning into the energy needed for evolution and powering the tiger body's metamorphosis. On the other hand, Fang Yuan on this side was casting the heaven-swallowing devil cannon, which was extremely overbearing, and once it was activated, there was a powerful devouring force gushing out from every inch of the tiger's torso, directly forcefully absorbing the distant blood mist over. In this way, a large amount of blood mist surged in, making Fang Yuan's devouring unable to come over, and those that were too late to devour would wrap Fang Yuan in layers as if he were a blood-colored sphere. While the two were metamorphosing, Zhang Che naturally wasn't idle, and after he kept inhaling the blood mist, his body also changed. Blood mist into the body. Zhang Che immediately felt soothing, as if someone was massaging every part of his body. Wisps of warmth in the body constantly traveling, nourishing and refining the whole body's flesh and blood, bone marrow, organs and bowels, so that Zhang Che's tiger body began to metamorphose. Although he didn't have any cultivation techniques, his advantage was that his initial physique was extremely strong, much stronger than Fang Yuan's two men, which allowed him to absorb the blood mist extremely quickly and convert it into the energy needed for his body's metamorphosis. Time passed and a day passed. It was also the most chaotic day since this world. Fortunately, as the blood mist was gradually absorbed by the earth, the mist gradually thinned out. The whole heaven and earth began to clear up, and vision began to return, so people could already try to go out instead of hiding in their homes. And at that moment, Zhang Che also successfully completed the blood mist baptism. After the metamorphosis, Zhang Che's size was more than 5 times larger than the original. Standing there taller than a floor of a building, his limbs were like pillars, thick and powerful, and in that bloody mouth, there were 2 rows of sharp teeth that were like sharp long swords. The variegated fur looked like water-smooth satin, but if one looked closer, the hair was rooted, long and sharp, as if it was a steel needle, vaguely glowing with a cold light, and the word king above his forehead was glowing with a glossy shine, and his eyes were like lamps, radiant and bright, with what looked like dazzling stars in his gaze, giving off a great sense of oppression, displaying the hegemony and majesty of the king. Zhang Che slowly raised his wide and thick paws, stretching out the tiger claws that looked like long knives, and suddenly, on one of the claws, a blinding golden light flooded, and the 5 golden knives gently scratched in the air, sending out air-breaking sounds. These 5 tiger claws, thick and sharp, gave a sense of invulnerability, yet solid as iron. This was his newly awakened natural ability, Vajra Claw. This adamantine claw was still relatively practical in Zhang Che's opinion, granting an impenetrable hardness while making the tiger claw so sharp that it could tear through steel and concrete. In the future, once he fought with other ferocious beasts, this claw could be swung out and could instantly tear apart the opponent's flesh and cut off the opponent's bones. Without trying the power of the Vajra claws, Zhang Che was busy pulling out the attribute panel. Host, Zhang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Grade, 10. Bound targets, Nangong Luo. Fang Yuan. Seeing that he had reached level 10, Zhang Che's eyes lit up with joy in his heart. The effect of this blood mist baptism was just strong, directly allowing him to make a quadruple jump from his original level 6 to level 10. Apparently the level 10 Zhang Che, with this body like a high wall, limbs like giant pillars, and head as big as a car, was no longer a mortal tiger. Not a moment later, the two of them, Fang Yuan and Nangong Luo, had also ended their blood mist baptisms and were only a step slower than Zhang Che. Similar to Zhang Che, the two had changed a lot, and although their body size was quite a bit smaller than Zhang Che's, they were also as tall as a 1-story building, and their 7-meter-long tiger body stood there as if it was a tank, and was definitely considered to be a giant tiger. Fang Yuan had already transformed into a black tiger, all black fur, oily and smooth, a pair of black eerie tiger eyes full of malice. His body exuded an intimidating ferocious aura. It looked incomparably evil, and it could be described as a cannibalistic demonic tiger. Nangong Luo did not differ much from Fang Yuan in terms of size. His golden fur covered his entire body, emitting a glittering golden light. From a distance it looked like a golden tiger cast from gold. The pair of golden tiger pupils were flooded with divine light, and it could be described as a holy and incomparably peaceful divine tiger. Ding! Fang Yuan and Nangong Luo's strength has been detected to have increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 times the feedback. Suddenly, a system boost tone sounded. A powerful heat flow surged into Zhang Che's body and began to continuously strengthen Zhang Che's tiger body. moisturizing every inch of his body with extreme warmth. The tiger's body emitted millimeters of light as Jiang Chei's size began to grow, and the qi and blood around his body was like a giant oven, blazing with light and rising up to the sky, with an aura like a mountain. It wasn't until Jiang Chei had doubled in size that the heat flow within his body was depleted, and this tenfold feedback ended, because Feng Yuan and Nangang Luo both, this time relying on the blood mist baptism, their strength was greatly improved. The tenfold feedback brought about was naturally non-trivial, and that raging incomparable heat flow directly prompted Jiang Chei to jump 4 levels in a row once again, arriving at level 14. At this moment, Jiang Chei's size was almost as big as Feng Yuan's too, close to as tall as a 2-story building, and his body length had even reached 12 or 13 meters, a proper behemoth. One bite is not enough for a grown man to stuff his teeth. Even an adult elephant is killed by a single bite. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Chei, Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with scorn and his body shrank uncontrollably. Damn it, this boss's bloodline is truly extraordinary. 1 mother and 1 sibling. Why is the gap so wide? And just this huge size. I guess 1 bite could kill this demon lord. Feng Yuan cursed in his heart and was holding his breath. We were all born from the same mother tiger. What makes the boss change so obviously and gain the most benefits? If this continues, how much blood food will this demon lord have to devour before he can catch up with this guy? The boss? The day of revenge is a long way off. Comparing the size, Feng Yuan sadly realized that the boss was almost 2 taller than him, and he was like a tiger cub in front of the other party. It's okay. 1 mother, this sister is just about the same as me. So it's true that the boss's extraordinary bloodline was just an accident. However, after Feng Yuan saw Nangang Luo and realized that the other party was just about the same as himself, then he was slightly relieved and had some comfort in his heart. Could it be that the boss wasn't born to a female tiger with us? Otherwise this doesn't make sense. Definitely not biological. Feng Yuan suddenly had a movement in his heart. His eyes rolled, and he vaguely glanced at Jiang Chei as he began to make wild guesses. Sooner or later, this emperor will surpass you. And as Nangang Luo looked at Feng Yuan, whose breath was stronger than powerful, and Jiang Chei, who was even more terrifying, he couldn't help but secretly cheer in his heart. Once she was out of this zoo, she was ready to try to find the opportunity of her previous life to accelerate her own growth. Chapter 15, Killing in the Zoo. Murderous Feng Yuan. Inside the Shimizu Zoo, as the animals were baptized in the blood mist, they mutated and transformed into ferocious beasts. Click. Inside the snake pavilion, rows and rows of huge glass boxes were instantly smashed, and dozens of huge-sized snake pythons swam out of them, which was extremely horrifying. As soon as some of the giant snakes came out, they demonstrated by raising their heads and snake bodies high, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth and hissing at the giant snakes around them. In just a few breaths of time, there were several pairs of giant snakes fighting together, entangling and tearing each other. For a time, the entire aisle was splattered with snake scales. Blood overflowed, and the brutal engagement shocked most of the pythons into rushing out of the snake pavilion and disappearing into the woodlands of the zoo. Ouch! On top of Monkey Mountain, dozens of black macaques easily escaped over the high glass wall, screaming with excitement. Before they had time to be happy for long, they attracted 5 or 6 red-colored lions as tall as 3 meters to come over, and the moment they saw the rhesus monkey, the lion's beast pupils flashed ferociously, roared, and rushed up. The black macaques let out a cry of fear and fled in a panic, but there were still a few that were caught up by the red lions and were instantly torn into pieces. Subsequently, more and more ferocious beasts broke the cage and escaped from the park, fighting each other. On the main road, several cheetahs, handsome and comparable to calves, were chasing a huge merganser. 2 brown bears with a size comparable to a sedan fought with an incredibly strong black-armored rhinoceros. Dozens of giant clawed wolves have already hunted down a giantized zebra and are gathering around, constantly tearing off the zebra's flesh and blood and swallowing it into their bellies. The sudden surge in strength, coupled with the influence of the bloodline, caused most of these ferocious beasts to become abnormally violent, excited and bloodthirsty. At the moment, the entire zoo was a mess. There have even been animals that have broken out. Some of the flying ferocious beasts, having broken through the overhead barriers or glass early on and regained their freedom, chirped softly and rushed out of the zoo, scattering in all directions. Newbie. Suddenly, an ear-piercing chirping sound rang out in the sky above the tiger garden, breaking the atmosphere of Jiang Chei and the 3 of them who were speechless at the moment, causing the 3 of them to look up, only to see a divinely handsome giant eagle flying over from the tiger garden. This giant eagle was covered in purple plumes and flew at an extremely fast speed, transforming into a purple light in the air and disappearing into the sky in an instant. I also wonder when I will be able to fly as well. This ability is just too practical. It's convenient to go wherever you want. Jiang Chei looked at the giant eagle proudly swimming in the heavens and earth. and a trace of envy flashed in his gaze. He was much stronger than this giant eagle, but unfortunately he still couldn't fly. Humph, count on you to run fast, or you'll become my blood meal. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. The other animals in this zoo have long been categorized by him as future blood food, and now that these things in the bag have run away, there is naturally some anger in his heart. This is the ferocious beast Violet Light Eagle? I didn't expect one to evolve in this zoo. With the memories of his previous life, Nangong Luo immediately recalled the identity of this beast. This is why the beasts are so valuable, and their populations are not flourishing and extremely rare. This Violet Light Eagle has a few chances within its body, naturally breeding a divine object called the Violet Light Treasure Jade, which is able to drastically increase the qualifications of human cultivation and provide the concentration of ferocious beasts' bloodline. Unfortunately, even Nangong Luo, who was an empress in her previous life, had never seen this object with her own eyes. Fizzle! Right at this moment, a giant python swam outside the tiger garden and was attracted to it, climbing up the glass wall. A pair of bloodthirsty snake pupils staring at Zhang Chei's 3 tigers, the sharp teeth in its mouth glowing with a cold light. This python could be up to 10 meters long, with a thick and powerful black scale armor emitting a metallic luster. Looking extremely ferocious and powerful, faced with the threat of a giant python, Zhang Chei's heart at the moment is not rippling. Standing still, this small snake for him is just a bite. Nangong Luo also did not put this python in his eyes. Don't look at the fact that she was only 6 or 7 meters long today, but she was much bigger than the python in terms of size, making it a breeze to deal with. Seek death. As for Fong Yuan, he was not so good-tempered and instantly became furious. A stupid snake also dared to hit him. The demon monarch. He simply did not know how to die. Boom! Seeing Fong Yuan's limbs stepping fiercely in place, his entire body instantly rushed out. A wide black tiger's palm, as if it had just been discharged from a cannonball, with amazing power, instantly slapped on the tempered glass. Ka-chow! With one palm, the tempered glass was directly shattered, and even the python that was climbing on the glass was also slapped out. Knock! The python fell heavily to the ground and rubbed against the ground for a dozen meters before it finally came to a stop. At this moment, the giant python emitted a painful hissing sound from its mouth, and the black scales on its body were even broken in many places. Its state was very wretched. Hiss! The giant python was extremely angry. Its lower body coiled and raised its head high, hissing at Fong Yuan. Roar! Fong Yuan slowly stepped out of the tiger garden, feeling the flavor of freedom. His heart was so free that he unconsciously let out a tiger's whistle to the sky. He then turned his head to look at the python, his eyes filled with contempt. Seemingly sensing Fong Yuan's disdain, the python's pupils were filled with ferocity and killing intent, and it directly attacked Fong Yuan. The snake's mouth opened, and a light blue cold gas spewed out, enveloping Fong Yuan. It was as if that cold air was able to freeze space, and it was extremely powerful, and the ground instantly rose with a layer of thin frost, and the temperature on the field all began to drop. Humph! This natural ability is just average. With the incoming cold air in front of him, Fong Yuan spat out a sentence in his heart, and then operated his own innate ability, the power of divine speed, and his huge figure transformed into a black shadow, flashing through the air, extremely flexible in dodging the incoming cold air, and instantly appeared in front of the giant python. The python's pupils contracted violently before it could react. Fizzle! Fong Yuan's gaze was icy cold. His black tiger claws were like 5 sharp blades, and he saw 5 black ons slicing through the air. Half of the python's head was directly ripped off, and the whole body directly fell and flew out, scattering blood and scattered skulls all over the place. The python lay limply on the ground, having perished. Fong Yuan directly rushed up, violently opening his bloody mouth, ferociously devouring the python's corpse, while instinctively operating the heaven-swallowing demon cannon. The bloodlight Zhan enveloped his body, his aura slowly becoming stronger. That's the kind of blood meal you want. If this has enough blood food, sooner or later, one will be able to surpass that bastard boss. Feeling the increase in strength, Fong Yuan was excited. His movements were a few points faster, and the sharp and dense tiger teeth directly tore off a large chunk of flesh and blood and swallowed it crazily. After Fong Yuan killed the giant python, Zhang Chei and Nangong Luo also stepped out of the tiger garden one after another. This second brother is really too ferocious. Sooner or later he will be a scourge. It can't wait. I have to leave early or he'll hit me again sooner or later. Standing not far away, Nangong Luo looked at such a bloody scene, his eyes filled with gravity. She made up her mind and prepared to leave this place to obtain the chance of her past life, so that she could have a chance to surpass her 2 talented brothers. Chapter 16, Ferocious Beasts Riot. Chaos descends. Is this the world of aura revival? The weak are the strong, the bloody are incomparable, and it's full of killing. Looking at the devoured python's remnants, He listened to the screams coming from all around. Jiang Che profoundly realized the cruelty of this world. Truly the weak and the strong, if he wanted to live, he could only kill all the incoming enemies. Kill until all beings are cowed. At that moment, the original lethargic color in Jiang Che's eyes was gone. His gaze was gleaming, sharp and incomparable, and even the aura of his body changed, with the tiger's might overshadowing the world. Like an abyss, like the sea. Penis, go eat with an open belly. The more you eat, the better. Only then will Big Brother become stronger. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes at Fang Yuan and said in his heart, because of the commotion just now, as well as the strong smell of blood, some of the surrounding ferocious beasts were also startled. First, 5 3-meter-tall, red-colored lions with mouths full of blood leaned over. Then 3 giant pythons about the same size as before swam out of the green forest not far away. Finally, a bustling sound of footsteps could be heard, and a few breaths later, dozens of giant clawed wolves rushed over from the distance. These ferocious beasts slowly approached, looking at Fang Yuan and the remnants of the python underneath him, their gazes bloodthirsty, their mouths slightly open, revealing the sharp teeth within them in an attacking manner. However, when they saw such a huge body of Jiang Che, their bodies couldn't help but tense up, and a hint of fear instinctively appeared in their hearts, their eyes scornful. Unfortunately, the ferocious beasts were ultimately affected by the bloodthirsty and berserk emotions, and their ferocity overpowered their instincts. And even when they were facing Jiang Che a moment later, they were still showing their teeth and leaping for joy. Jia came just in time, and when Fang Yuan saw such a situation, he was not shocked but pleased and laughed in his heart. I'm hungry, and you fellows are here just in time, so let's have the first hunt in a tiger's life. Jiang Che looked down at these ferocious beasts and sighed in his heart. With his current size, I'm afraid he'll have to eat a lot of blood and flesh if he wants to fill his stomach, and in the future, without feeders to feed them, they will have to fend for themselves. Roar! The 5 red lions were the first to be unable to hold back, roaring and transforming into a red figure, charging fiercely towards Fang Yuan, followed closely by the python, and the giant clawed wolves also rushed up. Fang Yuan was like a capped ferocious tiger, his body's ferocious power surging around him. His body was as fast as a black lightning, and he slapped the red lion that rushed up. With a sharp lunge to the left, he knocked the other red lion out of the way and followed after it. By the time the other 3 red lions chased after him, Fang Yuan had already ripped off the red lion's head, in its entirety, splashing blood everywhere. Roar! Fang Yuan's gaze was fierce and his mouth was full of blood as he let out a long whistle and charged up again. Facing an incoming python, Nangong Luo was also forced to join the fray, gazing at the purple mist touched by the giant python. Nangong Luo's body had a golden light blooming slightly, and the glittering golden light suddenly converged on the top of his head, transforming into an arm-length golden light blade, which was incomparably sharp. Whoosh! With a thought, the golden blade of light instantly transformed into a golden light that slashed through the air, directly piercing through the purple mist and hitting the python's head, tearing through the python's purple scale armor and leaving a bone-deep blood gash under its eye socket. Hiss! The giant python screamed in agony. Then its pupils turned crimson as it furiously charged towards Nangong Luo. As the 2 tigers faced off against each other, the remaining 2 giant pythons and dozens of giant clawed wolves rushed towards Jiang Che in unison. Let's just use you guys to try out how strong I am now. In the face of these ferocious beasts, Jiang Che's heart was unusually calm as he executed the golden light claw. Pust! The golden giant claw that looked like a golden long knife, swung in the air, and cut the 2 giant clawed wolves that jumped up into several sections, and in a flash, the mutilated bodies, blood, and organs all fell down. Before they could scream, the 2 giant clawed wolves were reduced to a pile of bloody remains. Afterwards, Jiang Che was seen waving his claws easily and effortlessly, slicing up all the incoming pythons and giant clawed wolves, and the corpse pieces of the ferocious beasts were piled up around his body, until finally there were only a few giant clawed wolves left, scared of being killed, with fear in their eyes, wailing and running away with their tails between their legs. Unbearable. Jiang Che shook his head. With these trash ferocious beasts, he couldn't even try out his true strength. This boss is surprisingly so strong. Looks like I have to continue to hold back and lurk in the shadows. Fang Yuan, who was dealing with the last red lion, saw Jiang Che's strength and his heart trembled. The self-confidence that had just risen was again shattered to pieces. Could this big brother be an ancient Fey bloodline? It's so easy to kill these ferocious beasts. Watching Jiang Che kill the attacking ferocious beasts cleanly in a few strokes, Nangong Luo's gaze toward the other party was filled with inquiry. As time passed, the blood mist gradually dissipated. Everyone was surprised to find that the world outside had changed drastically, with all kinds of plants growing wildly. How? On top of a tall building, a girl received a message from her best friend about the blood mist dissipating. and hurriedly pulled open the curtains and looked out the window, only to find that the world had changed, and that there was a lush landscape in front of her. The few cactus plants that were placed on the balcony, one by one, suddenly became bigger than their heads, turquoise and green and full of life. The ginkgo trees planted on both sides of the road, the original 3 or 4 meters high small trees, has become a root of the sky giant trees, that several people embrace the thick trunk straight into the sky. Dense countless branches and trunks stretch out, will be on both sides of the entire street all shrouded up. From the upper floors, you can only see a green sea of ginkgo biloba leaves, and you can't see the street below at all. With a shocked look on her face, the girl hurriedly grabbed her cell phone and was ready to find out what was going on online. Nowadays, the talk about blood mist on the internet has long been on the hot seat. Blood moon. Blood mist. The blood mist is gone. The world has changed. Flora and fauna mutate. The top 10 hot searches are all about yesterday's mutation. Below is a large number of netizens replying to the follow-up posts, all chatting about the changes around their own cities. At this point, the cell phone page has several videos refreshed with the topic. Pet dog bites like crazy. Lanshan County, Sangbei City, Ligang Village. There are wolves coming down the mountain to eat people. Golden Hair suddenly mutates and bites off his master's arm. Zhang Shili curiously clicked on the pet dog crazy bite. The video. In the video, a mutant corgi, bigger than a wolf, with red eyes and a ferocious face, bites a middle-aged man's thigh, and no matter how the middle-aged man wails, he just won't let go of his mouth. A wave of nausea ran through the girl as she looked at the large bloodstain on the floor, and she hurriedly retreated. After watching one video, the girl was too scared to watch the rest. The mind can't help but be thankful that there are no pets in the house. The original sudden appearance of the blood mist and the blood moon caused concern, and now all sorts of videos of ferocious beast riots circulating on the internet, but also led to panic, as if the whole world is about to be in chaos. An unprecedented storm is coming. Chapter 17, The Parting of the Ways. Outside the tiger park, broken corpses were all over the place. Blood flowed horizontally, filled with the smell of blood, like a scene of hell. The golden light blades emitted by Nangon Luo were incomparably sharp and radiant, strangling madly at the giant python, and between the flying golden light, the giant python's body was cut beyond recognition. All of the scales were torn apart, leaving countless bloody gouges, and the python had collapsed in a pool of blood, like a dead bloody snake. Fang Yuan also bit the skull of the last red lion at about the same time, completely ending the other party's life. As soon as the battle ended, Fang Yuan was like a starving ghost, tearing off a small half of the red lion's body in one bite, bringing out a splash of blood, a horrifying swallowing sound piercing through his mouth, his throat constantly shrugging. As he swallowed the ferocious beast's flesh and blood, Fang Yuan's body also began to emit a bloody light, obviously running the heaven-swallowing demon cannon to digest the flesh and blood and carry out energy transformation to replenish himself. Over here, looking at the ferocious beast's blood and meat that was piled up into a small mountain in front of him, Zhang Che happened to be hungry as well and devoured it as well. However, Zhang Che's current size was simply too huge, and his food intake was extremely terrifying, eating a gaping hole in the small mountain of blood and flesh with a single bite. After drying up the ferocious beast's blood and meat in 3 or 2 strokes, a feeling of satiety hit him, causing Zhang Che to feel comfortable, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not to mention, this was the first time he had eaten this fresh ferocious beast meat, but it was much more delicious than the zoo-issued pieces of meat, and the ferocious beast meat contained more energy, and it was also easier to satiate his stomach. Compared to the two brothers gulping, Nangon Luo's eating could be much more civilized, eating the ferocious beast python, but also slow and methodical, not in a hurry. During this period of time, she had also gradually gotten used to this life of eating blood, and now that she had devoured the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts, she didn't have the nausea that she had felt before. Swallowing the last bite, he licked the blood from the side of his mouth. Nangon Luo raised her head and looked towards the exit of the zoo. She was planning to leave the zoo. My current identity is no longer human. I cannot stay within this city for a long time. Next, it is time to head to the Great Green Mountain. Nangon Luo's gaze revealed a touch of determination. During this time, she combed through the memories of her past life, and after some thought, her mind had settled on a plan. Nowadays, the aura recovery has just begun. Those famous big chances from the previous life have not yet appeared, but there are quite a lot of small chances, some of which are just right for oneself at the moment. Qingshui City belonged to Jiang Province, and at the early stage of aura recovery, there were quite a lot of small chances that were present within the scope of Jiang Province. Of course, the ones that could make Nangon Luo remember were the more famous ones. The Thunder Spirit fruit tree growing in the Great Green Mountain was one of them. This was also the first opportunity that Nangon Luo looked at. However, De Qingshan is at the border of Qingshui City and Lin City, far away from the zoo. Without delay, the next thing she needed to do was to leave this place and rush to the Great Green Mountain as soon as possible. Hearing Nangon Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che also began to hesitate in his heart and began to consider where to go next. This zoo is within the city of Qingshui, and there are a large number of ferocious beasts within it, and the matter of ferocious beasts running out and hurting people will definitely happen. So it is definitely a place of wrongdoing, and it is not a place where we can stay for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Che still decided to follow Nangon Luo. He himself is a stranger to this world, can be said to know nothing, and Nangon Luo is reborn from the future back, familiar with the future direction, under the foresight, is bound to go smoothly, and can also avoid some of the more dangerous places, and it could also protect Nangon Luo's safety in the meantime. After all, the other party had already been bound by the system, so if she suddenly died, Jiang Che would lose a lot of money. At the same time, Jiang Che still had 3 bound slots that he hadn't used, and these 3 slots were naturally meant to select targets with great growth potential, who might be able to obtain some information about future powerhouses from Nangon Luo. On top of that, it's a chance to rub along, Jiang Che thought secretly, his heart stealing a sigh of joy. Although he wouldn't rob Nangon Luo's chance, but when the other party had eaten his fill, he would eat some leftovers himself, so he thought he wouldn't refuse, right? When the humans react, this zoo will surely usher in a military purge. The ferocious beasts in the early stages of evolution are still unable to face the other humans' heavy heat weapons. They must leave as soon as possible. Nangon Luo remembered that all the zoos in the city in his previous life had all been cleared out, and he couldn't help but tighten his heart. Goodbye, gentlemen. Hopefully, the 2 of you will survive. Although this emperor's strength today is not yet comparable to yours, in the future this emperor will leave the 2 of you far behind. If you are able to insist that this emperor rushes back to Clearwater City again, this emperor will grant you asylum. Nangon Luo glanced back at Feng Yuan and Jiang Che and said in his heart, then took tiger steps and walked towards the outside of the zoo. When Jiang Che saw Nangon Luo move, he also hurriedly followed, and without taking a single step, the earth would emit a dull sound. Feeling the vibrations coming from the ground behind him, Nangon Luo turned his head to look, and after realizing that it was Jiang Che, his eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be that Big Brother is going to join me? Although he was a bit surprised, Nangon Luo didn't refuse and allowed the other party to follow him. After the revival of Aura, no matter whether it was the big mountain forests before or the suburbs and countryside in the past, there were bound to be a large number of ferocious beasts moving around. Right now she was traveling to the Great Green Mountain again, and the mountain would certainly not be peaceful along the way. If she encountered other ferocious beasts, she could easily handle 1 or 2 of them, but once they were in groups, she would have a hard time dealing with them. But with the boss following him, everything would be different. After all, she wouldn't have seen that land-based ferocious beast, at the beginning of the aura recovery, could evolve to the level of the boss. It was hard to find a ferocious beast above the land he was fighting against, so with the boss following her, she was full of security. And although the elder brother was lazy and tired, he had a gentle temperament and was not as brutal as the second. At the same time there was also the grace of saving her own life, which she had not yet had time to repay. It just so happened that in the future, she would often go out to look for resources, and some of the ones that were not suitable could be used for her big brother as well. Looking at Jiang Che and Nangon Luo's departing backs, Feng Yuan, who was standing in the distance, could no longer hold it in, and his tiger's mouth couldn't help but grin to the sides. So it was just what he wanted. Well, the bogeyman is finally gone. Jia, let you 2 live for a while longer. When my demonic power is accomplished, I will definitely swallow this big brother and third sister. Feng Yuan laughed unkindly in his heart. He had the heaven-swallowing demon cannon in his hand, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. And now that he relied on devouring blood food, he could quickly transform it into strength. In the next few days, as long as steady, devour thousands of blood food. By then their good brother good sister is not at their disposal. Licking the pool of blood on the ground with his tongue and feeling the sweetness in his mouth, Feng Yuan's gaze looked to the rest of the zoo. The eyes were crimson, and the eyes were filled with greed. He had just eaten a few ferocious beasts as well. It wasn't even enjoyable. He wanted more. All of the ferocious beasts in this zoo would be his blood meal. Chapter 18, Big Brother is really nice. There are spirit fruits, actually let me eat them. Clouds and mist, birds and birds, sunshine sprinkled. Below the mountain forest, like a boundless green sea sprawling above the earth, the sea of forests, the sound of the wind, a heavenly ancient trees towering into the clouds, like a row of giants holding up the sky, pines, cypresses, topiary trees and other trees standing in the middle of it. Just like the ancient forests, the ancient and mysterious. Under the sea of forests, the aura is dense. A cluster of shrubs dotted in between, turquoise as jade, verdant. From time to time there are some small beasts in which to reveal themselves. The aura nourishes the ground under the flowers and grasses are full of vitality, as if a flower-encrusted green carpet. Under the sea of forests, there were two behemoths at the moment, slowly marching, and that terrifying aura scared the small ferocious beasts in the surroundings into trembling, one by one fleeing in haste. Fixed his eyes on it, but it was a large and a small two giant tigers, a huge and incomparable size, yellow and black fur, scattered with millimeters of light, a pair of tiger eyes like bright stars, extraordinary aura, domineering, exuding an intention of only me. The other is smaller, but looks extremely handsome, a golden fur in the forest golden light, dazzling, holy, sacrosanct. The two tigers were none other than Jiang Che and Nangon Luo, who continued to rush along. After leaving the zoo, they first ran out of the crowded area as fast as they could to avoid being intercepted by humans, then entered the suburb that was about to evolve into a forest, and then hurried along under the cover of the woods, choosing routes that were off the beaten path areas that would be hard to spot. I'm off. The dick guy should be overjoyed by now, right? Jiang Che thought with amusement in his heart. This guy had been suppressed by himself in the tiger garden. It was quite suffocating to think about it. Now that he is gone, this guy finally doesn't have to tie his hands anymore. And with his ferocious intent, he is probably already hitting the other ferocious beasts in the zoo. Jiang Che wasn't worried that something would happen to the second one. This guy was ruthless and capable of flexing his muscles, and after noticing the risk, he was expected to run faster than anyone else, and by putting him out to pasture, he would only grow faster, and by the time the older two kept breaking through, he himself would be able to continue to receive feedback. Thinking that Lao Er was constantly thinking about devouring himself, Jiang Che couldn't help but look forward to the scene of their next meeting. When the time comes, realizing that he is much stronger than him, it is estimated that a demonic heart of the old man will be broken. Elder 2, you have to cheer up, don't get caught in the gutter. Big brother is still waiting to be devoured by you. Just as Jiang Che was cheering for Lao Er void in his heart, Nangon Luo in front of him suddenly stopped. There seems to be a spirit up ahead? Nangon Luo sensed that in the woods not far away, the aura was extremely dense, and the auras from all directions were all surging towards that point. This kind of phenomenon basically only occurs when there is a heavenly treasure out in the world, recovered by the aura. The original plants will also mutate and metamorphose into spirit medicine and spirit trees. It was only the early stage of aura recovery today, and based on this vision, it was likely that a spirit medicine or spirit tree had come out of the world. Nangon Luo rushed over, and behind him, Jiang Che also discovered the abnormality in front of him and directly followed. The two tigers were extremely fast, crossing several hills, and in a few breaths, they ran up the gentle slope in front of them and found a spirit tree. Red yuan fruit? Nangon Luo's eyes lit up. She recognized the spirit tree the first time she saw it. The red yuan fruit tree was a relatively common spiritual plant, and the spiritual fruit it bore, the red yuan fruit, contained a rich spiritual qi that could nourish and temper the physical body, speeding up the progress of cultivation, which was very suitable for today's Nangon Luo. Just see at the bottom of the slope on top of an open space, growing a small glowing tree. The small tree is only the thickness of an arm, the body of the red skin and red leaves, two branches and forks over two fist-sized fruits. The fruits were fruit-like, emitting a reddish-green aura, and one fruit was half green and half red. The other is red. Only the ground has a trace of green, looked to be ripe. A burst of refreshing fragrance slowly wafted, attracting the living beings in the mountains and forests. Obviously, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo weren't the only ones attracted to the spirit tree. Not far away from the spirit tree, there had long been a few ferocious beasts rushing over. One was a huge black dog, over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, vicious-looking, with fangs like daggers, sharp as hell, bracing themselves and grimacing at their enemies. Two giant snakes that were more than 8 meters long and covered in black scales. The giant snakes' upper bodies were raised high, their bodies swinging towards each other, opening their mouths and letting out bursts of ear-piercing hissing noises at the giant dogs. On the ground beside the two giant snakes, there was a fierce beast that looked like a goat lying on the ground. Its stature was comparable to that of a giant dog, but at the moment, it was twisted and limp, with blood overflowing from the corners of its mouth. It was obviously strangled to death alive by the two giant snakes. As the two sides confronted each other, Jiang Che had already rushed down after Nangon Luo. Roar! Nangon Luo let out a long whistle that resounded through the mountains and forests, and the king of the mountains and forests, who was able to make any mountain spirit fearful, leapt down, as if it were a golden lightning bolt, and charged straight at the giant dog. a tiger's whistle exploded in his ears, and the giant dog instantly panicked, letting out a fearful yelp from its mouth, clapping its tail and wanting to run backwards, but its legs were too weak to walk at all. Bang! Nangon Luo had already arrived close at this moment. Showing no mercy, a golden tiger palm slapped on the head of the giant dog, only to hear a sound of cracking bones. The giant dog flew out directly across the ground and rolled on the ground a few times before losing its voice. Jiang Che, who was following closely behind, struck out 2 palms in an instant, palm prints breaking through the air, and the 2 giant snakes were instantly slapped to death, their entire upper bodies exploding under the blow. Blood and flesh flew around for a while, and the air was filled with a fishy odor. The battle was over, and that red yuan fruit was just ripe. The green color underneath converted to red, and the entire red yuan fruit was red, dazzling red, exquisite, and an extremely rich aroma came to his nose. Roar! Jiang Che didn't move this red yuan fruit. Instead, he gently growled at Nangon Luo, who walked over, signaling the other party to go and eat it. Big brother is actually going to give me the spirit fruit? He's not eating? That's giving in? Nangon Luo had been worried that the boss would snatch the spirit fruit from himself, but he didn't expect the other party to let him have the spirit fruit. For the first time, Nangon Luo had the feeling of being taken care of, and his heart was complicated. At the same time, the view of Jiang Che and her heart changed once again. Not only does the oldest have an extraordinary bloodline, he also knows how to take care of his sister and is considered a good big brother. Little sister, I'm not that good. Hearing Nangon Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che felt some shame and embarrassment in his heart. He didn't really think that well of the other side. This red cloud fruit smelled so good, and it was still a spirit fruit that he had never seen before, so he naturally wanted to taste the flavor. Just now, if he hadn't made a calculation in his mind and felt that it wasn't cost-effective, he might have gnawed this red cloud fruit long ago. After all, Nangon Luo ate the spirit fruit. After a breakthrough in strength, he will get 10 times the feedback. He ate at most double the increase, which is a difference of 1 to 10. So Jiang Che finally decided that it would be most cost-effective to give the spirit fruit to Nangon Luo. Chapter 19, Future Demon Emperor. Right? You'll be the next binding target. Jiang Che's modesty was appreciated and grateful in Nangon Luo's heart, but he didn't refuse. Roar! Nangon Luo roared softly at Jiang Che, his gaze softening as he expressed his gratitude before taking a step towards the spirit tree and leaning over. Jiang Che, on the other hand, took a few steps backward, giving up his position. At this moment, the ripe red yuan fruit was hanging on the branch, crystal clear, emitting a crimson aura, with a faint halo outside of the fruit skin. Instantly, a rich aroma hit the tip of his nose, and Nangon Luo's eyes lit up with joy in his heart. As long as she ate this red yuan fruit, her strength would definitely increase by a considerable amount. No longer hesitating, Nangon Luo opened his tiger's mouth and swallowed the red cloud fruit whole. Boom! A bite of the red yuan fruit juice splashed everywhere, and the moment the skin was broken, a huge amount of medicinal power rushed out, ravaging Nangon Luo's body. Not good. We have to refine it quickly. Feeling the impact of the medicinal power, Nangon Luo's heart tightened as he hurriedly squatted down on the tiger's body and fully operated his gong method to slowly refine the medicinal power. She just forgot. She has long been not in the previous life, the high and mighty Empress, now just a tiger that has just experienced the baptism of blood mist. And this red yuan fruit, which she couldn't even look at in her previous life, was a real tonic for her right now. She had to refine it as soon as possible, or else the raging medicinal power would even be able to swell and crack her flesh under the deficiency. Jiang Che had been paying attention to Nangon Luo, and when he noticed that she suddenly squatted on the ground with her eyes closed and her breath still fluctuating, he realized in his heart that she must be refining the red yuan fruit. These are the times when outside interruptions are most taboo. As a precautionary measure, Jiang Che could only guard around Nangon Luo, constantly roaming around, tiger steps lightly stepping, a pair of gleaming tiger eyes, patrolling the surroundings, full of vigilance. The forest was silent. Before the 2 tigers hunted the ferocious beasts, the sound of tiger whistles swept through the mountains and forests. The tiger's might covered the world, and the aura emanating from it was too overbearing and strong, and it had long since scared the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests into scattering and fleeing in all directions. After a quarter of an hour, suddenly, Nangon Luo, who was squatting in place and not moving at all, his breath changed, violently rising upwards with an extraordinary aura, and the golden fur on that body suddenly flashed with golden light. Ding! Nangon Luo's strength breakthrough has been detected. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 times the feedback. With Nangon Luo's breakthrough, the system beep came again. Hearing that wonderful voice, Jiang Che's heart was overjoyed. In a blink of an eye, a warm current surged into Jiang Che's body, moisturizing his body. and his flesh and blood cells were vibrant and extremely energetic. A pair of pale tiger bones gradually began to emit a jade-like luster, and his mottled fur was even more and more supple and smooth. Feeling the increase in strength, Jiang Che's eyes were filled with joy as he pulled out the attribute panel in a smooth manner. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Grade, 15. Bound targets, Nangong Luo. Fong Yuan. Sure enough, another level up. Now I'm on the right track. Jiang Che was secretly happy in his heart, admiring his previous wise decision. He had already decided that in the future, but any resources that could enhance his strength, he would first stuff them to the second and third oldest. As a big brother, he should shoulder the responsibility of taking care of his younger siblings, and he should let his younger siblings have the good food to help them grow up. Even if you suffer a little bit of pain and fatigue, what's the big deal? After completely refining the red yuan fruit, Nangong Luo opened her eyes. A pair of radiant tiger eyes flashed with a sharp golden light, and as she slowly got up, a powerful tiger's might swept out. Is Big Brother protecting me? When Nangong Luo saw Jiang Che, who was guarding beside himself and was keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding area, his heart couldn't help but warm up, and even his originally sharp gaze suddenly mildened. Big Brother is indeed very good to me, protecting me in every way. This favor cannot go unrewarded. After this emperor rises to power, it is necessary to cultivate Big Brother and make him a strong man. Nangong Luo was a bit touched in his heart and secretly swore. Hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt voice, Jiang Che inclined his head to look over, his eyes somewhat odd. This little favor moved Lao San? Looks like Lao San is still a sentimental one. That's good. Not like this dog of a penis. If he himself were to give him a red yuan fruit, Lao San would definitely swallow it in one ungracious gulp. And not only will they not be grateful, but they may turn around and curse themselves as a person. And at the same time, the hatred in their hearts for them is not expected to diminish by half. Roar! Nangong Luo didn't read Jiang Che's eyes, but instead urged at Jiang Che and prepared to set off once again. Striding forward, Jiang Che followed closely behind, and the two tigers continued to advance towards the Great Green Mountain. They avoided the human gathering area all the way, specializing in picking the mountains and forests, although avoiding the humans, but inevitably in the mountains and forests, bumped into some ferocious beasts. However, because of the difference in strength, these ferocious beasts were basically killed directly by Jiang Che in seconds, and it didn't affect the two tigers' advancement speed at all. Ouch! Suddenly, a mournful scream came out from the mountains and forests, startling a flock of birds in the distance. In the middle of the dense forest, a giant boar with a size like a small mountain was being strongly pressed by Jiang Che. The boar was struggling madly, emitting bursts of screams from its mouth, but unfortunately, it still couldn't break free from Jiang Che's suppression. Jiang Che opened his tiger's mouth. His sharp tiger's teeth instantly snapped the boar's neck, and with one force, he tore the entire pig's head right off, and blood spewed out of that severed mouth, dyeing the ground red and emitting a thick fishy odor. The scene was extremely bloody. The miserable screams of the giant boar came to an abrupt end at this point. Afterwards, Jiang Che began to eat the wild boar, and except for a pig's hind leg that was left for Nangong Luo, everything else would be swallowed into Jiang Che's stomach. Due to his excessive size, Jiang Che's food intake was astonishing, and most of the ferocious beasts he hunted along the way basically went into his stomach. With Big Brother's help, some of the resources in the early stages should be able to get all of them, and one's strength will rapidly increase at that time. Watching a boar about her size just get killed by her big brother, Nangong Luo, who was watching the battle from the side, sighed in his heart at the same time, but also felt a sense of security. With the talent displayed by Big Brother, it is definitely not inferior to the previous life's demon emperor, the nine-tailed sky fox. Why haven't I heard of Big Brother in my previous life? Could it be that he didn't grow up and fell halfway through? Returning to his senses, Nangong Luo's mind moved and thought with some doubt. Nine-tailed sky fox is the demon emperor of the demon race? The strength is not inferior to their own female emperor of the human race. In the previous life both sides are formidable enemies. I do not know how many meetings have been exchanged. Nine-tailed sky fox? Future demon emperor, right? Well, it's decided. The next binding target, I'll pick you. Jiang Che, who was in the middle of eating, had a movement that made him happy in his heart. I didn't expect to actually get a target suitable for binding from Nangong Luo. This nine-tailed sky fox was a future demon emperor. Her talent definitely went without saying. If she could be bound, then Jiang Che would have 3 elders under his command. Chapter 20 Fong Yuan, damn it. Humans actually mastered such a powerful magic weapon. Clear water. Now, it was already the 3rd day after Jiang Che and Nangong Luo left the zoo. The mist of blood in the air had completely dissipated in the face of the chaotic situation. The official government had long reacted by mobilizing a large number of troops to enter the major cities. launching a brutal suppression of the rampaging beasts in the hope of stabilizing the situation as quickly as possible. Nowadays, from time to time, fierce gunfire rings out within the city, occasionally mixed with loud explosions. That's the army clearing out the ferocious beasts hiding everywhere. In the past 2 days, under the military's methodical advancement, many ferocious beasts had already died under the military's guns. Shimizu City People's Sports Center. This is where the military's temporary command is set up today. Command room. The conference table was surrounded by people. All of these people, one by one, dressed in dark green military uniforms, with upright posture and resolute and serious faces, looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the first place in unison. The middle-aged man was not strong, but his body exuded an indomitable strength. His face was full of vicissitudes, and he had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to be able to see into the hearts of people. Battalion Commander Zhang, are there any soldiers still alive in the 103rd Platoon? The middle-aged man's face remained unchanged as he asked in a slightly cold tone. Reporting to the regimental commander, 103rd Platoon, is all dead. To his left, a darker-skinned man rose instantly, clenching his fists and speaking in a hard tone. Although the other people sitting there had known the result for a long time, they still couldn't stop the anger in their hearts after hearing it, and their faces became more and more gloomy. Is that black tiger still in there? The regimental commander's face was extremely ugly, suppressing his anger as he slowly asked. Yes, Chief. Our drones have been circling above the zoo, tracking and monitoring this black tiger in all directions. It can't run away at all. After Battalion Commander Zhang finished speaking, he picked up the remote control on the table and turned the multimedia on, revealing the real-time transmission of the drone on the screen in front of him. The camera quickly zoomed in on a corner of the zoo, where an extremely large black tiger was seen nibbling on a giant wolf that was more than 2 meters tall. According to the relevant information and specific investigation, this black tiger was originally one of the animals in the Clearwater Zoo, but its strength far exceeds that of normal ferocious beasts, constantly hunting other ferocious beasts, and is extremely vicious, and this is extremely cunning and fast. My battalion's 108th platoon just entered the zoo. It is by this guy's sneak attack, resulting in total annihilation. Battalion Commander Zhang stared at the black tiger in the video, his eyes full of hatred. This black tiger is ferocious and dangerous. Once we let it out of the zoo, the consequences will be unimaginable. Regimental Commander, I suggest deploying heavy weapons to remove this first. Someone on the right-hand side suggested. Chief, I also think that we should kill this black tiger as early as possible. Otherwise it will definitely be a scourge if we let it stay in the city. Battalion Commander Zhang chimed in. Good. Our warriors can't die in vain. Today we will skin this black tiger to sacrifice the souls of our warriors. The regiment commander directly clapped his hands and turned to Battalion Commander Zhang. Battalion Commander Zhang, your battalion will be the main attacker this time. Yes. Meanwhile, the Clearwater Zoo. Fang Yuan was gnawing on the giant wolf, and a piece of flesh was torn off, causing the area around the tiger's mouth to be stained with blood, making it look extremely horrifying. He's quite a bit bigger than he was a few days ago. A pair of tiger eyes full of malice. The dark and incomparable tiger body exuded an extremely horrifying aura, together with the rich ferocious aura outside the body. At this moment Fang Yuan was like a devil tiger coming out from the endless purgatory. After eating all of the giant wolves, Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the dead silent park. His heart couldn't help but agonize. The ferocious beasts here have almost been eaten up by this demon lord, so the next blood meal can only be found outside? Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. After all, without the supply of blood food, the progress of the heaven-swallowing demon cannon would slow down again, and he would never allow this to happen. There shouldn't be any risk outside either. The humans here are too weak to hurt this demon lord. Thinking of the group of people who had barged in earlier, Fang Yuan was disdainful in his heart. Just then, buzz, a strange sound came from far away, fuller and louder. 5 helicopters were flying in a herringbone formation, coming toward the zoo from a distance. Afterwards, it seemed to have discovered Fang Yuan and directly leaned over this way. And outside the zoo, in the distance on the Grand Boulevard, 12 military armored vehicles approached, followed by a military truck. The armored vehicles were imposing, lined up, surrounding the entire road outside the zoo, their thick machine gun ports moving slowly and in unison in the direction of the zoo. Military trucks were parked at the back, and teams of soldiers got out of the trucks, lined up, and, at the word of command, rushed into the park with rocket-propelled grenades, mortars, and heavy machine guns. Guided by the helicopter above, it slowly leaned towards where Fang Yuan was. What are these things? Surprisingly, they can fly? Could it be some kind of magic treasure? Looking at the helicopter overhead, Fang Yuan's mind became puzzled. These humans have come to die again. Immediately afterward, Fang Yuan saw the military warriors that appeared in sight and mocked in his heart. These humans were really too weak for him to look at as blood food, and it was really hard for Fang Yuan to take care of them. But these humans kept provoking him, so he could only devour them. Attack! With the intercom, a cold command came, and the military instantly opened fire. Whoosh! 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 Above the sky, the nests of the 5 helicopters erupted with intense flames, and a single rocket instantly flew out, emitting a terrifying wind-whistling sound in the air as it flew towards Fang Yuan. Immediately after that, a rocket launcher was fired, and the mortar even fired countless shells, all targeting Fang Yuan. Boom! Fang Yuan had originally not thought much of these iron lumps, but it wasn't until the first rocket exploded beside him that he realized how exaggerated the power was. No good. In a flash of lightning, Fang Yuan was startled and exerted his natural ability, transforming into a black shadow and flashing towards the nearby woods. Boom boom boom. The other attacks had already arrived. The explosions were incessant and resounding, and the flames were sky-high, turning the location Fang Yuan was in into a sea of fire. A huge shockwave with countless broken pieces swept through the 4 directions with a shocking power. Even Fang Yuan, a giant tiger, was thrown out by the blast and fell into the nearby woods. Roar! Fang Yuan screamed miserably and struggled to get up from the ground, looking extremely wretched. It was seen that its black fur was scorched black, the right side of its body was bloody, and a large number of wounds were still retaining blood, and suddenly there was a grunt in its throat, and a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Damn it! Humans actually wield such powerful magic treasures. Hurry up and leave, this place can't stay. Fang Yuan cursed angrily in his heart, his tiger eyes filled with resentment. Afterward, enduring the severe pain, he exerted the power of extreme speed with all his might, transforming into a black shadow and quickly escaping with the help of the dense woods. And at this moment, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo finally arrived at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Chapter 21. Not bad. The penis is back in full force. The Great Green Mountain in front of him, with its peaks and mountains, ancient trees and lush greenery, was blanketed in a layer of mist, as if an ancient fierce beast was hibernating. And that between the mountains, a green-colored giant mountain like a crane, like a chicken general, towering straight into the sky. Magnificent, majestic, from afar looks like a penetrate the sea of clouds of the sky pillar. Nangon Luo looked at the large green mountain in front of him, and relevant memories surged in his mind. In his previous life, a brown bear had obtained a thunder spirit fruit tree right here, eventually awakening the power of thunder and shining ever since. When fighting against the enemy, he would strike with thunder and lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended into the world, so powerful that he was eventually honored as Thunder Roar. And she came here, naturally, to intercept the other party's chance. As long as she obtained this thunder spirit fruit tree, she would also be able to awaken the power of thunder, and while her strength would increase, her means of dealing with the enemy would also be enriched. This big green mountain is the beginning of her rise. Thinking about this, a trace of longing flashed in Nangon Luo's eyes as he stepped forward. Seeing Nangon Luo's movements, Jiang Che followed behind, and the 2 tigers slowly entered the Great Green Mountain range, surrounded by tall trees, dense, very lush. The sun can only squeeze through the dense branches and leaves gaps, very weak. A wisp of cold mist between the forest is like a green veil, making the whole forest more dim. The rich smell of blood, and the tragic screams that came from time to time in the dimness, all reminded the 2 tigers that this place was full of killing opportunities and extremely dangerous. As Nangon Luo and Jiang Che advanced, their gazes were vigilantly surveying the surroundings to prevent any sudden attacks from ferocious beasts. Clearwater. Residents who have been hiding in their homes have received a text notification from the military on their cell phones in unison. Residents of Clearwater City, the military hereby issues a warning that due to the escape of the ferocious beast, the Black Devil Tiger, who is nowhere to be found. This ferocious beast is extremely ferocious and hates human beings, so please don't go out at will during this period of time. Black Demon Tiger. A black tiger of enormous size. If anyone finds relevant clues, please inform the military as soon as possible. As soon as this information came out, the residents who were originally forced to stay at home became uneasy in their minds, and some of them even hurled abuses. After all, that one ferocious beast tiger, roaming around the city, who is not afraid, even hiding in the house is not safe. Who knows if the other party will be hungry? Randomly pick a neighborhood, go in and have a full meal. Just as the downtown area is on edge over the disappearance of the military, the culprit had long since disappeared out of the city and into the mountains outside the suburbs. Vomit. Fang Yuan had just bitten a giantized boar to death when he suddenly stumbled and took a few steps back. His throat shrugged, and he spat out another ball of blood. Damn it! How could these weak humans be in control of such a terrifying magic treasure? Wait, this demon monarch will definitely retaliate back. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, holding a great grudge against these humans. However, this time had also allowed him to see the means of the humans, creating scorn in his heart, so he didn't intend to strike until he was absolutely sure. After all, if he hadn't run fast this time, I'm afraid he would have been directly blown up by the other party's magic treasure. Although he was lucky not to die, his injuries were extremely serious nowadays, and once he moved too much, he would spit out blood. That is, his flesh is stronger, can still hold on. If this is put on the ordinary beasts, at this moment is estimated to have long been dead. Afterward, not daring to delay, Fang Yuan began to devour the blood and flesh of the ferocious beast boar in large mouthfuls, and as gusts of red light surged out from within his body, the wounds on his body began to slowly wriggle. The blood that was still spilling out gradually stopped, and the injury was getting better with the naked eye. It's a good thing that the heaven-swallowing demon cannon has heaven-defying abilities and the ability to heal injuries. Otherwise this demon monarch would have had to wait for death. After seeing that the wound was also no longer bleeding, Fang Yuan's heart eased a breath. Finally his life was saved. By the time Fang Yuan had devoured the blood and flesh of the ferocious beast boar, the pain in his body had subsided significantly, and his wounds were no longer bleeding. However, the wounds on the body were still there and showed no signs of healing. Obviously, one ferocious beast boar was not enough for Fang Yuan to fully recover from his injuries. One head isn't enough, so just kill a few more. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed ferocity as he laughed in his heart. Right now, he could be described as a tiger returning to the mountains and forests, and all these ferocious beasts would be his blood food. Jie, if I can't defeat those damned humans, I can't defeat you little beasts? Next, Fang Yuan began to launch a frantic hunt in this mountain forest. One ferocious beast died tragically under his tiger's mouth, and was continuously devoured by him, running the heaven-swallowing devil cannon, which he used to recover from his own injuries. The effect of devouring more and more ferocious beasts was also obvious, as the wounds on Fang Yuan's body first continued to wriggle, squeezing out the weapon fragments trapped in the muscles one by one. The flesh buds on either side of the wound then began to stretch and wiggle, connecting with each other and merging into one until the wound finally healed, leaving only a light red scar on the skin. In the end, even the original burnt hair grew out of the tiger's skin, making the dark fur cover the whole body once again, and the hide became oily and shiny again. Fang Yuan was finally considered fully recovered. Roar! Finally recovered. Fang Yuan stood on top of a piece of green mountain and let out a long whistle to the sky, a hint of joy flashing through his tiger eyes. But right at this moment, an extremely rich fragrance reached the tip of his nose, causing Fang Yuan to freeze. This aroma? It seems to be a spirit fruit ripening? Fang Yuan immediately looked towards the ravine that was to the west of him, and sure enough, he realized that the aura around him was surging towards there, which was clearly a sign of a spirit coming out of the world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this demon lord to be so lucky. Just after recovering from my injuries, I came across a spirit fruit ripening. Inwardly in ecstasy, Fang Yuan jumped off the green stone and rushed towards the tree-covered ravine. We can't let the other ferocious beasts get the jump on us. Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast, as if it was a black lightning bolt, weaving through the forest. In the middle of the ravine was a lush bamboo forest. Fang Yuan followed the aroma and quickly found where the spirit fruit was. Right away, a large open space appeared in the bamboo forest in front of him, and an emerald green jade bamboo grew in the middle of it. Jade bamboo was not tall, only more than 2 people high, thumb thick, branches, verdant bamboo leaves, hiding 3 turquoise crystal fruit. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to rush over, first gulping down the 3 fruits, and then even eating them and taking them with him, kenning the entire jade bamboo. He quickly closed his eyes and operated the heaven-swallowing demon cannon. The raging aura surged within Fang Yuan's body, being rapidly transformed by the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, continuously strengthening Fang Yuan's physical body. Not a moment later, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with essence, and the aura of his body rose with it. Even his body size had grown slightly. The great green mountains, inside a valley full of cypress trees, due to the fact that they had been rushing for 3 days, coupled with the fact that they had experienced some killing, Jiang Che and Nangang Luo were prepared to recuperate here again. On the trunk of a fallen cypress tree, Nangang Luo lay on his back, his eyes closed in a false sleep. Suddenly, the eyes of Jiang Che, who was originally lying asleep on the pile of dead leaves below, suddenly woke up. Chapter 22, Nangang Luo, my big brother is invincible. Ding! Detected Fang Yuan's strength breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 times the feedback. With the arrival of the system beep, a warm current surged into his body, strengthening Jiang Che's physical body. Instantly, as if he had taken a large tonic, Jiang Che's size once again skyrocketed by a circle, taller than the unusual 2 levels. and the aura on his body skyrocketed. Rolling over and sitting up, Jiang Che directly pulled out the attribute panel to take a look. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Grade, 16. Ability, Vajra Claw. Bound targets, Nangong Luo. Fong Yuan. Level 16. Another level up. Jiang Che was delighted in his heart, and in his mind, he couldn't help but praise the second oldest a few times. Not bad. The dick is starting to kick in. Never ga. Work hard. Big brother looks after you. Jiang Che was still very relieved about Fong Yuan's safety. This guy, Lao Er, is cunning by nature, and he doesn't die so easily. No also didn't know how many trials and tribulations he had gone through to become a demon monarch, so he was surely an undefeatable little strong man. It seemed that his earlier decision to put his penis out to pasture hadn't been wrong. Big brother seems to have gotten stronger again. Nangong Luo rested for a moment, turned his head and found Jiang Che who was still beside him. His heart warmed. But soon she noticed the change in the other party's aura and speculated in her mind. This talent of Big Brother is really too high. If he doesn't fall, it's highly likely that he'll be promoted to Demon Emperor in the future. Nangong Luo marveled in his heart, knowing that her big brother had been following her around all this time. She knew very well that the other party had not eaten any spiritual substances or had no cultivation techniques to assist them. Although he slept every day, this breakthrough speed was surprisingly fast. Even Nangong Luo had to be convinced. Demon Emperor? That's just my bound target. As long as I don't GA, sooner or later I'll be able to become a Demon Emperor, or even override a Demon Emperor. Hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che secretly thought, after all, there are feedback systems in place. As long as Nangong Luo and Fong Yuan could keep getting stronger, he himself could keep getting stronger. A few moments later, under Nangong Luo's leadership, the two tigers continued to walk towards the interior of the Great Green Mountain. On the way, they also encountered quite a few ferocious beasts, basically without Jiang Che's help. All of them were killed by Nangong Luo who was walking in front of them, until the two tigers went over two peaks and into a pine forest, where they encountered a brown bear that was leaning its back against a boulder, scratching. This bear's size was a few circles larger than Nangong Luo, huge and incomparable, like an armored tank, covered with a thick layer of fur. From a distance it looked like a large fur ball. Seeing Nangong Luo, the brown bear first froze, then quickly reacted, and in an instant, a pair of eyes flooded with a ferocious light, staring wistfully at Nangong Luo. Immediately afterward, it saw Jiang Che walking behind Nangong Luo, and was so frightened that the bear's body trembled, its bile ruptured, and it turned around to run. Roar! Unfortunately, the brown bear wanted to run, but Nangong Luo didn't want to let the other party go, roared angrily, and directly rushed up. Ouch! For Nangong Luo's behavior, the brown bear was also enraged, directly throwing his fear behind him, roaring back to counterattack. Boom! 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 The two behemoths collided with each other in the forest, their bodies moving quickly as they went back and forth, knocking large swaths of pine trees around them and breaking them apart. Jiang Che watched the battle from the sidelines, soon realized that the brown bear was powerful, strong flesh. Nangong Luo coped with it. It was hard to break the defense, not to mention that the strength was not comparable to the other party. Seeing Nangong Luo, after being knocked back a few feet by the other party's palm, he roared angrily and quickly struck out blades of golden light that attacked the other party. But the brown bear's natural ability should be related to the physical body, and the light blade struck the opponent's body, surprisingly making a metallic clash sound, not breaking through the defense at all. Although Nangong Luo had been exercising for half a year, but after all, he had started from a tiger cub, his body had not developed well, and he still could not compare to the physique of these adult beasts, and after the blood mist baptism, he was naturally inferior. There had been a few battles before where the strength of the ferocious beasts encountered was similar to that of Nangong Luo, and she had relied on her rich battle experience to defeat the opponent. Seeing that Nangong Luo was about to be unable to support himself, Jiang Che instantly moved. His huge body rushed out, and the entire earth rumbled. Ouch! The brown bear reacted, seeing Jiang Che's terrifying body rushing towards him, and was so scared that his liver was in a state of shock that he only had time to let out a shriek. Boom! A huge tiger's palm descended from the sky, just like heaven's punishment falling, and the ground shook greatly. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and smoke and dust swept up from the earth. When the smoke cleared, a large pit unexpectedly appeared on the ground. That brown bear is now lying in the pit, skull cracked, bleeding from the 7 orifices, no longer alive. Even the original wide body, at the moment also flattened by the beating, looks very miserable. Jiang Che's strike was a second. Nangong Luo was shocked. The brown bear, that was unbeatable just now and fought with himself, was so dead. Returning to his senses, Nangon Luo couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. Luckily, this time there is a big brother. If Big Brother didn't follow with his own strength, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to seize the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. And even if he got it by chance, he would probably have to pay a great price. After killing the brown bear, the two tigers continued to walk towards the interior of the Great Green Mountain, and from time to time, they would meet some powerful ferocious beasts. The spotted tiger that was even bigger than Nangon Luo, the crimson snake that was more than 10 meters long, the giant wild boar group and so on. Except for some that directly escaped, all the others were directly killed by Zhang Che in seconds. It wasn't until the two tigers drove deep into the Great Green Mountain, in the middle of a dense forest, that they were stopped by three 3-meter-tall strong green wolves. The three green wolves stood in a fan-shaped battle stance, their gazes fixed dead on them, revealing their fangs, with nothing but coldness and bloodlust in their eyes. Nangon Luo secretly said something bad in his heart. Wolves were pack animals, and since three green wolves appeared in front of them, it meant that the other green wolves were most likely in the vicinity as well, and these three wolves were here to test them. She inclined her head toward the dense forest to her left and right, and sure enough, she found quite a few pairs of icy eyes staring at them in the dimness. Nangon Luo was about to signal his boss and himself to retreat. Roar! Zhang Che had already rushed out, performing the Golden Light Claw, a long sword-like golden claw that instantly tore apart the three green wolves in front of him. The three green wolves were directly turned into broken corpses, their bones and flesh flying, exploding into a mist of blood that filled the air. Ow! The deaths of their companions inspired the ferocity of the wolves. Howling angrily and with crimson eyes, they rushed towards Zhang Che. In an instant, the green wolves that rushed out from the dense forest exceeded 40, and it could be seen that the size of this wolf pack was extremely large. Zhang Che wasn't the least bit afraid, and directly began his slaughter mode, slicing up all the green wolves that rushed up with his pair of adamantine claws. With Zhang Che's physical strength nowadays, as long as these green wolves were touched by him, they would basically both die from injuries, not to mention that they had also used their Vajra claws at this moment. Nangon Luo looked at this domineering and incomparable might of his big brother, and for a moment he was dumbfounded, with only one thought in his psyche: Big Brother is so invincible. Chapter 23. Everything is fine. Just don't think about letting Big Brother be your ride. In a matter of minutes, a kill was declared. In the middle of the dense forest, a vacant land appeared. The trees there had all broken and fallen to the ground. The earth was blood red, broken wooden branches, and the remnants of green wolves were scattered among them, and the thick smell of blood permeated the entire dense forest. In the midst of this pool of mutilated corpses and blood, there stood a tall, majestic, blood-stained giant tiger. Zhang Che shook his body, and his mottled tiger fur swung in the air, throwing out all the stained wolf blood on it. Roar! Walking out of the battlefield, he found that Nangon Luo's pair of tiger pupils were wide open and froze out of his mind, looking like he was stunned by his battle power. Zhang Che felt amused, then lightly roared a reminder. After Nangon Luo reacted, he looked deeply at Zhang Che. Her own big brother's true strength was like a bottomless pit. Whenever she thought that the other party had reached her limit, she always ended up being surprised again. The battle ended and the two tigers left the dense forest to continue searching for the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. On top of a mountain, Nangon Luo was running the spirit-seeking mysterious art, and within a pair of tiger pupils, there was a mysterious purple aura shining faintly, probing everything around him. There's no spiritual power fluctuation. It seems like the Thunder Spirit fruit tree shouldn't be in this area. Nangon Luo was helpless in his heart. They had been searching this area for a long time, but unfortunately there was no harvest at all. In his previous life, Nangon Luo had only heard that the Thunder Spirit fruit tree came from the depths of the Great Green Mountain. As for the exact location, the chances have been gotten by others, so she didn't bother to check. So much so, that now the two of them had to search area by area. Time-consuming and laborious. These mountains were not found, so Nangon Luo could only lead Zhang Che and continue to rush towards the other areas. A ravine. Boom! A huge black shadow madly rushed in, sending Nangon Luo violently flying, and that golden tiger body fell straight down on the mountainside. Nangon Luo let out a cry of pain. Although he wasn't injured, his originally golden fur took up dirt, and he really looked a bit lousy. The attacker was a huge black pig that was 4 meters tall and as wide as a small car. The two sharp tusks in its mouth were glowing with a dark and eerie light, and its gaze was extremely vicious. And around the black giant pig, there were 5 other black giant pigs that were one size smaller, and right now they were surrounding Nangon Luo. They were seen stomping backward with their hind feet, mud splattering, their huge bodies sinking slightly, their fangs pointing forward as they rushed towards Nangon Luo in unison. Roar! Climbing up in an instant, Nangon Luo was not willing to show weakness and roared at the enemy below, his eyes full of alertness, His body was flooded with golden light, coalescing into a 1-meter-long golden blade of light, ready to strike. Suddenly, a tiger's roar that resounded throughout the entire ravine echoed. Jiang Chei's huge body was like a huge mountain, charging straight over, instantly pressing a giant black pig underneath him, and a tiger's mouth that looked like an abyss instantly bit down. Ouch! Originally, the giant pig that was still arrogant, a pair of pig eyes widened, full of horror, and only had time to scream in shock. The water tank-sized head was torn down in its entirety, and a fountain of blood was immediately sprayed out from the neck. Jiang Chei flung the pig's head in his mouth out and executed the Vajra claw. His figure instantly moved. A large amount of golden blade light slashed around. The other black giant pigs screamed miserably. Their blood and flesh flew around and they were killed on the spot. Licking the blood around his mouth, Jiang Chei took a step towards Nangong Luo. Roar! Although Nangong Luo wasn't injured, Jiang Chei still couldn't help it and let out a light roar, scolding her. This old sister of his family was really too strong. Every time she encountered a ferocious beast, she directly had to go up and kill it. Sometimes Jiang Chei wanted to make the first move, and she still stopped and didn't allow it. Although Nangong Luo was strong, he wasn't able to defeat his opponents every time, especially when facing a group of ferocious beasts surrounding him. These black giant pigs, if they were single, Nangong Luo would still have an easier time, but when the number was high, he couldn't handle it. Doing the math, that's the third time he stepped in to relieve himself. Roar! Nangong Luo understood Jiang Chei's meaning. He was just in a somewhat low mood and dealt with it perfunctorily. After experiencing a few battles, Nangong Luo had already perceived how ridiculous his previous thoughts of intercepting all the opportunities were. With her current strength, if she didn't have her big brother to help her, I'm afraid that she would have fallen in this great green mountain before she could find the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. Fortunately, in this life there is a powerful big brother at the side. Intercepting all kinds of opportunities is also considered to have the possibility of realization, but also has a great hope to promote the Demon Emperor. In his previous life, Big Brother most likely fell by accident, and in this life, this emperor must not let this tragic event happen. Once he thought of having his big brother around, Nangong Luo was in a much better mood and regained his vigor and determination in his heart. Afterward, Nangong Luo lightly roared at Jiang Chei, and with a brisk pace, walked towards the outside of the ravine. The oldest is quite self-aware. As long as you don't think about making Big Brother a mount, everything is fine. Jiang Chei laughed lightly in his heart as his limbs moved, following behind Nangong Luo. It's just the Demon Emperor. Big Brother will definitely help you break through. With the system tenfold feedback in place, Jiang Chei was helping himself by helping Nangong Luo. If Nangong Luo was promoted to Demon Emperor, what realm should he himself be at that time? The Demon Saint? A demon god? Just like that, Jiang Chei and Nangong Luo searched the Great Green Mountain for most of the day. Finally, Nangong Luo's eyes shifted as he excitedly looked towards a mountain not far away. What a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. It must be the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. Meanwhile, not far from the peak, the mountain peak was reddish in color, with sparse vegetation, and there were several reddish-skinned, gigantic and incomparable ancient pines growing sporadically on the mountainside, all of which were as thick as 7 people's arms, sticking straight up into the sky, and were even taller than the mountain peak. The reddish hill, no other trees and flowers, barren reddish ground, alone grows at 2 feet high, shaped like an ancient pine silver fruit tree. The silvery branches curved and coiled in a staggered pattern, the needles gleaming silver, and on each of the 3 main branches hung a silver spherical fruit. The basketball-sized fruit, with its scaly rind glowing with electricity, was surrounded by a glowing purple power of thunder. Around the Thunder Spirit fruit tree, there were already several powerful ferocious beasts surrounding it. A white wolf king with flames all over his body, more than 3 meters tall, stood on top of a piece of red-colored rock, with a pair of cruel and bloodthirsty eyes, looking around at the other ferocious beasts present. A giant eagle with golden plumes stood on the branches of a sky-high ancient pine, its entire body surrounded by golden aura, containing a tiny golden feather shadow, and at this moment, its sharp eagle eyes were staring at the Thunder Spirit fruit tree in death. Not far away, there was also a huge tiger. This tiger was yellow all over, with an earth-colored light attached to its body, and its eyes were full of greed. The last is a giant bear, among several beasts the largest size, the strongest breath, but the position is the farthest from the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. A pair of bear eyes very dynamic, looks cunning and treacherous. These ferocious beasts were considered one of the top hunters even before the aura recovery, and after the blood mist baptism, they were even more powerful and exceptionally ferocious. At the moment, they were all waiting for the Thunder Spirit fruit to ripen. Chapter 24. Well, I actually know to share one with Big Brother. It really is the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. In the dense forest of a mountain peak to the side, Nangon Luo's gaze was dead set on the red-colored mountain not far away, and his heart was very pleasantly surprised. It took so long, but finally it was found. It does look extraordinary. No wonder old 3 rushed over to intercept it. Jiang Che looked at the thunder spirit fruit tree that was glowing with electricity, as if it was cast in silver, and praised it in his heart. However, at this moment, the thunder spirit fruit tree was not yet ripe, so Nangon Luo was not in a hurry to run over to it. Instead, he surveyed the few ferocious beasts that stood around, his gaze flickering. The strength of these several ferocious beasts should all have reached the first rank. If it was just me coming over alone, I'm afraid I'd have to pay a great price if I wanted to get my hands on them. It's a good thing that Big Brother followed me this time. With Big Brother's strength, these few ferocious beasts are not enough to worry about at all. According to the memory of the previous life, the realm of ferocious beasts is divided into a total of 9 orders. The 7th order after the 6th order, also known as the King's Realm. This realm ferocious beasts can be called the Beast King or the Demon King. The 8th order is the Royal Realm, which can be called the Demon Emperor. And the 9th order is the Emperor Realm, which is the realm of the Demon Emperor. A huge portion of the ferocious beasts that had just undergone the blood mist baptism had not reached the first rank, and those that had reached the first rank would awaken their natural abilities. The few ferocious beasts in front of him were considered extraordinary. All of them had already reached the mid-first stage. Nangon Luo's own cultivation was only at the late first stage. As for Big Brother's cultivation, because Big Brother had killed all the first-ranked ferocious beasts in seconds along the way, Nangon Luo guessed that he had probably already reached the second-ranked. Time passes slowly. Suddenly, the silver light on the thunder spirit fruit tree blossomed, and a silver halo emanated from its branches, needles and leaves, and that silver light was surprisingly bright, shooting up into the sky, haloing the clouds, and instantly the entire sky was sprinkled with silver light, even suppressing the sun in the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, the clouds churned, the clouds shifted, the winds suddenly rose, and a dark cloud began to converge, and the dark clouds pressed horizontally above the mountain, and thunder jumped in the clouds, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Gradually, the thunder in the sky became more and more intense, and the dark clouds transformed into a huge vortex, with purple thunder traveling in the vortex and accumulating. Boom! As a blinding flash of light illuminated the heavens and the earth, a loud thunderclap resounded in the sky, and a massive purple thunder pillar roared down from the vortex, landing on the thunder spirit fruit tree. Thunder leaped, purple light swept through the surrounding mountains, densely packed thunder wires constantly intertwined, traveling through the thunder spirit fruit tree torso. Electricity flashed, emitting a nuisance sound. With the help of heaven and earth's thunder, the thunder spirit fruit tree finally began to mature. It was seen that its original silver-colored torso gradually transformed towards purple, turning into a purple jade ancient pine, and the raging thunder filaments surged along the branches and trunks towards the 3 thunder spirit fruits. Crackle! The thunder spirit fruit directly shook and slowly matured under the nourishment of countless thunder filaments surrounding it, turning into a purple fruit with thunder light leaping from its skin, emitting a layer of purple halo. As the fruit ripened, the thunder above the sky dissipated, and the sunlight that had been covered once again spread down. Looking at the thunder spirit fruit that shone with purple spiritual light and emitted a strong fragrance, the 4 ferocious beasts' eyes flickered with greed. Then, they all looked at their rivals, a fierce aura filling their bodies, their eyes filled with primal killing intent. Roar! The giant yellow tiger let out a long roar, intimidating the other 3 ferocious beasts. Fresh! The golden divine eagle chirped, fearless, spreading its golden wings and about to pounce towards the giant tiger. The flames on the white wolf king's body increased even more. The blazing flames wrapped around his entire body as he charged directly towards the thunder spirit fruit tree. Puffing, the golden eagle's golden wings vibrated. Its body swept over at great speed, and the golden aura on its body coalesced into 3 golden plumes, which were only palm length, but were extremely sharp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment he saw the golden divine eagle swept past the mountain, the 3 plumes transformed into 3 streaks of golden light and shot towards the wildly running white wolf. The white wolf king's movement of running forward was stalled. His body was flickering, quickly dodging the 3 golden plumes' attacks, and with a furious roar, the flames on his body rose sharply, transforming into a huge crimson fire whip. Phew! The long flame whip spread in the air and lashed towards the golden divine eagle in the sky, swinging out a wind-whistling sound. Facing the danger, the golden divine eagle made a sudden turn in the air, thrillingly passing sideways with the long flame whip in the air. Newbie, the golden divine eagle, with a pair of eagle eyes staring at the wolf king in death, let out an angry chirping sound, and its 2 huge golden feathered wings continuously vibrated in the air, rolling away gusts of wind. The figure quickly swooped down, and the 2 thick eagle claws stretched out, glistening with a sharp luster. and grabbed fiercely towards the White Wolf King. The Golden Divine Eagle was incredibly fast, and by the time the White Wolf King wanted to call back the flame long whip, the other party had already arrived in close proximity. In a flash of lightning, two golden sharp claws slashed through the White Wolf King's back, and the snow-white fur was instantly torn open, causing several long wounds. The wound went from the White Wolf King's chest position, all the way to his waist, deep enough to be seen in the bone, and in just a few breaths, several fountains of blood erupted from the wound. Ow! The White Wolf King let out a miserable scream, furious at the Golden Divine Eagle. His eyes, which were originally still clear, had already turned red, and his breath exploded with full force. The fire whip attached to his body. The firelight snapped on, instantly splitting into 6 arm-thick slender fire whips, flames roaring and sparks flying. The 6 slender fire whips stirred in the air. The firelight flared, attacking the Golden Divine Eagle that kept swooping down. The Golden Divine Eagle didn't give up. The golden figure flexibly transformed in the air, constantly dodging, but it was still being smacked by the fire whips. Bump! The fire whip lashed at the Golden Divine Eagle's chest, and with a tremendous force, it directly jerked it out, and the Divine Eagle let out a cry of pain, frantically vibrating its wings in the air to stabilize its form. At this moment, one of its chests was sunken, bloody and charred, and its golden beak was constantly dripping blood. However, the Golden Divine Eagle that had suffered a heavy blow did not give up, and with fierce eyes, it condensed 3 golden plumes and swooped down towards the Wolf King once again. The two ferocious beasts frantically fighting each other also happened in a matter of moments. That giant yellow tiger seized the opportunity and was about to charge towards the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. Looking close to the Thunder Spirit fruit, roar! The distant giant bear's eyes narrowed slightly, glowing with divine light, and suddenly roared, slowly running towards the yellow tiger with a fierce and extremely ferocious momentum. The yellow tiger was affected and could only turn around to return the attack, the earth yellow aura on his body instantly solidifying into an earth yellow rock armor that wrapped around his entire body. Roar! After an explosive tiger roar, he charged towards the giant bear, but before the yellow tiger got close, the giant bear suddenly stopped, his eyes revealing a sense of smugness, his wide bare paw glowing with yellow light, and he slapped at the ground. Boom! A huge pillar of rock broke through the ground, directly toppling the extremely fast and wildly running yellow tiger. Knock! Although yellow tiger was protected by his rock armor and was not seriously traumatized, falling down just like that still made him dizzy. Staggering to his feet, the yellow tiger shook his head and came to his senses, his gaze full of killing intent, stretching out his sharp tiger claws, his body flashed, transforming into a yellow light and pouncing on the giant bear. Unfortunately, before he could rush out far, Huang Hu was again toppled out by a rock pillar and landed heavily on the ground. The giant bear that stood still. This was eyes full of mockery. Is this the thunderous roar of a former life? Nangan Luo looked at the giant bear that was teasing the yellow tiger and said in his heart, the strength displayed by this giant bear was already close to the late first stage. Not only was the other party the strongest of these 4 ferocious beasts, but they were also very intelligent. He didn't choose to engage in a life and death struggle with Huang Hu and expose his full strength. Instead, he was thinking of stalling for time. It must be thinking that after the White Wolf and the Divine Eagle split the victory and defeat, it would strike in an instant, reaping the benefits while also eliminating the possibility of the 3 beasts combining their efforts to fight against it. Shortly after, the Wolf King and the Divine Eagles were indeed all heavily injured. The Wolf King was lying on the ground, gasping for air, his body undulating, and his back had a wound with a strip of fur flaring out, and blood was flowing, coloring his body red. There was even a long bloody gash across its face from the eye socket, and the eyeball had dried up, making the eye socket seem like a bloody hole. The Divine Eagle also landed at this moment, its entire body scorched black, its chest bloody, its right wing drooping, a white broken bone stabbing out of its flesh, its mouth emitting a guttural wail. After seeing the miserable state of the 2 beasts, the giant bear's eyes lit up, and it no longer pretended. Directly using its full strength, several sharp rock cones stabbed out from the ground, directly toppling the rock armor that the yellow tiger relied on, breaking open several bull-sized bloody holes in its abdomen. The yellow tiger fell to the ground, a gurgling scream emanating from its mouth as the intense pain coming from its abdomen caused it to convulse on the ground. The giant bear howled in excitement and no longer cared about Huang Hu, striding towards the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. And right at this moment, Jiang Che and Nangan Luo, who had already secretly leaned over a moment ago, struck out. Roar! Jiang Che directly leaped out. His body was huge but incredibly fast, and in 3 or 2 steps, he rushed to the side of the giant bear. The moment he overwhelmed it, without giving the other party a chance to react, the golden light claws fiercely pierced into the back of his head, easily piercing through his skull and obliterating the giant bear's vitality. Instantly, the giant bear's body trembled, shaking uncontrollably for a few moments before going limp. Nangon Luo had already run to the Thunder Spirit fruit tree and was about to pluck the Thunder Spirit fruit. Whoosh! A golden plume flew in. The three ferocious beasts, the white wolf, the divine eagle and the yellow tiger, dragged their remnants and launched an attack. Nangon Luo dodged the plume, turned around and attacked back. The golden light on his body bloomed. A golden light blade more than a meter long shot out. The light flashed. The wolf king who rushed in the front was divided into two. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. While sending out the golden light blade, Nangon Luo rushed towards the divine eagle, repeatedly jumping horizontally on the ground a few times to avoid the flying golden plumes, and his huge tiger body pounced it to the ground, his sharp tiger teeth piercing through the bird's neck, and tearing the eagle's head off with great effort. Swish! The golden blade of light flew backward and killed the slowest yellow tiger. Since then, all four ferocious beasts had died here. The two tigers slowly walked to the Thunder Spirit fruit tree. Jiang Che took a few steps backward, roared softly, and gestured at Nangon Luo. He didn't intend to eat the Thunder Spirit fruits, preparing to give them all to Nangon Luo to enhance his strength. Big Brother actually gave me all of them to eat? No, if I didn't have Big Brother this time, there's no way I could have gotten the Thunder Spirit fruit so easily. And awakening the power of thunder only requires one Thunder Spirit fruit. Afterward, Nangon Luo pulled off a Thunder Spirit fruit and pushed it towards Jiang Che. For me? Not bad, not bad. You actually know to take the initiative to share something with Big Brother. Jiang Che was first stunned, then his heart cheered up. Chapter 25 Awakening the Power of Thunder. The demon monarch who was guarding the area. Awakening the power of thunder only requires one Thunder Spirit fruit? Hearing the heart's voice, Jiang Che was first a bit surprised, then he was also elated. Now you have something to eat yourself. Let's not talk about the Thunder Spirit fruit's effects. Just its very existence as a spirit fruit made Jiang Che crave for it. That scent. He hadn't tasted a spirit fruit since the recovery of the aura, and the taste of a spirit fruit could only be imagined. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't refuse Nangon Luo's good intentions. In one bite, he swallowed the Thunder Spirit fruit in front of him. It's like eating grapes in a previous life, chewing them twice in your mouth and swallowing them. Cool with a hint of sweetness. Boom! After the Thunder Spirit fruit entered his stomach, the energy instantly exploded. Countless streams of purple lightning plasma churned within his body. Purple light flashed, and a trace of thunder power continuously leaped, traveling throughout the tiger's body, carrying the power of destruction and creation for transformation. Time is gradually passing. Every cell within the tiger's body was destroyed and reborn under the quenching of the power of thunder, constantly rotating, and eventually the cells underwent metamorphosis and gained rebirth, emitting a faint violet light and containing a weak power of thunder within. In the outside world, all of the glistening hair on Jiang Che's body exploded as if it were a spiky ball, with wisps of electricity pulsing through it, and thunder gathering around his body like a being born from thunder and lightning. A pair of tiger eyes even had thunder shining in them, emitting a mysterious purple light that made people not dare to look directly at them. Jiang Che only felt his body tingling and blazing, as if he had been electrocuted. Half a quarter of an hour later, it's finally over. Jiang Che took a long breath. It was really hard just now. The tingling sensation all over his body caused him to have a hard time controlling his body. Tilting his head to look at Nangon Luo, he realized that the other party was just like himself, frozen straight there, with lightning constantly pulsing from his body. The oldest swallowed it later than himself, so it looks like it's not over yet. Jiang Che stopped paying attention and stretched first, his whole body crackling with bones, instantly comfortable. After readapting his body, Jiang Che pulled open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Grade, 16. Bound targets, Nangon Luo. Fong Yuan. Natural abilities, Vajra Claws. Thunder Mastery. Thunder Control? Is that the name of the awakened thunder power? Just the name alone sounds much better than Adamantium Claws. I think that Thunder Roar had also awakened this natural ability. Jiang Che was delighted in his heart. Thunder Control. This look is a good hand at driving thunder and lightning. In his previous life, since that Thunder Roar was able to rely on Thunder Mastery to rise quickly, it showed that the potential of this natural ability was definitely not small. The future holds great promise. Unable to resist in his mind, he began to try it out. Wanted to see how powerful this Thunder Mastery was. Snap! With a movement of his mind, the cells of his entire body lightly trembled, and wisps of thunder power surged out from within his body, continuously converging at the top of Jiang Che's head, transforming into a fist-sized purple-black thunderball. The thunderball shot out. Boom! The boulder in the distance directly exploded, and debris splattered and dust dispersed. Good. This is amazingly powerful. Jiang Che was excited. This was as powerful as a cannonball. Now he finally had a means of attacking from afar. Although his current cultivation level was high, what he relied on when fighting, besides his strong physical body, was also left with the natural ability Vajra Claw, both of which could only attack in close quarters. This thunder mastery sort of made up for his combat deficiencies, just as Jiang Che was caught up in excitement. On the other side, Nangon Luo also recovered from his awakening. The lightning that leapt from his body transformed into a faint thunder, which flashed and instantly split on the ground 100 meters away. Boom! Thunder flashed on the ground, erupting in blinding white light. At this moment, it was seen that above the ground, a curved charred black crack was appearing, which was smoking. The crack was about 2 fingers wide, 1 zhan long, and the depth was even more unpredictable. The power of this thunder is not bad. Wait until you take other thunder attribute heavenly materials in the future. It can continue to be enhanced. Nangon Luo's eyes brightened slightly, his heart delighted. After skilling in thunder control, Jiang Che's excitement gradually receded, and he suddenly felt hungry as hell. Looking at the 4 ferocious beast corpses on the ground. Eat. It's a pity that Lao Er isn't here, or else if he ate all these ferocious beasts, his strength should be able to increase quite a bit. I don't know what happened to Lao Er now. Don't ever ga. Jiang Che chewed on the giant leg and kept chanting in his mind. Suburbs of Shimizu City. Within a tall mountain forest, the trees were thick and covered the sunlight, making the woodland extremely dim and eerie. Gusts of cold wind passed through the forest, sounding like ghosts crying and howling. On a dirt slope in the forest, a crimson vine was entangled in a small tree. The vine leaves were crimson like jade, extremely conspicuous, and on the branch of the vine that stretched out, an egg-sized crimson fruit was hanging. The red fruits emanated a ruddy glow, and that ripe aroma filled the forest. It didn't take long for a huge green deer to be attracted to the area, poking its head out from under the trees not far away. A pair of eyes were very vigilant. It stretched out its nose and sniffed. Its eyes suddenly changed. As if it had discovered something, its body tensed up and its gaze couldn't help but observe the surroundings. After a long time, it seemed that no abnormality was found, and only then did that green deer step out and carefully lean towards the red fruit elixir, surveying the surroundings as he walked. Making sure it was okay, Green Deer quickened his pace and approached the red fruit on the mound, wanting to devour it. Roar! Suddenly, a huge black shadow killed its way out of the gloom. Straight away, Green Deer pounced on the ground, showing a pair of greedy and ferocious tiger faces. It was Fang Yuan who had ambushed him. The green deer was horrified, struggling continuously on the ground, gurgling shrieks coming out of its mouth, and tears streaming from its wide-open eyes. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's body was as heavy as Tarzan, pressing Qing Deer underneath him to death, and he could not break free at all. Fool, it's your honor to be this demon lord's blood meal. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart, not even caring about the wailing of the green deer. He directly tore open the other party's neck and savored the sweet blood. The green deer let out a miserable scream. His body violently vibrated, but soon his limbs went limp, his eyes dimmed, and he was already lifeless. After swallowing the green deer cleanly, Fang Yuan began to fiddle with the dirt on the ground, covering all the blood that had splattered before and suppressing the bloody odor. This method is really good. Looking at the battlefield that had been cleared, Fang Yuan thought triumphantly in his heart. This elixir had long been discovered by him, only he didn't eat it, instead using it as bait to attract other ferocious beasts over. This would save him the trouble of running all over the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. This green deer was already the 10th ferocious beast he had killed. At this rate of swallowing, the first layer of his heaven-swallowing demon cannon would soon be practiced. I don't know where the oldest and the third have run off to. I hope you two are still alive and well. Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a ghostly light, and a sneer ran through his heart. Chapter 26 The Next Chance, the Bodhi Sacred Tree. The Great Green Mountains. Between the pine forests, a clear stream flows through, gurgling with water, as if it were nature's music. By the stream, there were 2 huge figures perched on the edge of the stream. It was Jiang Che and Nangon Luo who were drinking water with their heads bowed. Moo! Just then, a roar came from the taller bushes in the distance, and the branches of the bushes shifted, being constantly lined up to either side. Jiang Che and Nangon Luo were instantly alerted and stood up, staring dead on at the swaying bushes. In a few moments, a large bison stepped out of the bushes. This bison, with its 2 horns facing high into the sky, gnarled muscles all over its body, and hooves like pillars, looked extremely ferocious. The instant he saw Jiang Che's 2 tigers, the bison's strides instantly came to a halt, and those large, round eyes opened wide, filled with shock. Obviously did not anticipate how his own family just wanted a drink of water and how he ran into a tiger's mouth. Moo! The bison gave a cry of alarm and, on all fours, turned his heavy body, about to burrow into the brushwood. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Faced with the prey that was delivered. Roar! Nangon Luo let out a long whistle. His entire body's thunder light leaping, a purple thunder instantly striking out. Boom! The thunder landed on the bison. And after an explosion, the heavy and huge body of the bison was directly blown out. Knock! The bison's rump was blown open with a wound the size of a faceplate, dripping with blood and black paste, and its entire body trembled continuously on the ground. This thunder power is really good. With my current strength, I'm afraid that no one is my opponent under the second-ranked ferocious beasts. A single strike that heavily injured the bison. Nangon Luo was extremely satisfied, his eyes narrowing in excitement. Brother Nyo traveled well. There's no one else with your luck. Jiang Che looked at the bison that was about to be chopped to death and sighed in his heart. This cow brother is kind of banging his head against the wall. This Empress sister of his had just awakened the power of thunder. Just like a child getting a new toy. She was playing with it, and when she saw something new and strange, she had to try her hand at it with the power of thunder to become skillful and proficient. Just how long has it been? Just by her hands. There are 3 giant trees, 2 ferocious beast squirrels, a group of sparrows, and a ferocious beast boar. Can't do the math. Brother Ox, let me see you off for the last time. With compassion in his eyes, Jiang Che gulped and jumped across the creek towards the dying bison. Jiang Che's movements naturally caught Nangon Luo's attention as well. Oh yeah, and big brother. Looking at Jiang Che's back and remembering the other party's strength, all of a sudden Nangon Luo's excitement collected quite a bit. To be able to advance to the second stage in the first few days of the aura recovery was simply unheard of in his previous life, and his elder brother's strength was the strongest in the world. Although she was good nowadays, her strength was far inferior compared to her big brother. Nowadays, with big brother around, you can almost walk sideways. Nangon Luo's heart was a little more pleased when he turned to think about it. Now, she was no longer rejecting her rebirth as a tiger, and her heart had completely accepted this big brother who treated her extremely well. Still, it's not advisable to clash head-on with humans for the time being. Having been a human in his previous life, Nangon Luo was naturally clear about the power that humans possessed. At the beginning of the aura recovery, it could be said that man was strong and beasts were weak. First order, second order ferocious beasts are still unable to face up to the large-scale thermal weapons of humans, and once they face the human clearing, they will definitely die and suffer heavy casualties. It is also only when it reaches the third stage and can condense a spiritual barrier that it can fight against humans and even harden itself against the baptism of guns and charge into the crowd and kill in a big way. The third stage will be able to withstand human thermal weapons? At that time, I'm afraid that the beasts and humans will change shape, and humans will only be able to defend their cities, and the wilderness will become a paradise for the beasts. Hearing Nangon Luo's heartfelt voice, Jiang Che had a guess in his heart. The Great Green Mountain chance had already been obtained, and at this moment, Nangon Luo also began to think about the next chance. This opportunity needed to be one that was appropriate for her immediate situation and one that would provide her with a boost. But nowadays, many heavenly materials and treasures were just taking shape and were not yet ready to come out, so they were not very useful to her. Right, the Bodhi sacred tree. How could I forget about it? The spirit plant, the Bodhi sacred tree, was considered a supreme treasure of cultivation and was extremely rare. Not only does it have the effect of gathering spirits, which can create an area into a holy place for cultivation, but the Bodhi fruit it produces also has the effect of increasing wisdom, improving enlightenment for a short period of time, and cleansing the soul. In his previous life, this Bodhi sacred tree was obtained by the Vajra demon emperor, causing the other party to quickly rise from a tiny macaque to a generation of demon emperor. With this precious tree, the other party created the Bodhi mountain, a holy place of cultivation, and gathered all the monkeys to form the monkey clan, the royal clan of this future demon race, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. War Department. Inside a wide conference room, there was a long conference table in the center, while on each side there was a row of tables, and at the moment the seats were filled with people, all of them looking serious and the atmosphere was tense. At the head of the long table sat an old man in a Zhongshan suit, with a resolute face and deep, imposing eyes. The others were all in uniform and silent. This meeting is in response to the blood mist mutation. Dean Lin, let's begin. The old man at the head of the table said to the svelte middle-aged man on his right. Yes, Chief. Dean Lin, who was in military uniform, nodded and stood up, saying to the people seated with a serious face, after our research, we found that the blood mist contains a mysterious energy that can have a strengthening effect on living beings, causing them to evolve. We have temporarily named this energy as aura, and the evolutionary effect of aura. The stronger the physique of the living beings, the more obvious the performance, especially those beasts whose physique is already extremely strong. Their strength after evolution is even more leaps. As we all know, We humans are not physically superior. If we let them keep evolving like this, the status of the human race is bound to be in jeopardy. At this point another officer raised his hand and wanted to speak. Go ahead. Dean Lin nodded, signaling. Dean Lin, even if these beasts evolve again, they are still flesh and blood, and can't resist human guns. The officer stood up and challenged. Feeling that Dean Lin's words were somewhat alarmist, the gazes of the others also looked at Dean Lin at the same time, and many of them had the same question. Everyone look at this first. Dean Lin's face didn't change as he casually released a video. On the screen in front of them, the very scene of Fong Yuan escaping from the gunfire was playing. He saw that the black tiger's whole body was bloodied and battered, deeply wounded, but it still looked alive and well, and in the end, it even escaped. This, the officer who had just spoken was surprised. The others did not speak out of turn due to the discipline of the meeting, but their faces were all astonished. Everyone can see it. Today is still the early stage of evolution. This black tiger temporarily can't resist the damage of artillery, but with the passage of time, let the other side continue to evolve point by point. In the end, I'm afraid that the guns and cannons can't even make it hit hard. Dean Lin sighed, his heart filled with worry about the future. The crowd was silent. The matter was very difficult. Dean Lin, I wonder what can be done to resolve this. The chief frowned and asked, Chief, there is no too good a solution, but I propose to first capture some ferocious beasts that haven't grown up yet and study them. Perhaps we can find a way to deal with them. Dean Lin said with a bitter smile. Chapter 27, Hunting Order, the Black Demon Tiger must be killed. Imperial Capital. In the midst of the War Department meeting, Dean Lin's proposal was passed. Immediately afterward, a military order was instantly circulated to all military regions. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom military began to move, and a troop began to gather and run to the 4 directions. Shimizu City. A green military vehicle traveling above the avenue. A glance cannot be seen, like a long green dragon, wandering in the city. On the sides of the military vehicles, all of them were hung with the banner of Purge the Beasts, Protect the People, fluttering in the wind, and the bright red flags were extremely eye-catching. The whole convoy was imposing and majestic, driving out of the city in a great hurry and heading for the surrounding mountains. Since the downtown area was basically cleared of ferocious beasts, after realizing that there was no danger, many of the bold residents in the downtown area had already begun their normal activities. Today, such a big battle by the military naturally triggered the attention of the residents of the city, and some of the good people even took the photos that were taken and passed them to the city forum. Soon there were many people speaking on it. The military is out in force, clearing out the ferocious beasts. I saw it too. The military convoys are all out of the city. I guess they might have gone to clear the ferocious beasts on the outskirts. With such a big formation, can this ferocious beast still turn over the sky? There are even more ferocious beasts outside of the city. If you want to clear them out, you're bound to have to put forth a great deal of effort, or else you'll be in trouble if you let these ferocious beasts run into the downtown area. Don't worry everyone. No matter how powerful these ferocious beasts are, they are still flesh and blood. Can they still carry the rain of bullets? It's estimated that it won't take long to clear out the ferocious beasts outside the city. Fierce beasts aren't stupid. They can run away too. Just like that black demon tiger. Didn't they not find it? Suburbia. The gloomy forest was filled with a sickening smell of blood, and the ground was piled up with dense skeletons of ferocious beasts, with remnants of blood and flesh still on the morose white surface, which was dark red in color. All around, there is a faint dark red light scattered. Darker light. The center of the pile of bones has a huge black tiger coiled, extremely vicious. A glance, make people fearful, as if the next second will pounce. Fong Yuan closed his eyes tightly, his body enveloped in a layer of bloodlight that continuously flowed outside his body, his breath slowly rising. Boom! A few moments later, he saw Fong Yuan's tiger body shaking, his breath skyrocketing, and the red light outside his body flourished, illuminating the entire forest extremely brightly. Roar! A demonic tiger that was nearly 5 meters tall and filled with a ferocious aura roared up to the sky, its roar resounding throughout the mountain forest, startling large swaths of birds and sparrows. Ha 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 ha! This demon monarch has finally cultivated the first layer of the heaven-swallowing demon cannon. Feeling his greatly increased strength, Fong Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. The heaven-swallowing devil cannon is a supreme devil skill, with infinite wonderful uses. Swallowing blood food and accelerating the speed of cultivation is only the most basic. It is the early stage of the skill. Entering the middle and late stages, even the 7 emotions and the laws of the world could be devoured. When one cultivates to the highest level, the power is even more astounding. Using a world as sustenance and devouring the world's essence for one's own use. Now that Fong Yuan had cultivated the first layer, in addition to the accelerated transformation speed of the blood food, He was also able to swallow dead things such as spirit minerals and spirit gold, transforming each other's characteristics for his own use. If I can swallow enough spirit gold spirit ore, this demon monarch's physical body is bound to be strengthened drastically, and at that time, even the magic treasures in the hands of humans won't be able to defeat this demon monarch. Feng Yuan laughed in his heart, just as Feng Yuan was fantasizing. Bang! 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 A gunshot rang out through the mountains. Humans again! Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly changed, glowing with a cold light, his heart raging with killing intent. That's a familiar voice to him. The last time he had been seriously injured by a human, a number of people had shot him with this type of magic weapon. Surprisingly, they've all chased you here. Today this demon lord will let you have no return. Feng Yuan had a great hatred in his heart. Then he crouched down, stepped on the ground and leaned towards the place where the gunshot rang out. In the dark, dense forest. Bang! 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 The muzzle of the gun lit up and the bullet discharged. An armed squad chased a calf-sized dog badger and kept pulling the trigger. A bullet swept in. A few blood flowers sprang up on the dog badger's gray body, and after a miserable cry, he rolled to the ground and kept struggling. Damn! Run again this time. How not to run? Bang! 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 One of the squad cursed under his breath as he peppered the dog badger with several shots. The dog badger's body was splattered with blood, and his body, which was still struggling, suddenly became immobile. Alright, don't lean over to prevent the ferocious beasts from rising up and injuring people. Seeing the other side trying to lean over, someone in the group gave a word of caution. Captain, don't worry. These even stronger. Not still flesh and blood. A few shots down. Elephants have to die. Let alone this dog badger. Oblivious, he walked over and kicked the dog badger's corpse several times. The dog badger was motionless and unresponsive. Oh, look, you guys, it's all dead through, the man said with a disdainful smile. Roar! Just at this moment, a huge black shadow rushed out from the forest and pounced on him. A huge tiger's mouth, directly biting him to death. The fierce might and evil fury rushed to the sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Not good. It's the black demon tiger. Attack, 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 quick attack. Bang! 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 A dozen lances instantly spat fire, and the bullets were like rain, striking towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's tiger body slightly crouched, roaring angrily at the front, directly transforming into a black shadow, constantly flickering in the field, carrying a lingering killing opportunity. Ah! It's here! Ah! Bang! 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 Damn it! Bang! 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 Send an alert for help. For a moment, screams of agony mingled with the rush of gunfire. Each scream represented the death of a warrior. In just a few breaths of effort, the originally noisy battlefield once again returned to quiet. Feng Yuan revealed his form, looked at the piece of mutilated corpses in front of him, licked the blood on the edge of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Buzz off! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the distant sky, and several helicopter gunships approached quickly. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he thought of the last time he was bombarded with the figure of this kind of magic treasure. This thing is powerful and can also fly. It is not yet it can resist at this moment. Taking a deep look at the sky, Feng Yuan no longer hesitated and decisively turned around, transforming into a black shadow and fading into the mountains and forests. Not long after Feng Yuan left, buzz off! 4 helicopters circled overhead, slowly lowering their altitude. Beep! Squad B302. Report position. Beep! Squad B302. Squad B302. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond. After several consecutive unresponses, the fighters in the helicopter quickly rigged down and searched in groups of 4, relying on their locators, at their approximate locations. The search team finally found the location of the B302 squad, but unfortunately what met their eyes was only a field of mutilated corpses. It didn't take long for the military to discover the murderer, the Black Demon Tiger. From the recorders on the fallen soldiers, the military was furious at this ferocious and cunning Black Devil Tiger. A direct order for a national manhunt was issued. Chapter 28. In this life I am the beast, and humans are the alien race. The Great Green Mountains. Deep in the depths there was a tall mountain peak that was turquoise in color and dense with clouds. At the top of the peak, a golden figure stood on a brown boulder. Nangong Luo's demeanor was focused, his tiger's mouth slightly open, running his cultivation technique, constantly gulping in the outside world's spiritual chi. Under the sunlight, God's handsome body, gleaming and glowing, emitted a circle of golden halo. After the recovery of the aura of heaven and earth is not evenly distributed. Generally speaking, the high mountains and the abyss of the rare place, the aura is more dense, but also more suitable for cultivation. The Great Green Mountain in the entire Dragon Country, although not ranked, but also counted as a place of spiritual beauty, The aura compared to the outside world is quite dense. Otherwise, where is the bottom of the breeding out of the thunder spirit fruit tree, such a spiritual plant? And the place where Nangon Luo stood, this mountain peak, was the aura hub of the entire Great Green Mountain Range, the place where the aura was the most dense. In the past 2 days, apart from practicing the power of thunder, Nangon Luo spent all the rest of his time on cultivation, and after finding this spiritual peak, he hadn't gone down the mountain. Big Brother had long ago been at the second rank, so naturally he couldn't be left too far behind by the other party. Roar! At that moment, a roar came. Big Brother is back? Nangon Luo immediately stopped his cultivation and turned to look. Jiang Che was seen standing not far away, the hairs around his mouth stained with blood, and a hunted black giant pig was lying on the ground. This black giant pig was exactly the prey that Jiang Che had brought her. Roar! Nangon Luo responded cheerfully, jumping down from the boulder and quickly running over, started gnawing at the giant black pig. In the past few days, Nangon Luo was busy cultivating. The food basically relied on Jiang Che to hunt and kill and then send it over. And sometimes Jiang Che would even send spiritual fruits. For did Jiang Che's all-out effort to take care of him, Nangon Luo was naturally very touched. So in terms of his attitude, he was getting closer and closer to this big brother. Little sister, Big Brother is not even sleeping lazily anymore, running east and west just to help you go looking for food and cultivation resources. So you have to fight for it. Discovering that Nangon Luo's aura had grown slightly again, Jiang Che sighed a sigh in his heart. His purpose was also very simple. It was to let Nangon Luo cultivate with all her heart and strength to break through earlier, and also for himself to be able to go further. Since he had been reincarnated as a ferocious beast and his identity had been determined, then even if Jiang Che was no longer willing, sooner or later, he would have to face off against a human, available to use his own flesh and blood to fight against human firearms. Jiang Che was apprehensive since, fortunately, he had previously learned from Nangon Luo that the third-order aura shield was able to withstand gunfire. So Fang Yuan had gotten on board. The heart is uplifted, intending to help Nangon Luo raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. The faster the opponent broke through, the shorter the time it would take for him to advance to the third rank. By the time he advanced to the third rank, the threat of human firearms to Jiang Che would become smaller and smaller. At that time, even if he faced an incoming missile attack, as long as Jiang Che wasn't pinpointed, with his own speed, there wasn't much danger. Buzz off! Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices in the sky. Nangon Luo and Jiang Che looked upwards at the same time. In the distant sky, there were 7 helicopters that were flying towards Daqing Mountain. It's human! Nangon Luo's gaze flickered, and his tiger body involuntarily tightened. It seems that humans have already started purging the ferocious beasts hiding in the mountains. It seems that it's a few days earlier than in the previous life? Nangon Luo suddenly recalled this matter, and the sense of crisis in his heart increased greatly. In his previous life, it was also during this time that mankind launched a nationwide purge in order to suppress the evolution of the ferocious beasts and remove the threat of the ferocious beasts. The entire Dragon Kingdom military is out in full force. The next period of time will be a nightmare for the Fierce Beast clan, as the human military will slaughter the beasts with the help of thermal weapons. Although this matter will be the rise of the ferocious beasts temporarily interrupted, so the killing continues. The two sides are naturally a blood feud. Those ferocious beasts that escaped were fearful of the humans, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with resentment. As far as she knew, in the previous life of the demon race, a number of demon emperors were the survivors of this catastrophe, and had always been extremely hateful to humans, wanting to overthrow the human race, and now she is one of the ferocious beasts. Since she had become a ferocious beast, Nangon Luo didn't have the luxury of being able to coexist peacefully with humans, and from the time she had resolved to re-emerge, she had already cut off the idea of being close to humans. She understood that being a ferocious beast trying to establish a friendly relationship with humans was an extremely dangerous thing to do, because in the face of ferocious beasts, human beings have always followed the idea that if they are not of my kind, their hearts will be different. This little sister sees things thoroughly. A character who was able to become an empress in her previous life really wouldn't be naive in this matter. Hearing Nangon Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che nodded in his heart, recognizing his point of view. Since I'm a beast in this life, humans are foreigners. I won't kill humans at will, but if they come running to mess with me, then don't blame me for not being polite. Jiang Che's gaze was firm as he spoke to himself in his heart. The outskirts of the Great Green Mountains, the 7 helicopters spread out in the air, slowly dropping in altitude and fanning out to hover in the air as a large number of soldiers were roped down from the helicopters. The soldiers were heavily armed, some with long rifles in their hands, others carrying rocket-propelled grenades, and some carrying cases with mortars, forming 7 teams of 20 men each. They turned into 7 long snakes and advanced toward the Great Green Mountain. 7 helicopters took off close behind, adorning the rear, giving the team guidance through specially designed radar, and a nest of rockets stood ready to fire from underneath their fuselages. Bang! 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 Ow! It didn't take long before bursts of gunfire rang out in the mountains and forests, followed by the mournful screams of ferocious beasts. The 7 teams, like 7 gods of death, spewed out fiery snakes from their hands, harvesting the lives of the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Ow! At the bottom of the hillside, a giantized black pig with bullet holes all over its body and blood scattered all over the ground, its eyes red, rushed towards the team in front of it. Attack! Bang! 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 Ow! The oncoming rain of bullets staggered the giant black pig, but at this moment, the giant black pig went crazy and desperately charged towards the team again. Bazooka ready! Release! Someone in the group ordered. Boom! At once, 3 rockets were shot out and exploded on the giantized black pig, erupting in blinding flames and heat waves. After the smoke and dust cleared, the giantized boar fell to the ground. Half of its body was blown to pieces, and blood and flesh splattered all over the place. As the military team advanced, the scope of the killings expanded, and the screams of a large number of ferocious beasts caused the ferocious beasts of the Great Green Mountain to begin to flee in all directions. Boo! Slapping a panicked green wolf to pieces with one palm, Jiang Che's face was grim. These humans were already heading deeper into the Great Green Mountains, getting closer to where they were. This is not a place to stay for long. Roar! At this moment, Nangon Luo lightly roared at Jiang Che, signaling the other party to follow and walk towards the other side of the Great Green Mountain. Nangon Luo also decided to leave the Great Green Mountain. Nowadays, they hadn't grown up enough to make the mistake of going up against the humans. Anyway, the Thunder Spirit fruit had already arrived, so there was no point in staying here any longer. Next, it was time to capture the Bodhi Sacred Tree. Chapter 29, Ancient Fae. Bye-bye Penis. Clear water. Inside the military command center, a huge screen hung above. A red dot of light is moving on the screen. Numerous officers below, their eyes looked at the point of light in unison. The black demon tiger, extremely cunning and with an ability to accelerate, has escaped our encirclement several times. Boo! One of the officers, hammering his fist on the table, said with indignation. With the tracker in place, no matter how cunning it is, it will never be able to escape our army's eyes. Another officer, next to him, said in a cold voice, ever since the discovery of the black demon tiger's reappearance, the Qingshui city military had launched a carpet search for its location. After the revival of Aura, the mountains and forests in the outskirts of the countryside changed greatly, similar to the primitive forest, which was unfavorable for the troops to unfold, but helped the ferocious beasts to hide. This black demon tiger was relying on the cover of the thin forest trees, and under the cover of the night, it broke through several times. However, the military was not without results. They took the opportunity to punch a tracker into the black demon tiger during the engagement, able to locate the opponent's position at all times. Chief, the black demon tiger will soon escape from our city and enter the boundaries of Day City. At that moment, an officer looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table and voiced a reminder. Let the fighters pull back first. There's no need to chase them anymore. Immediately notify the Day City military and pass over the black demon tiger's information so that they can take over. The officer's brow furrowed slightly, and after a long moment of silence, he ordered. In the silent wilderness, 2 huge figures traveled through the mountains, forests, grasses and trees, hidden from view. At this time, a pair of huge eyes from the forest leaves exposed, eyes with a strong oppression and intimidation. With the arm-thick branches have issued a click sound. A fierce beast from the forest squeezed out, revealing a huge figure. It was a huge mottled tiger with a body size of more than 2 feet tall and a yellowish-black color. And following in the rear was a 10-foot-tall, heavenly golden, divinely handsome giant tiger. It was none other than Jiang Che and Nangon Luo. At this moment, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo had long since left the Great Green Mountain. They traveled through remote, uninhabited wilderness, avoiding human clearance forces. After 2 days and 2 nights of running, they had left the city of Qingshui and entered another city in Su province. After walking for such a long time, their bodies couldn't take it even if they were ferocious beasts, and they were ready to stop at the not-so-high mountain peaks ahead and rest for a while. Just as I walked up the hill, I saw a 3-meter-tall gray creature nibbling on blades of grass under a tree, making strange grunting noises from its mouth. Aang! Aang! The gray creature was shaped like a horse, but with a large head and long ears, covered in thick, not very nice hair, and looked clumsy. Is this a donkey? Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up, and his heart was filled with joy. Such a coincidence. He happened to be hungry, and a ferocious beast rushed to his door. In a flash of lightning, Jiang Che violently rushed out. Ah ah ah! The commotion of the two tigers' arrival also startled the gray donkey. The moment he turned his head and saw Jiang Che, the gray donkey's eyes widened as it let out a fearful cry and spread its legs to run down the mountain. Unfortunately, it's too late. Fast as a bolt of lightning, in the blink of an eye, boom! Jiang Che's huge body pounced on him and instantly ended his opponent's life. The broken gray donkey's eyes were wide open, and it was creepy with fear in his eyes. Biting the gray donkey's neck, Jiang Che brought it to Nangang Luo's side and gestured to it. Nangang Luo was also not polite and followed Jiang Che as he started eating. In a few moments, the gray donkey was eaten down to a white skeleton, emitting a fishy smell. Jiang Che and Nangang Luo lay down on the ground and faked a nap, their thick tails gently swaying as they enjoyed a cozy rest after their meal. Bang! 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 But just then, there was a rush of gunfire from down the hill. Jiang Che and Nangang Luo instantly woke up and stood up alertly. Could it be that the human military ran here to clear out the ferocious beasts? Could it be coming towards the two of us? Nangang Luo's gaze froze, and there was some worry in his heart. Jiang Che and Nangang Luo exchanged glances and simultaneously leaned toward the mountain. At the bottom of the hill sits a small town. The sign above the avenue read 3 large letters, Snake King Town. The town is small and looks rather run down, but there is a great sense of life. Jiang Che had just arrived at the town's entrance, and had a strong fishy odor that rushed straight to his nostrils, instantly sneezing a few times. This flavor, Jiang Che's heart stirred. This town? Snake King Town? Could this be the birthplace of the bloodthirsty Snake King? Nangang Luo's tiger eyes flashed, and by the name of this town and the fishy odor at the tip of his nose, he had a guess in his heart. Bloodthirsty Snake King, bloodthirsty and good at killing. It is an ancient fae with an extraordinary bloodline. At the beginning of the aura recovery in his previous life, an extremely famous demon king. This bloodthirsty demon king was the one that rose up in a town called Snake King Town. Snake King is a town that specializes in farming and slaughtering snakes as the basis of its economy. With farming, slaughtering, and selling in a single chain. And every household is a member of this industry chain. In his previous life, most of the residents of this Snake King town had died at the hands of the bloodthirsty Snake King. The nation was horrified when it happened. Is the town's ferocious beast the bloodthirsty Snake King? Listening to the intense gunfire coming from the town, Nangang Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself in his heart. Following the sound of gunshots, the two tigers walked toward the town, and all the way there, they surprisingly didn't find a single living person, except for the corpses full of miserable deaths. Good thing that shot was still ringing out as the two tigers continued to go deeper, and on the other side of town, hiss, hiss, countless mutated giant snakes swam out from all directions, opening their mouths and letting out bursts of hissing noises, frantically attacking the townspeople who had fled to this place. Some of the townspeople were directly rolled up by some giant snakes and swallowed into their bellies, and some were even torn by several giant snakes, their bodies instantly divided into several pieces. The entire town was strewn with mutilated corpses, bloody, and filled with terrified shouts and mournful screams, and not far away, an army of several hundred men, relying on improvised positions, was launching an attack on the snakes. They wanted to go and rescue the townspeople, but they were blocked to death by the snakes. Those mutated giant snakes were densely packed, constantly converging on the avenue, intertwining with each other, their eyes showing a devouring ferocious light, transforming into a raging tide of snakes, surging towards the position. Hundreds of rifles spewed fire and shot a dense barrage of bullets. Bang! 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 At once, many mutated giant snakes exploded with flowers of blood on their bodies, curling up in pain and gradually ceasing to move. The projectiles rained down. A large number of mutated giant snakes were killed. The ground was all covered in giant snake remnants, and the wave of snakes couldn't advance at all. But with such a battle performance, the faces of the fighters on the position not only did not have the slightest joy, but were extremely grave. Right in the middle of the snake tide, there was a giant snake that was over 15 meters in size and covered in blood-colored scales. In the face of the rain of projectiles, this red-scaled giant snake was only knocked backward continuously, but its body was actually unharmed. The scales of this snake were extremely hard, and bullets sparked when they hit its body. Damn, can't hit this at all without heavy firepower. Good good good, I'll blow up this even if I throw a grenade. An officer in the position cursed angrily. Chapter 30, Lao Air. Long time no see. Have you missed Big Brother? Grand River City. Military Command. The seats were full at the moment. According to the data given by the Clearwater City side, has the location been determined? At the head of the table, a middle-aged officer with half-white hair asked with a grim expression. It has been determined that this Black Devil Tiger is currently staying near Snake King Town in Lingshui County, where the 3rd Battalion's 8th Company is in charge. Want to? Someone got up to respond. Forget it, it's better not to scare the snakes. This black demon tiger is very cunning. We need to learn from the lessons of the Qingshui city military. Like this. Send drones to monitor it first, and then we need time to mobilize our troops and surround it. So we can't let this black demon tiger get away again. The middle-aged officer pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Yes. At this moment, Snake King Town. Hiss. Witnessing the tragic death of a large swath of mutated giant snakes, the bloodthirsty Snake King was incomparably furious and hissed, no longer hiding amongst the snakes. Instead, his entire body was taut, as if it was a steel cable, instantly rushing towards the position in front of him. Attack! Throw grenades! Throw grenades! In an instant, the originally scattered projectiles quickly coalesced and shot in unison at the bloodthirsty Snake King, and a round grenade was thrown down into the sky. Dang! A large number of bullets struck on top of the crimson snake scales, and immediately sparks flew everywhere, emitting a burst of crisp collision sounds, and the bloodthirsty Snake King's impacting figure lurched, and his body kept on backing up his legs. Boom boom boom! Immediately after a dozen grenades body bloodthirsty Snake King side burst, the explosion sound deafening, blinding fire instantly bloodthirsty giant snake drowned. At once, a scream came from the firelight, and the bloodthirsty Snake King violently rushed out. Several wounds appeared on top of the snake's body, drenched in blood and bloody, and the scales, along with large swathes of flesh and blood, were blown away, leaving behind an ugly pit of blood. Even the red scales, which were originally still shining brightly, were now pitch black and looked wretched. Roar! The bloodthirsty Snake King's eyes were as crimson as blood, and he let out a roar up to the sky, and then he saw a flash of bloodlight on his body, and the snake's mouth opened, spewing out a bizarre mist of blood towards the position. The blood mist spread rapidly, and soon a pale blood mist enveloped the entire position. Afterwards, the wave of snakes behind him, led by the bloodthirsty Snake King, once again charged towards the position. Attack! Attack! Knock these back! In the next moment, a large number of bullets flew out, killing a large number of mutant giant snakes intended for the area, and a grenade burst out, clearing an area. Boom boom boom! But just as the battle was more scorching, the army side suddenly became chaotic, and the barrage that had been able to suppress the wave of snakes instantly stagnated. Squad leader, my gun doesn't work. Not good. This blood mist is corrosive. My body itches. This blood mist is haunted. Everyone be careful. Ah! In an instant, the bloodthirsty giant serpent's wide body moved, leaning in quickly, its lower body taut as an iron cable, directly sweeping the vehicles that made up the position out of the way. The army and the wave of snakes instantly made short work of each other. All of a sudden, there were gunshots, explosions and screams amidst the blood spray. Retreat! Retreat! The army could not hold out at all, and with heavy death and injury, leaving 30 or 40 corpses behind, they had no choice but to quit the town, and the snake-tide side was no better. Facing the grenade and gun strikes from the humans, the mutant giant snakes were killed and wounded, and the snake-tide became thinned out. Even the bloodthirsty Snake King was also quite injured, covered in wounds from the grenade. His body was densely covered with a pit of blood that had been blown out of his body. Rolls of snake blood continued to gush out from the wounds. Sprawled on the ground, his breath shriveled up. Not far from the battlefield, Fong Yuan prostrated himself in a corner, revealing a vicious tiger face as he looked towards the bloodthirsty Snake King that was not lightly injured, revealing a greedy gaze. If this demon monarch can swallow this stupid snake, his strength is bound to increase greatly, at least as much as if I were to eat 10 ordinary ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's body shrunk back, and then with the help of the surrounding buildings, his black figure was like lightning, constantly flashing and changing position, and getting closer and closer to that bloodthirsty giant snake, until he stopped in an alley. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo were about to leave after watching the action. Suddenly, Jiang Che keenly sensed something. There was a lurch in the tiger's stride. What a familiar scent! Jiang Che's tiger eyes brightened slightly. The bloodthirsty Snake King, who had suffered a heavy blow, was being guarded by the group of mutant giant snakes in the center of the room, and it saw that one mutant giant snake, with a corpse in its mouth, was sent to it. The bloodthirsty Snake King took one bite at a time and swallowed all of these human corpses, and as it fed, the stream of blood that gushed out from the wounds was slowly becoming smaller, and the buds of flesh began to wriggle, and the wounds were clearly on the verge of healing. Hiss! As if the pain coming from his wounds had lessened, the bloodthirsty Snake King raised his body and let out a hiss of pain. Roar! It was also at this moment that a giant tiger roared angrily and scurried out from the alley, transforming into a black shadow and leaping violently. Fong Yuan's body flew in the air, and his 4 tiger claws clasped the upper half of the bloodthirsty Snake King in death, biting down on the other party's neck and pulling it down. Knock! The 2 behemoths fell down. Sizzle! Fong Yuan's sharp tiger teeth were like divine weapons, vicious and cruel, directly tearing off half of the bloodthirsty Snake King's neck. Large swathes of snake blood were thrown out, dripping with blood and flesh, deadly pressing down on the bloodthirsty Snake King. Fong Yuan's tiger's mouth, which looked like a black hole, once again bit down, this time completely snapping the bloodthirsty Snake King's neck. The intense pain caused the bloodthirsty Snake King to let out a frantic hissing sound as it continued to struggle on the ground. Before dying, the lower half of his body rolled quickly towards Fong Yuan, but unfortunately, when he flew in mid-air, he was powerless and limp. The snake's head hung low to the ground, and the luster in his pupils dimmed instantly. From Fong Yuan's sneak attack to the bloodthirsty Snake King's death, it happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the surrounding mutant giant snakes reacted, the bloodthirsty Snake King had already been killed, leaving only Fong Yuan standing in the center, snake blood dripping from his mouth, exuding a biting killing aura. The death of the Snake King caused the snakes to instantly riot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mutant giant snakes around them let out angry hisses and attacked Fong Yuan like a madman. Roar! Fong Yuan's face was scornful as his tiger body rushed out and launched into a killing spree. Seeing the ferocious devil tiger on the field, it kept charging and killing, waving its sharp tiger claws, pumping its tiger tail like a steel whip, turning into a black shadow, tearing and pumping away an incoming mutant giant snake, continuously harvesting lives. In the end, on the entire battlefield, the broken snake corpses piled up like mountains, the blood flowed into rivers, and the bloody gas rushed to the sky, and there was no longer a single living creature except for Fong Yuan. Roar! Bathed in snake blood, Fong Yuan, who had already transformed into a bloody tiger, raised his head to the sky and whistled, his domineering and vicious aura sweeping in all directions. Afterwards, Fong Yuan took a step and came to the corpse of the bloodthirsty Snake King and started to devour it. Suddenly, a tremor came from the earth. Fong Yuan's gaze froze and he turned his head to look. Two behemoths came into view, striding forward. Lao air. It's been a long time. Jiang Che looked at Fong Yuan, who had changed quite a bit. Chapter 31 Thunder Strikes the Demon Monarch. Boss? Lao San? Why are they here? Fong Yuan's deep tiger eyes opened slightly, his heart somewhat surprised. I didn't expect to see Big Brother and Senior here. Immediately, he was overjoyed, and his dark tail, which was like an iron rope, slightly arched. Since the goodbye at the Qingshui City Zoo, he didn't know where he had run off to, but he had never found any trace of these two guys again. This demon lord's strength has increased greatly, and I was thinking of finding an opportunity to avenge the insults of that day, but I didn't expect these two fellows to come right to my door. The corner of Fong Yuan's mouth gently grinned as his gaze looked at Jiang Che and Nangon Luo with malice. However, there's no hurry. This demon lord has plenty of time. These two guys can't escape me. It's better to swallow all of this giant snake first. Fong Yuan turned his head back, no longer paying attention to the two, and lowered his head to quickly devour the bloodthirsty Snake King, gobbling it down, running the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, his body glowing with a faint red light. The oldest two still haven't changed at all. Still, so insouciant. Jiang Che, who had heard the heartbeat, sneered coldly in his heart, his eyes light, not worried at all. Nangon Luo followed Jiang Che's side, half a body length slower. Its radiant golden tiger body contrasted sharply with the earth that was filled with blood and mutilated corpses. This second brother is as brutal as ever. Too crazy. Looking at the oldest two who were covered in blood and greedily gnawing on the bloodthirsty Snake King, Nangon Luo's tiger eye slightly condensed with a hint of dissatisfaction and disgust in his heart. Jiang Che didn't disturb Fong Yuan and just stood quietly on the Scarlet Avenue, waiting for the other party to finish devouring the bloodthirsty Snake King, because he has nothing to fear. Nor was he worried about Fong Yuan being able to beat himself. For every point of strength Fong Yuan increased, the greater the benefits he gained. As time went on, his own strength would grow higher and higher, pulling Fong Yuan further and further away, with the heaven-swallowing demon code helping to transform the blood food. Soon, Fong Yuan had eaten the bloodthirsty Snake King cleanly. In addition to the snake scales and skull, even the ribs and spine of the body were chewed and swallowed. Roar! Feeling a considerable increase in strength, Fong Yuan licked his lips and let out a long whistle of satisfaction. Jia jia jia. Next, it's time to clean up these two guys. Fong Yuan turned around, his eyes staring at Jiang Che and Nangon Luo with a fierce gaze. Scattered all over the snake blood has solidified. With the black hair, the dark red tiger body looks extremely evil. Standing between the bloody corpses, exudes a ferocious aura, like a demonic tiger that kills everything. Is this about to get physical? It seems that if we don't teach the oldest two a lesson today, he's already forgotten who's really the big brother. Looking at Fong Yuan's creepy gaze, Jiang Che laughed lightly in his heart with a playful look in his eyes. It was just as well that it had been a long time since I had whipped the oldest, and he should have been slacking off lately. It was estimated that Fang Yuan had already forgotten in his mind how badly he had been cleaned up by himself in the zoo at that time. What is the oldest two trying to do? Dare to challenge Big Brother? Isn't this looking for death? Looking at Fang Yuan, who was full of malice and leaping forward, Nangong Luo was a bit dazed. So brave? After reacting, Nangong Luo's mind instantly recalled the image of the second one being taught a lesson by the oldest one earlier. That's pretty bad. Beat up and wailing. However, after feeling the aura emanating from the oldest two, Nangong Luo couldn't help but feel some surprise in his heart. He had already intercepted the Thunder Spirit Fruit, and he hadn't eaten any of the other spiritual objects, but he still hadn't managed to surpass the other party. It seems that the second brother also has some chance, but even so, this second brother would not be a match for the elder brother. Big Brother at this moment was at least second-order strength, and even more so, he had mastered the power of thunder. His strength was too much stronger than first order. Looking at Fang Yuan's extremely confident appearance, Nangong Luo felt amusement in his heart and just looked on gloatingly without uttering a word. She seemed to have seen the image of the second one being violently beaten up by the elder brother, but the guy deserved it. Nangong Luo had long looked at this guy with displeasure. Jiang Che took a step towards Fang Yuan. His huge body, as if a small mountain was pressing in, like the limbs of a giant pillar. Every time it fell, the ground seemed to tremble as the blood of the snake splashed in the pool of blood, as if it was a giant beast that had traveled from the ancient times, giving people a huge sense of oppression. If you dare to insult this demon lord, you will be turned into my blood meal today. Looking at Jiang Che, who was slowly approaching, Fang Yuan finally couldn't help himself. The tiger's eyes flashed with a biting, killing intent. The tiger's mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 rows of sharp tiger teeth, and his body was taut and ready to strike. Roar! At that instant, a soul-shattering tiger's roar resounded through the clouds and exploded in the air, and the blood-colored light on Fang Yuan's body suddenly lit up, transforming into a dark red figure that rushed towards Jiang Che in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that the gap between his own size and the opponent's was a bit large, so he didn't choose to attack head-on. Instead, in a folding leap, he utilized the opponent's large body's shortcomings and attacked towards Jiang Che's flank. Trick! Lao air this guy's small mind. And how could it be hidden from Jiang Che? Disdain in his heart at the same time. His huge tiger body, even extremely dexterous deflection over, tiger palm swung out violently, breaking the air and whistling, powerful and heavy. Boom! That stern tiger's palm and the dark red-black shadow that Lao air had transformed into collided in the air. A violent roar. It spread throughout the entire avenue, and the powerful chi energy lifted all the surrounding remnants of the giant snake out, crashing into the walls of the houses on both sides. One blow. Jiang Che's tiger palm didn't move at all in the air, but instead, Fang Yuan was directly bounced out. Boom! Fang Yuan was like a cannonball that had been knocked out of the air. His dark red figure quickly sliced through the air, smashing a large hole in the wall behind him. The house was nearly smashed down. Dust rose in all directions, and Fang Yuan fell into the depths. With this, you still want to compete with Big Brother me? Jiang Che shook his head in his heart. His opponent had collapsed before he had even exerted his full strength. But just then, roar! An unyielding figure, rolling out of the dust, was none other than Fang Yuan. Although he was coughing up blood in his mouth, his gaze was still fierce and cruel, murderous, and he was staring at Jiang Che with a deadly stare. His body was gleaming with red light, and he was slowly repairing the damage to his body. Roar! Fang Yuan was like an undead demonic tiger as he let out a roar and charged up again. Ha! Worthy of being the reincarnation of the ancient demon monarch. If it were any other ferocious beast, I'm afraid that just this one time, all the bones in his entire body would be shattered. I didn't expect that this guy was only slightly injured. Jiang Che was a little surprised in his heart. This old man really did have 2 skills. No wonder he still dared to provoke himself despite the large size difference. But, your big brother is your big brother. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous explosion rang out, and the purple lightning of Jiang Che's entire body leaped out, as countless thunder threads flew out, snaking through the air and converging into a dazzlingly radiant ball of lightning that emanated the power of destruction. Boom! A blinding light flashed across the sky, and a thunderbolt shot out from the ball of thunder with astonishing speed, instantly splitting on Fang Yuan. Chapter 32, Big Brother is spurring you on. The oldest two have to cheer up. Fang Yuan, who was originally leaping in the air, was knocked down, and his entire tiger body was constantly trembling on the ground, his fur exploding with wisps of black smoke. Ow! The moment he was hit, Fang Yuan first felt a coldness all over his body, followed by a blazing pain that swept through his body. It was just too painful and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Boom! 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 Before Fang Yuan could detach himself from the pain, the field once again erupted with 3 blinding bright lights, and 3 thunderbolts were struck from the ball of thunder, in succession, with a burst of thunder, splitting on the opponent's body in turn. Ow! Fang Yuan was struck like a heavy blow, being chopped, screamed repeatedly, his entire body, uncontrollably on the ground, constantly shaking, his limbs irregularly paddling. His movements were extremely comical. Even the tiger's body was scorched black by the 3 thunderbolts, and what was originally just blasted up hair had now directly carbonized, with a large amount of black smoke emanating from the fur, making it look extremely miserable. Why is it like this? Damn it! He has swallowed so much blood food in this period of time, but he is still no match for the boss. And where did this ferocious thunder power come from? Just now it was really too impulsive. If I had known that this demon monarch would have endured him once or twice, what's the harm? A few moments later, the thunder gradually disappeared. Lying on the ground, Fang Yuan finally stopped shaking, a pair of tiger eyes with tears, the heart of aggrieved regret, but also incredulous. Boom! Boom! At that moment, 2 more thunderbolts flew out from the thunderball above Jiang Chei's head. Damn it! This boss is trying to split this demon lord to death. That loud thunderous sound, regaling the hearts of the people, caused Fang Yuan's heart to tremble with fear, and instinctively his tiger body trembled violently. Fortunately, these 2 thunder very coincidentally split on both sides of the body, and did not hit the body. Fearful Fang Yuan's heart suddenly relaxed. Lao air, you still have to practice. You still want to swallow Big Brother with this much strength? How can you do it if you don't speed up your breakthrough? Looking at Lao air's sudden movements, Jiang Chei's eyes were filled with teasing. Chop hard, chop this guy to death only. Nangong Luo, who was on the side, was also very relieved when he looked at his second's miserable condition, his tiger eyes sparkling with a happy mood. Sure enough, as she expected, the second was once again severely beaten by the oldest. What they didn't notice was that overhead, a simulated bird drone was hovering, filming the scene. It was the drone sent out by the military of the city of Daha to keep an eye on the black demon tiger. Boom boom boom. Subsequently, Jiang Chei continuously inspired thunder, and thunder flew out one after another. The blinding flashes of light continued throughout the town, and bursts of rumbling noises were emitted. However, most of the thunder struck Fang Yuan's sides, and only occasionally would it accurately strike Fang Yuan's body, causing him to let out guttural screams of pain, rolling on the ground as his body continued to convulse. Damn it! One day, this demon lord will retaliate back tenfold, 100-fold. You wait. So much for the thunder hitting and missing. Fang Yuan naturally knew that the other party was teasing him, and immediately felt doubly humiliated, cursing continuously in his heart. Although his mind kept clamoring, his body was honest, and with his limbs, he made a pleading gesture and let out a gurgling wail from his mouth. There is no fear of being left without wood. A moment of humiliation. And what is it? This demon monarch today will spit in the face. If you can escape out, then everything will be worth it. There will always be a day when the magic is complete. Fang Yuan muttered to himself in his heart. This oldest too. He really has a heart of gold. Alas, it seems that this character cannot be changed. Seeing Fang Yuan in this dead state, Jiang Chei also felt that it was almost time, dispersing the thunderballs condensing above his head and returning to Nangong Luo's side, no longer caring about him. He was also just trying to teach his dick a lesson, not really break him. Because of this, he hadn't even used his full strength just now. After all, he was counting on the oldest two to increase their strength as soon as possible to help him with his feedback upgrade. If the second was traumatized, the one who would suffer the most damage would be himself instead. Lao air. Big Brother is also for your own good. Know that there are people, outside the sky. In the future you act will not be too arrogant, so you can also live a long Get your strength up and try to get stronger. Damn Big Brother. You wait, this is already the 3rd time. The humiliation you gave me, this demon monarch, is all engraved in my heart, day and night. One day I will find you to settle the score. This demon lord wants you to know that letting me go today is the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. Jia. Kill. Must make you stupid tiger, pulverized bones, flesh and blood into mud. Stupid tiger. This demon lord wants you dead. In the end, Fang Yuan grayed out. While running, his heart was still constantly releasing harsh words, his hatred for Jiang Chei rushing to the sky. No good. We can't let this guy just run away. Nangong Luo was anxious in his heart. His tiger body shook, leaning slightly towards the back, about to scurry out and chase after the other party. But just at the critical moment, a figure stepped in front of her and stopped her. Nangong Luo's heart was in a hurry, and his tiger body flashed to the sides, about to go around and pursue from the side. Roar! Jiang Chei stopped Nangong Luo and lightly growled at him, signaling the other party to let Fang Yuan leave. Nangong Luo stopped, Realizing that his big brother was prepared to let Feng Yuan leave and still not allow himself to pursue, Nangon Luo was helpless and could only give up, shaking his head in his heart. Big brother is still too soft-hearted. How can he let this guy go? With Lao Er's kind of vindictive, ferocious and cunning character, he must be harboring a grudge and thinking of finding a chance to retaliate back in the future. In the future, if this emperor has the opportunity, he must eradicate them, and he must not let the tiger return to the mountain like big brother. Isn't this sowing mischief for itself? Let the tiger go back to the mountain? Jiang Che laughed in his heart, not caring. He naturally understood that Nangon Luo's idea was right, and also knew that Lao Er hated himself and would definitely seek revenge on him in the future. After all, he had already heard the other party's heart. But, this is his own brother, and how could he spare the kill? After all, it's the same mother. Well, actually, he was just waiting for Feng Yuan's strength breakthrough to upgrade his feedback. Feng Yuan's figure faded away, disappearing into the mountains and forests. Here again, it was a human town, and it was also slaughtered by giant snakes. The two tigers didn't dare to stay here for much longer, and after hurriedly eating a few mutated giant snakes to fill their stomachs, they continued on their way. Just as Jiang Che and Nangon Luo quickly exited Snake King Town and were about to walk into the mountain forests outside the town, Nangon Luo seemed to have noticed something, and with a lurch in her steps, she raised her head to look at the flying birds in the sky. At once, the gaze was fixed. The bird of prey was very strange, and its flight movements were a bit stiff and unnatural. Moreover, she had seen this bird in the air before, and after all this time, it was surprising that it had been hovering overhead and not flying away. There's something wrong with this bird. It looks like we've fallen into human sight. Nangon Luo's tiger eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of urgency in his heart. Chapter 33. The military was shocked that there was a ferocious beast stronger than the black demon tiger. Grand River City. Military command. The tester came rushing in to report a significant discovery. A few moments later, inside the conference room, the video of Snake King Town, captured by the drone, was played on the big screen. At the beginning of the scene, what appeared was the incomparably vicious black demon tiger, leaping out as a black shadow and crushing the bloodthirsty giant serpent as soon as it appeared. And in a very short time, he strangled that bloodthirsty giant snake. The movements are crisp and the kills are decisive. Although it was a sneak attack, the strength it displayed was still not to be underestimated. Subsequently, that black demon tiger faced the siege of those mutant giant snakes. Its movements were even more relaxed and easy to write, and in just a few moments, it slaughtered the mutant giant snakes that had surrounded it. Seeing this, the atmosphere of the entire conference room was very grave, and the people present looked serious and gradually frowned, because many people had noticed that this black demon tiger's change was very obvious. It seemed to be getting stronger again one day at a time. From the previous image data transmitted from Changshui City, this black demon tiger is rapidly becoming stronger, and its intelligence is quite high and exceptionally cunning. In the long run, it will become a great danger. An officer sitting in the center of the conference room said, "Indeed, this black demon tiger was able to break through the Changshui City siege 3 times. He is bound to be extremely smart. We can't give him any more time to grow. We must make our move and kill him right away." Someone said in response, "I'm not in favor of doing it immediately. Many places in Great River City are now infested with ferocious beasts, and most of our troops have been dispersed, so we simply can't gather them back in a short period of time. Without enough troops, it won't be able to form a siege, and it will likely result in the same outcome as Clearwater City." As soon as the words fell, one of the military on the opposite side, with a solemn face, spoke out against it. "I also oppose. We can't joke with the lives of our warriors. This black demon tiger is ferocious and cunning. There is not enough certainty." Of the people present, some thought that the black demon tiger needed to be rounded up immediately, while others felt that the time was not yet ripe, and that the troops were not yet ready, and wanted to drag their feet. Both sides have expressed their views and are at loggerheads with each other, and the whole conference room is noisy. At the head of the table, the chief, who had not spoken, rubbed his brow even more, his head aching from the noise. And 2 giant tigers. Suddenly, someone in the conference room exclaimed, overpowering the noise. At this moment, the other party was looking at the screen above with an incredulous expression. The crowd sniffed and looked over. In the picture, the black demon tiger was devouring the bloodthirsty giant snake, and not far behind it, there were 2 huge figures slowly leaning over. One of the modeled giant tigers was extremely large, looking much larger than even the black demon tiger, like a prehistoric giant. The black demon tiger in front of the other party was like a child facing an adult. The gap was enormous. The other tiger, on the other hand, was about the same size as the black demon tiger and was not as perverted. Only the other party appearance is very good looking, a golden hair. In the sunlight, The golden light is bright, extremely conspicuous, looks god handsome extraordinary. There are actually two more giant tigers. What is their relationship with this black demon tiger? Seeing Jiang Che and Nangang Luo in the video, the crowd present, for a moment, had the same question flash through their minds. It's no wonder everyone is so confused. It is really the picture of the three giant tigers look too special and rare, and now even converged together, naturally will cause people to think. These days, the military in the city of Grand River has also dealt with a few incidents of ferocious tigers attacking people. Add to that the video footage of ferocious tiger attacks across the country circulating within the military. That's why people are not really unfamiliar with the look of tiger-like ferocious beasts, and none of the tiger-type ferocious beasts that had appeared before were able to compare to the three giant tigers in the picture. Regardless of whether it was the vicious and cunning black demon tiger, the divine and holy golden tiger, or the formidable and mountainous mottled giant tiger, they were all complete otherworldly amongst the entire ferocious beast tigers. The picture continues to advance. It was then that the black demon tiger seemed to have noticed the approach of the other two giant tigers and turned to look over. This black demon tiger seems to have a poor relationship with these two giant tigers. Both sides seem to have hostile intentions. In the conference room, someone spoke out after noticing the ferocious light in the black demon tiger's eyes. That spotted giant tiger seems to want to make a move against the black demon tiger. It seems that they are in a hostile relationship. It's moving. The black demon tiger has struck. It was then seen that the spotted giant tiger leaned towards the black demon tiger, which seemed to feel threatened and directly launched an attack towards the other party. But what happened next made the crowd's faces dismayed and their hearts shocked. That black demon tiger was actually directly crushed by the spotted giant tiger. Seeing a purple light flashing on the screen, it was the dots of thunder emitted by the spotted giant tiger, splitting the black demon tiger on the ground and screaming miserably. They had already seen the strength of the black demon tiger, and in the opinion of the crowd, it was definitely the strongest known ferocious beast, but they did not expect that in front of the other party. It was so unbeatable. At this moment, the conference room was silent. Everyone was shocked. The thunder power of this giant tiger is too strong. The black demon tiger can't carry it at all. After a long time, someone finally spoke, breaking the calm that had just prevailed. According to the database, among the ferocious beasts that have been discovered, the black demon tiger is considered to be the topmost existence. But it is not a match for this giant tiger. And this giant tiger size growth is definitely different from other normal ferocious beasts. Strength and other ferocious beasts are already not at a level. I suspect that he may have gone through a secondary evolution. At that point, someone voiced their guess. Surprised by the strength of the giant glistening tiger, there was a lot of discussion within the crowd of the conference room, expressing their opinions on this beast. In the end, because Jiang Che possessed the power to command thunder, he was named Thunder Tiger by the military, while Nangang Luo was named Golden Tiger by the military based on her special fur color since she didn't put up a fight. The military's attention to this matter was so great that the relevant information was quickly sent back to the imperial capital, and Jiang Che and Nangang Luo were included as key targets for observation. Just like Fang Yuan, the black demon tiger seemed to have been seriously injured by the thunder tiger and fled, which was the best time to attack. Take him while he's sick. The military of Day City immediately gave orders, wanting to take advantage of this good opportunity to eradicate the scourge of the black demon tiger. Upon receiving the order, the troops originally stationed in the downtown area of Day City, as well as the purging troops closer to the city, converged in the city and marched towards Snake King Town in great numbers. At the edge of the mountain forest, after realizing that Jiang Che and Nangang Luo had left, Fang Yuan secretly returned to Snake King Town. Injured, he desperately needed a large amount of blood food to recover from his injuries. Fang Yuan had just bitten a few mutated giant snakes that were hiding in the town, and he hadn't had time to eat them yet. Suddenly, there was a familiar noise that rang through the air. Buzz off! Looking at several helicopters flying in the distance, Fang Yuan immediately changed his color and was in a depressed mood. These humans, they're really shady. Chapter 34 Demon Emperor Rui Beast, the strongest aid. That's a few miles away from Snake King Town. In a mountain forest, Jiang Che's footsteps lurched as he heard an ear-splittingly familiar noise. Turning back to look, sure enough, in the air not far from Snake King Town, there were several helicopters in flight. Jiang Che's tiger pupils shrunk slightly as his heart tightened. Humans calling for help so soon? Nothing's going to happen to the second one, is it? If the penis is ed to death, one will lose a lot of money. Where can one find such an incredibly talented and bound target with memories of his past life? To go back, save. There was a moment of hesitation in Jiang Che's heart. After a long tussle, he decided not to go. The second one is an ancient demon monarch turned. He shouldn't die that easily, and with his current strength, he's not yet old enough to compete with humans, so he's probably run far away by now. Jiang Che thought in his heart. Big Brother's abnormality naturally caught Nangon Luo's attention, and following the other party's perspective, he also spotted the helicopters. Looks like the humans are on to Ergo. Nangon Luo thought of the strange flying bird from before, and his heart was enlightened. She didn't want to go over to save her second. Instead her light golden tiger eyes were filled with joy. I'll let you go wild again. Now it's good. If you're targeted by the human military, you'll lose your skin even if you don't die. Nangon Luo gloated. The golden tiger tail behind him swaying in the air. Roar! Nangon Luo urged at Jiang Che and prepared to continue on his way. The Bodhi sacred tree grew in Ning province, the next door to Jiang province. For this opportunity, and even if one traveled day and night, I'm afraid it would take about 10 days to arrive. After all, most of them were detouring from the wilderness, which took a lot of time. Jiang Che turned his head and followed behind Nangon Luo, not entering the dense mountain forest. Time passed and 2 days passed. Jiang Che and Nangon Luo had almost reached the border between the two provinces and would soon enter the Ning province's range. Moments later, the two tigers arrived at a mountain forest. The place is filled with a bucket-thick walnut tree, one shading the sky, the branches covered with golden walnuts, the aroma of ripe fruit wafting through the air. Seeing that these walnut trees were arranged extremely neatly, Jiang Che knew that this place should have been an artificially planted walnut orchard before the revival of spiritual qi, but right now it should have been abandoned. Looking at the golden walnuts rolling down on the ground, Jiang Che lowered his head and sniffed, then stopped paying attention to it. There is no meat fragrance. Raising his head, he followed Nangon Luo ahead of him. Before they could go far, the two tigers spotted a huge figure swaying under a tree not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was a vicious-looking giant bear. This giant bear was robust, with broad shoulders and back, thick and powerful limbs, and its entire body was covered with thick brownish-gray hair, making it look like a small hill. The most unusual thing about it was its neck, which was encircled by a circle of purple lines. At the moment, the giant bear was searching for ripe walnuts on the ground, swallowing them one by one. Ow! The giant bear seemed alert. Jiang Che and Nangon Luo were spotted by the two tigers as soon as they approached. The giant bear violently let out a deafening roar, and it was seen arching its back, the purple lines on its neck glowing with light as it rushed over with open teeth and claws. Jiang Che didn't move a muscle, and his eyes kept staring at the purple lines on the giant bear's neck with some curiosity in his heart. There's something odd. He realized that the purple lines seemed as if they weren't made up of mere hairs, and that the two weren't one and the same. That purple lines are like flowing water, constantly flowing in the brown bear fur, around the neck of the brown bear. Very mysterious. Roar! Just a mid-first stage. How dare you be so arrogant? This emperor will beat you all over the place today. Jiang Che didn't move. Instead, Nangon Luo's desire to fight was aroused, and he was disdainful of the brown bear in front of him. With a long whistle, the golden figure scurried out. Boom! A few moments later, the two huge beasts collided together. The golden tiger paw and the incomparably thick bear paw slapped each other. The sound roared and resounded through the mountains and forests, and at this moment, it was as if the entire walnut forest was vibrating. Suddenly, a golden figure violently flew backwards and fell several feet away. Nangon Luo instantly got up, looking at the giant bear in his line of sight that had only taken a few steps back, his eyes full of disbelief. This guy was clearly only in the middle of the first rank, and he was surprisingly not an opponent. Impossible. Let this emperor see what your true strength really is. Nangon Luo had a stubborn face and did not give in, and with a cold snort in his heart, he directly exerted his own abilities to the extreme. Countless golden lights and thunderons emerged from the tiger's body, and the golden purple light flourished throughout the gloomy forest, penetrating through the layers of branches and leaves blocking the way and spreading out over the mountains and forests. Sharp weapons broke through the air. Thunder roared, and it was seen that wisps of golden light coalesced into a 1-meter-long golden blade of light that floated in the air with a brilliant gold color. Immediately after a thunderbolt leaped, a large number of purple thunder wires followed the golden light and quickly converged onto the surface of the golden light blade. Crackle! On top of the golden light blade, wrapped in a layer of purple thunder, the thunder light jumped. The purple light and the golden light reflected each other, and a purple and golden light blade was constantly shaking in the air, as if that light blade contained a huge power within it, and it was about to break the seal. Boom! With Nangon Luo's thought, the purple gold-colored light blade instantly flashed with light and flew towards the giant bear, drawing a straight purple gold-colored light pillar in the air. The violet gold blade of light went forward as if it was going to cleave through everything. Ow! The giant bear roared. The purple lines on its neck blossomed with purple light, and its two huge bear paws were seen slapping towards the ground. Boom boom boom! 5 huge, thick stone walls broke through the ground and stacked on top of each other, blocking the front. Bang! 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 The purple gold light blade slammed into the stone wall, piercing through the stone wall with extreme power, and after breaking through 3 stone walls in a row, the light blade finally dissipated. How can that be? Nangon Luo gasped. His eyes rounded, really unable to comprehend how a giant bear in the middle of this rank could be so strong. Boom! Luckily, Jiang Che stepped in, hitting a thunderball to shatter all the stone walls, and immediately after that, without giving the giant bear a chance to react, several thunderballs flew out one after another, ruthlessly splitting on the giant bear. Ow! The giant bear screamed miserably, its body covered in leaping lightning, its torso falling to the ground uncontrollably, trembling continuously, its limbs paddling mindlessly in the air. When Jiang Che once again condensed a few thunderballs, preparing to finish off the giant bear in one go, the purple lines on the giant bear's neck suddenly lit up and actually came to life, transforming into a small purple beast. This little beast resembled a purple milk cat, with purple scales growing underneath its fur, a pair of pink horns on its head, and big watery eyes gazing at Jiang Che's 2 tigers. Looking very cute. Nangon Luo froze, then thought of something, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Could this be the demon emperor of his previous life, the Rue beast? The demon emperor Rue beast, rumored to possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kirin, was born an auspicious beast with the ability to change. When it transformed into a purple battle pattern and merged with other living beings, it would cause the strength of the other party to skyrocket, and its ability was extremely special, making it the most powerful auxiliary-type ferocious beast in the previous world. Chapter 35 The Third Binding Target. Memories flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. Nangon Luo looked at the small purple beast in front of him in shock, his heart jumping straight up. There's no mistaking it. This little purple beast is the famous Rue beast. Aside from being too small, it was not far from what she remembered from her previous life. No wonder just now this giant bear was obviously only in the middle of the first rank realm, but its actual combat ability was terrifyingly strong. Even I, a late first rank, couldn't fight it. It turned out to be aided by the beasts. Oh, my god, I should have thought of that a long time ago. Nangon Luo came to a realization and smiled bitterly in his heart, shaking his head helplessly. This sight was déjà vu. How could she have forgotten? Isn't that what happened to that demon emperor Nine-Tailed Skyfox? In her previous life, as a female emperor of the human race, she had fought with that demon emperor Nine-Tailed Skyfox for I don't know how many times. Although the two were at the same realm, every time they exchanged blows, Nangon Luo was at a disadvantage and could only manage to withstand the other party's attacks. One of the biggest reasons was that the other party had the help of the Rue beast. In terms of combat power, Rue beasts could be considered the bottom of the list amongst the ferocious beasts, with extremely low combat power. However, its auxiliary ability is very amazing. It can be attached to the possessor. A 10-fold increase in strength, able to quickly recover from injuries, speed up the possessor's spirit refining, and a variety of other abilities. And the Nine-Tailed Skyfox was already terrifyingly strong, plus it had the Rue beast to add to it. Even if Nangon Luo was also an Emperor realm existence, it would be difficult to fight over the Nine-Tailed Skyfox whose strength had increased tenfold. If I am also able to obtain the recognition of the Rue beasts, then when I meet that nine-tailed fellow again, let's see what she still has to fight me with. Nangon Luo reacted. His gaze towards the Rue beast gradually sizzled, and the temperature around him seemed to have risen quite a bit. She could be considered to have been suppressed miserably by the Nine-Tailed Skyfox in her previous life, and had been very stifled. Unexpectedly, nowadays, she was allowed to meet a Rue beast. It can be called the old days. Rue beast. This silly little guy has such an origin? Jiang Che froze and carefully surveyed the floppy little fellow. Kirikou. Right at this moment, the little purple beast cocked its head, its 2 large eyes staring at Jiang Che as it blinked, its eyes curving in a smile as it gave a cheerful cry. Suddenly jumping onto Jiang Che, he grabbed the fluffy tiger fur and wouldn't let go of it, and his 4 little limbs and paws kept moving, trying to climb towards Jiang Che's back. Jiang Che's face changed, very uncomfortable, and he hurriedly flung his body, wanting to shake this guy off. Kirikou. But before he could succeed, the little purple beast puffed out its mouth and barked a few times, instantly transforming into a purple tattoo around his neck. The purple halo continued to flow, adding a mysterious circle of purple color to Jiang Che's variegated fur. At this moment, Jiang Che seemed to be wearing a purple glowing collar. Instantly, Jiang Che felt that he and the purple beast had some sort of connection, and the relationship seemed to be instantly close. He and the purple beast could communicate with their consciousness and could understand what the other was trying to say. Only now, with a single movement of his mind, the little purple beast would unleash its abilities and enchant it, gaining a several-fold increase in strength. Jiang Che's mood instantly changed from original dismay to surprise. Good. With this strength increaser in hand, then he won't be able to kill gods and Buddhas in the future. Jiang Che was cozy inside, pacing in place happily, feeling like eating ice watermelon in summer. Refreshing. Kirikou. Seemingly able to sense Jiang Che's elation, the little purple beast manifested from the purple veins again and stood on Jiang Che's back, shaking, squinting, and softly barking a few times. For the little purple beast to stand on his back, Jiang Che didn't reject it either, and looked back at the little guy with a knowing smile. The Rui beast is recognizing Big Brother? Seeing the Rui beast directly possess Jiang Che, Nangon Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Shakes head, blinks quickly to make sure he's reading it right. How could this be? Could it be that the rumors of the previous life were true? That if you defeated the former owner of the Rui beast, you would be recognized by the other party? Nangon Luo's eyes flickered as he recalled everything about the Rui beasts in his previous life, and finally found a more reasonable explanation. But then he thought about the fact that he didn't get the Rui beast, and he couldn't help but lose his heart. What does third sister mean? This little guy has recognized me as his master? Jiang Che's heart stirred as he thought of the connection that had been created between himself and the little guy, and immediately understood it. This should be the connection that comes from self-recognition and, well, the two. But, the master was defeated and turned his head to recognize the new master. Isn't that a 2.5 times? Good man. Lu Bu can't beat you. Can he? What's the name of the family? Probably can't even count. Jiang Che looked at the Rui beast that was pacing back and forth in surprise and inwardly spat. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm invincible and undefeated in 100 battles, it won't have a chance to betray me. Jiang Che was confident in his heart and his gaze was bland. After all, nowadays, those like Fang Yuan and Nangon Luo were all top fierce beast existences, so where could one find a fierce beast that could defeat Jiang Che? At this moment, Nangon Luo's mind gradually calmed down. Looking at the playful Rui beasts in Jiang Che below, his gaze filled with envy. This is a heavenly chance. Even an Emperor Realm powerhouse like the nine-tailed Sky Fox would disregard his face when he sees it and make a move to snatch it. It's just that this is considered Big Brother's luck. Thinking of his previous defeat against the giant bear, the defeat was already set, but also rely on the Big Brother's hand, only to defeat the other party. Nangon Luo heartside, knowing that this Rui beast and she has no destiny. If she were to do others, she would certainly not care if there is no edge, and she would do whatever it takes to take the Rui beast over. But the one who gets the Rui beast is his own Big Brother. In the end, she can only give up this idea. Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Jiang Che, who was originally happy, also felt a sense of relief in his heart. Good. This sister of my own family didn't hurt in vain. It seems to be truly accepting myself. Unlike the oldest two, this life is considered a waste of. Not thinking of swallowing me even if it is good. At this time, Jiang Che suddenly thought of this fellow Lao Er again and spat in his heart. However, this Rui beast's cultivation must not be too far removed from its owners, or else the increased effect of the boost will be greatly reduced. And I don't know if Big Brother will be able to raise this Rui beast well. At this moment, Nangon Luo's heartfelt voice resounded in Jiang Che's mind again. It seems like there's still a need to help this little guy keep raising his strength. This is going to be a busy time, and I don't know if the resources I'll find in the future will be enough. I had one mouth on my sister, but now I've added another. So the pressure is a bit much. Jiang Che was a bit surprised when he heard this, but he was relieved when he thought about it. This Rui beast's auxiliary ability was so strong that it was worth his blood. After all, it was a tenfold increase. Although with tenfold feedback in place, Jiang Che's future strength was bound to be frighteningly strong, but that didn't stop him from having another tenfold increase. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and thought of something. System, bind the Rui beast. Chapter 36. The third sister is so nice. Much better than the oldest selfish and self-serving thing. Ding! Target Rui beast. Binding successful. Ha ha ha. Hearing the beep, Jiang Che's heart rejoiced. In the future, with the Rui beast increasing his strength, he would become even stronger, and it would probably be difficult to have an enemy. Moreover, he happened to need to enhance the strength of the Rui beast, and once he bound it, he would have another toolman to feed back his cultivation in the future. How could he not be pleased? But the Rui beasts are different from the second and third oldest, so one will have to pay more attention in the future. Jiang Che's gaze flickered, his heart prepared. After all, the second was an ancient demon monarch, and the third was the future Empress, so cultivation enhancement basically didn't need to worry about himself. As for the spirit fruit he gave Lao San earlier, that's just to speed up the other guy's promotion. Even if Jiang Che didn't give the oldest three, Nangon Luo, the spirit fruit seeker, the other party would still go and find it on their own. Only that their strength would increase a bit slower. And the swift beast, Jiang Che looked back at the little guy who was pink and playing with his tiger fur. Well, there is no combat power at all. It is okay to sell a cute But if you want to improve your cultivation, it is estimated that you have to rely on yourself as the master to help. But there's no hurry. It's not like we have the oldest. Jiang Che was confident, not panicking at all in his heart. He's still got Lao San as a linchpin. What's he afraid of? Anyway, Lao San knew so many chances. It would be enough to casually share some of them with this little guy when the time came. Not to mention a single Rui beast. Even if there were 7 or 8 of them, Lao San would still be able to feed them to the fullest. Thinking about this, Jiang Che turned his head and gave older 3 an encouraging look. Realizing that his elder brother had given himself a meaningful look, Nangong Luo's heart froze, feeling somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Jiang Che had already turned his head and pondered about the system binding quota. Fong Yuan, Nangong Che, Rui beast, there are only 2 spots left. Spots are scarce. After that you have to choose carefully. However, that future demon emperor, Nine-tailed Skyfox, is considered to be about the same character as oldest 3, so if we can meet in the future, we'll give her this spot. Thinking of the nine-tailed Skyfox that old San often recited, Jiang Che secretly thought in his heart. Having obtained a Rui beast, Jiang Che was happy in his heart and didn't continue to make a move on the giant bear pretending to be dead. The Pax Rui beast roared softly at Nangong Luo to follow. Continue on to the site of the Bodhi sacred tree. At this time, Nangong Luo also remembered that they still had to go find the Bodhi sacred tree. Hastily, he growled in response, and followed with light footsteps. With the addition of the Rui beast, the fight for the Bodhi sacred tree will definitely be a lot easier afterward, and I'm afraid that after it merges with Big Brother, it will be able to resist the human's guns head-on, right? Following behind, looking at the tall back in front of him, and the little one lying on his back, Nangong Luo's heart was instantly delighted. Although it was a bit of a shame that she didn't get the Rui beasts, her big brother got them and played a much bigger role. At that time, once the tenfold increase is on, who can fight them? However, the Rui beasts specialize in eating elixirs, so Big Brother is afraid he'll be busy. Nangong Luo thought gloatingly. Night, the starry sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight, like a silver veil, drifted through the air, making the dimly lit valley a lot brighter. Under the moonlight, Nangong Luo was lying on top of a huge rock, tiger's mouth gulping, earnestly practicing, constantly spitting out the outside world's spiritual chi, his body glowing with a glittering golden light, looking like a serene and beautiful painting. Oldest 3 is really diligent. It's not without reason that he was able to become an empress in his previous life. Ah, this persistence is commendable. Jiang Che, who was lying on the ground, squinted his eyes and looked at Nangong Che, who was not far away, cultivating to the point of oblivion, and let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. These days down the line, his sister's cultivation was extremely hard. It could be said that apart from rushing and eating, the rest of the time Nangong Luo was cultivating. Can't wait to grab every second. Such self-discipline was something that most people simply couldn't adhere to, and Jiang Che asked himself if he could do the same. Right now, among their 3 beasts, only Nangong Luo was the most hardworking and had a proper look. Jiang Che is lazy as hell, thinking about getting something for nothing every day, either sleeping or on the way to sleep, net waiting for 10 times feedback. As for the beasts, not practicing at all. This little guy lay flat more thoroughly than Jiang Che, lying on Jiang Che's back every day playing and sleeping and playing. Strength gains, just by eating. For example, at this moment, the Rui beast was sitting on Jiang Che's furry forelimbs, holding a spirit fruit and gnawing on it joyfully. Round cheeks, constantly drumming, 2 big watery eyes, are happy squinted into a slit, looks like a small squirrel eating pine cones. Jiang Che realized that this little guy just especially liked to stay on top of himself. Since going up, it has rarely come down. I don't know if it's the reason for recognizing the owner or not. At the same time, he was the one who had thought wrongly and was misled by that giant bear before, and had always thought that a Rui beast transforming into a purple battle pattern was its normal form, but he had never thought that this was not the case at all. Rui beasts under normal circumstances, in fact, all exist in beast form, and only when it comes to fighting or avoiding danger, they will consciously transform into battle patterns. Jiang Che looked at the spirit fruit that the Rui beast was holding, a fist-sized, pink-colored spirit peach. This spirit peach tree was still discovered by Nangong Luo in the mountain forest, and it bore a total of 4 ripe fruits, 3 of which were eaten, and the remaining one was distributed to the Rui beasts. It was obvious that she was thinking of helping Jiang Che and speeding up the Rui beast's growth. In this regard, Jiang Che felt relieved that Nangong Luo was able to share a portion to the Rui beasts. It was much better than that selfish fellow, Lao Er. That guy, Lao Er, probably cursed half a dozen times inside when he ate a piece of his blood food. It's just not human. Karaku, realizing that Jiang Che was staring at the spirit fruit in his hand, The Rue beast froze, and a tangled expression appeared on its face, looking very reluctant to part with it. But in the end, as if he had made some sort of determination, with tears in his eyes, he handed the spirit fruit towards Jiang Che. This, looking at the Rue beast with a heartbroken, unwilling look, Jiang Che smiled bitterly. With that look on your face, do you really want to give it to me? Let's see. If he took a bite out of it himself, the little guy would be in tears in an instant, the kind that can't be stopped. Afterward, Jiang Che looked at the spirit peach with a disgusted expression. This spirit peach had long been gnawed by the Rue beast and was pitted with teeth marks and covered in saliva. Although the spiritual peaches had a bright aura and a tantalizing aroma, but just like this now, who could still have an appetite after seeing it? Eat yourself. Jiang Che shook his head slightly and used his thoughts to transmit them towards the Rue beast. This spirit fruit was a necessary resource for Rue beasts to enhance their strength, so Jiang Che naturally wouldn't eat it. Kirikou. The Rue beast obviously understood Jiang Che's meaning, and its original tearful appearance instantly disappeared, quickly retracting its outstretched pair of front limbs. After barking twice cheerfully at Jiang Che, he hugged the spirit peach again beautifully and nibbled on it by himself. That little guy. Looking at the Rue beast in such a state, Jiang Che smiled in his heart. Chapter 37, Genetic Warriors. As time passed, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo had been gone for another 2 days, trekking to the next door border of the Su province. Under a huge birch tree, Nangon Luo's tiger's mouth was stained with blood, his body exuded a ferocious aura, and next to him was a 10 feet tall huge lynx collapsed in a pool of blood. His eyes were lifeless, and his vitality was completely gone. However, the blood that flowed down around that corpse was still emitting a gust of heat, so it was clear that the ferocious beast had just died not long ago, and not far from the lynx corpse, on the huge roots of the birch tree protruding out of the ground, 3 milky white Ganoderma lucidums were growing where they were, white as frost and snow, with a spiritual glow and medicinal fragrance. After Nangon Luo resolved the guardian ferocious beasts, he quickly walked to the Ganoderma lucidum and devoured the 3 bull-sized Ganoderma lucidums in 3 or 2 bites, leaving behind only a bare root. Afterwards, Nangon Luo got down on the ground, running his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power of the lingji. It was seen that its bodies came from the sound of raging waves, as if there were rapids rushing through its body. Its breath was undulating, its hair was fluttering with the wind, emitting a faint golden glow. Not far away, Jiang Che lay on his back in the soft grass, quietly guarding. Alas, it is true that this robbing the rich to help the poor to make money is fast, is inevitably cause some deaths and injuries. Looking at the lynx that was already lying dead, Jiang Che sighed in his heart. Bad luck for you guys. After working so hard to guard the 3 lingji plants, blowing in the wind and rain, they had just ripened and hadn't even had a chance to eat them yet, when they were bumped into by Jiang Che and the others. This guy also has an iron head. Not only did he not run, but he also thought of comparing with them. As for the results, in the end, not only did he fail to keep his precious lingji, but he also put his life on the line. And why is this necessary? This lynx is just too rigid. Don't you know the old saying that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them? Kirikou. Suddenly, Violet, who was lying on her head. Well, this is the name Jiang Che gave to the Rue beast. Xiaozi seems to be able to feel Jiang Che's feelings. Stood up, 2 big eyes disgusted at the lynx a glance, where the gibberish said a lot. Little Purple was also known as the Purple Beast, and Little Purple was the name Jiang Che had obtained for the Rue beast. Due to the master recognition relationship, Jiang Che was able to understand what Little Purple was trying to convey. The word spit on this lynx for not trying hard enough and being too weak. You little guy still has the face to talk about others. Look at you. You just know how to eat. And I didn't see how much your strength has grown? Jiang Che was all of a sudden exasperated by this little guy, passing on his dissatisfaction with little Violet. Since most of the places he and Nangon Luo traveled to were deep forests, the aura was much denser compared to other places, and the probability of spiritual medicine appearing was naturally greater. In the past 2 days, their coincidental encounters along with the elixirs they had snatched from other ferocious beasts amounted to as many as 15, 8 spiritual fruits and 7 other spiritual grasses and flowers. Among them, Violet alone had eaten 5 spirit fruits. Originally, Jiang Che was still thinking that although these were just some ordinary spirit fruits, after 5 of them were consumed, he should have broken through again, but never thought that 5 of them would go down, and little Violet ended up with a breath that was just a little bit stronger, not even the shadow of a breakthrough. Kirikou. Sensing his master's dislike, Violet's head suddenly drooped, seemingly closing in on itself. Ignoring little Violet, who was putting on a show, Jiang Che summoned the attribute panel out at this time. Name Jiang Che. Race, Northeast Tiger. Level, 18. Natural abilities, Vajra Claws, Thunder Mastery. Bound targets, Nangong Luo, Fong Yuan, Xiao Zi. That's right, now Jiang Che was level 18. Yesterday, Nangong Luo's strength once again had a breakthrough, and with 10 times the feedback, it allowed him to rise to level 18, jumping 2 levels in a row. This time around, Jiang Che's physical body didn't grow too much, only his bones and muscles were stronger and tighter, and his 5 senses were enhanced a bit. Not much of a change, compared to the physical body. This time it was the enhancement of the natural ability that was more obvious. The sharp and hard qualities of the adamantine claws were even more obvious, truly sharpening iron like mud, while thunder mastery struck each blow as if it were a howitzer bombardment, with amazing power. Right, what's going on with this old man? How long has this been going on? And why hasn't he given his confession yet? Jiang Che suddenly remembered Lao Er and became somewhat puzzled. The oldest hasn't moved in a couple days. Is it slacking off? Or did you give up on yourself after being struck down by yourself? But that Dick guy, he doesn't seem so fragile. This guy isn't going to die at the hands of a human, is he? Jiang Che's eyes widened as his heart burst with worry. Don't die. Lao Er, Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital, Lab, a cool environment. Dean Lin, you may begin the third experiment. Not far from the lab bench, a researcher slowly walked over and said softly, with a heavy heart and a haggard look on his face. Dean Lin nodded and looked towards the experiment table in the center of the lab. Where? A naked soldier, calmly lying on a lab table, with various detection devices affixed to various parts of his chest and arms, and his powerful limbs held in place by metal clasps on the table. Zhang Xuebing, many warriors like you have already sacrificed their lives in this genetic potion experiment. This time, the same 9 lives will be lost. Do you regret it? Dean Lin sighed softly and walked over to the experiment table, looking at the soldier on the stage and said hoarsely. At this moment, his heart was extremely painful. It is safe to say that these loyal soldiers to their country died at his hands. If it wasn't for the fact that gene potions were not easy to make and couldn't be wasted in the slightest, he really wanted to apply to change his experimental subjects to some outlaws. But the outlaws are uncontrollable. In case the experiment succeeds and obtains transcendent power, the other party is likely to rise up and fight back, resulting in consequences that are simply unpredictable. Dean Lin, don't have a mental burden. These are all of my own volition. As long as I can avenge my compatriots and wipe out those brutal ferocious beasts, even if I die, I have no regrets. Zhang Xuebing looked determined, his gaze filled with murderous intent towards the ferocious beasts, and he said in a hateful voice, in order to research the genetic potion, you warriors have paid too much. The country and the people will not forget you. Dean Lin's eyes flushed red as he said in a deep voice. In addition, after the genetic potion is injected, there will be a violent rejection reaction and you will need to endure great pain, so you have to be mentally prepared. Dean Lin, come on. Zhang Xuebe nodded and said blandly. The researcher then approached from the side, carrying a wide suitcase rich in technology. Drip, drip, drip. After entering the password, the suitcase was opened, and immediately, a cold air gushed out from the case. Just in the center of the box lay 4 red-colored gene potions, crystal clear and emitting a faint red light. The researcher hurriedly closed the box after removing one of the gene potions. Bear with me. A word of caution from the researchers. Zhang Xuebing gritted his teeth, closed his eyes tightly, and nodded. The genetic agent was then injected by the researchers, from their hands, into Zhang Xuebing's body. Chapter 38. At last, the Bodhi sacred tree I have come. As time passed, the red-colored medicinal liquid in the glass tube continued to diminish. The red-colored medicinal liquid wandered through the veins of the arm, emitting a red-colored light that unexpectedly penetrated the body, forming extremely obvious traveling veins. Wisps of red light started from Zhang Xuebing's arm and spread upwards until it flowed through every part of his body. Aha! Suddenly, a muffled grunt of pain came from the lab table, and Zhang Xuebei's body suddenly trembled. Drop, drop, drop. The probe data began to change, and the dozen or so instruments around it began to show shifts. Apparently, the potion is starting to work. Quickly, hurry up and record all the relevant data. Dean Lin's face changed, and while looking at Zhang Xuebing worriedly, he panicked and instructed the several researchers next to him. On the experimental table, Zhang Xuebing's teeth were clenched. His complexion was distorted, his eyes were crawling with blood, and sweat flowed down from his forehead like rain. Suddenly, Zhang Xuebing's originally more normal limbs were slowly bulging, a single vein bulging out, and inside seemed to have a fiery magma flowing, emitting a ruddy glow, and his naked upper body was crawling with ruddy meridian vein lines. Rolling waves of heat kept coming out. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Xuebing was in pain, struggling frantically, his limbs constantly moving, pulling the metal clasp below. Tot. As the crowd listened to the ear-piercing ringing sound, They all tightened their heartstrings, not daring to make any noise for fear of the impact on Zhang Xuebing. Suddenly, Zhang Xuebing stopped struggling and lay motionless on the lab bench. The entire lab went silent. Failed again? Dean Lin sighed as his gaze was stunned. It had failed many times, and although he had prepared for it in his mind, click, click, click. Just then, Zhang Xuebing suddenly woke up. His thick limbs easily broke the metal snap, sitting up while his body unconsciously glowed with fire. Flames gushed out, covering Zhang Xuebing's entire body as intense heat spread throughout the entire laboratory. Dean Lin, this is considered a success, right? In the flames, Zhang Xuebing stretched his arms and smiled. Ha ha ha, it worked! It finally worked! Dean Lin was overjoyed and couldn't wait to dance. At this moment, the heavy burden in his heart was finally unloaded, and his entire person was as if he was 10 years younger. Snap! The others within the experiment were also full of smiles and applauded in unison, congratulating the success of the experiment. Soon after, in order to test the extraordinary abilities possessed by Zhang Xuebing, Dean Lin deliberately had someone, temporarily, create a test site within the institute. Due to the confidentiality involved, there weren't many people in the entire testing ground. Except for Dean Lin and Zhang Xuebing, there were only a few researchers. Dean Lin, I'm afraid my flames can't deal with a steel plate like this? The much stouter Zhang Xuebing stood beside Dean Lin, pointing to a steel plate not far away, his face full of bitter smiles. I'm afraid that steel plate must be 5 centimeters thick. Zhang Xuebing, your genetic potion comes from the ferocious beast, the red flame lion, which is capable of releasing fiery flames with extremely high temperatures. This test is also to compare the power of the flames you release, how powerful they really are, and whether they can be compared to the red flame lion. Dean Lin smiled, full of expectations. Begin! Zhang Xuebing nodded his head, his expression serious. The fire on his body flared up, the surrounding temperature began to rise, and a blazing flame quickly ignited in his palm. The blazing fire mass set off layers of heat waves, causing Dean Lin and these ordinary people to back away, not daring to get too close. Phew! A fiery flame rushed out. The fire flared and crashed into the iron plate in front of him. The intense heat caused the iron plate to instantly turn red, and soon the center was dented and crimson iron dripped down. Barely. It didn't take long for the iron plate to be melted through and a large hole to appear in the center. Good. According to the data, the power of the flame you released is already comparable to the red flame lion. The effect of this gene potion is considered up to par. Dean Lin was beaming with joy and great satisfaction in his heart. With humans having genetic potions, the greatest advantage of the ferocious beasts was gone. Genetic warriors versus ferocious beasts. With the bonus of having intelligence and weapons, it was basically impossible to lose. He was going to apply to the top to have more warriors injected with genetic potions as a way to create a legion of genetic warriors to fight against the ferocious beasts. Dean Lin's heart was pounding, as if he had already seen the dawn of human genetic warriors defeating the ferocious beasts. After letting the others take Zhang Xuebing back, Dean Lin opened his tablet and watched a video sent from Jiang province. Looking at the 3 giant tigers in the video screen, Dean Lin's gaze flickered. The raw materials for gene potions come from ferocious beasts. The stronger the ferocious beast, the higher the grade of the gene potion. If he could obtain this thunder tiger, the blood and flesh of the black demon tiger, he would definitely be able to develop a more powerful gene potion. This black demon tiger, in particular, had nothing to hide and the military in Days City was in the process of capturing it. This time, the chances of obtaining the opponent's flesh and blood were high. Damn humans! One day, I'm going to devour every last one of you. At this moment, in a mountain forest, Fang Yuan was constantly weaving between the trees, cursing in his heart. His tan and shiny black fur, sticky with blood and dirt and scorched in parts, looked extremely wretched. Having been chased for days and nights, Fang Yuan now hated humans with a passion. Anyway, Fang Yuan had already decided. He was ready to take the boss off his most hated position for a while and put the human on it. From then on, mankind is its own life and death enemy. See one and kill one. Hailong City, Su Province, Changbai Mountain, lofty and spectacular, dense aura, a mountain peaks connected to want to connect, the top of the mountain snow-capped, as a white helmet with the earth guards, towering above the land of the dragon country. That tall main peak cuts straight through the clouds, hidden above the clouds and mist, the mountainside clouds and mist, in the golden sunshine halo, into strands of colorful stripes floating between the peaks, below the mountainside, a verdant peace, a strain of sky-high pines and cypresses form a vast and dense forest. In the golden sunlight, it is like a green ocean with golden light, a vast, full of vitality. On a high slope, 2 giant tigers stood side by side, gazing far into the majestic Changbai Mountain. Finally, Jiang Che sighed and stretched. letting out a long breath. This everyday rush day, do not know when is the end. Legs are running thin. He suddenly began to miss its time in the zoo. It was really carefree. Do not have to worry about anything. Eat, sleep, eat, how good ah. Little Violet, who was sitting on Jiang Chei's head, was looking at the distant pomp and circumstance with a face full of concentration. A pair of large eyes opened round and curious. Bodhi sacred tree, here I come. Nangon Luo squinted his eyes, looking at the golden sunlight, the absolutely beautiful Changbai Mountain, murmuring in his heart. Chapter 39, First Combined Battle. Changbai Mountain was close at hand, and Jiang Chei's two tigers were not scrambling like they were rushing. Taking steps, slowly and leisurely, he walked to the foot of Changbai Mountain. Dense ahead are the woods. Jiang Chei seemed to be aware of this, his gaze flickering slightly as his tiger body gradually tightened up. This was because before he even stepped into the forest area, he felt quite a few strong auras. This Changbai Mountain was originally a deep forest, and the animals living inside were extremely numerous. The number of ferocious beasts inside after the aura revival would definitely not be less. The heaven and earth aura here is surprisingly so dense. A large amount of aura gushed out from within the mountains and forests. Nangon Luo only felt refreshed, as if his body had been cleaned from the inside out. It's worthy of being a place that can give birth to the Bodhi sacred tree, a rare spiritual root. I'm afraid that this Changbai Mountain's aura is unimaginably dense, and it will morph into a spiritual mountain in the future as well. It's bound to harbor a large number of heavenly treasures inside. However, the ferocious beasts here should, also, be much stronger than the outside world. Nangon Luo sighed in his heart, staring at the Changbai Mountain in front of him with a burning gaze. If she could obtain the Bodhi sacred tree, she would be able to create a cultivation sanctuary in the future, as a way to establish a power of her own. She thought so and planned ahead based on some of the things she had experienced in her previous life. In his previous life, at the late stage of the aura recovery, the major demon kings and demon emperors occupied the major spiritual mountains, and the group of heroes divided their spheres of influence, monopolizing all the resources needed for various cultivation. At that time, lone and scattered beasts like them were bound to have an incredibly difficult time, unless one ends up joining a power and taking refuge under it. Nangon Luo was a female emperor in her previous life, and with a high and proud heart, she was naturally unwilling to be a parasite and be driven by others. So an idea popped into the mind, that is to have a power of your own. Kirikou, sensing the rich spiritual chi ahead, little Violet's eyes shone brightly, and with her two pinkish front paws, she pawed at the hair on top of Jiang Chei's head, urging it on. This little guy was smart enough to know that the denser the spiritual chi, the greater the number of spiritual medicines, and the greater the possibility of encountering them. Thinking that this place might have delicious elixirs, Violet was a bit impatient. Jiang Chei and Nangon Chei exchanged glances and moved in unison towards the forest. Moving on, Violet was so excited that she stood up and looked left and right, her big eyes scrutinizing carefully. Just entered the mountain forest, surrounded by huge straight pines and cypresses, densely packed, all brown and black trunks. A glance cannot see the end. There are some flowers and plants growing in the understory, and from time to time a patch of underbrush appears. Roar! Ow! It seemed to sense the outsiders. From all sides of the forest, a roar came from those who could not see. Many ferocious beasts issued threats. For the two outsiders, Jiang Chei and Nangon Luo, these ferocious beasts were very unwelcoming. The hidden killing chants that wandered in this dimly lit dense forest filled one with chills from the inside out. Kirikou, little Violet, who was originally still in high spirits, was instantly scared and trembled, hurriedly climbing down from Jiang Chei's head and shrinking behind Jiang Chei's back and neck. Roar! In the face of provocation, Jiang Chei certainly wouldn't show weakness and let out a long whistle. A tiger's roar exploded throughout the forest, and the earth seemed to vibrate, the sound booming and regaling as it rushed deeper into the forest. However, this warning from him didn't seem to have any effect. The malicious gazes coming from all around hadn't decreased at all, and the killing intent was getting more and more prevalent. Looks like it's going to be a tough fight today. Jiang Chei was confident in his heart, his pair of tiger eyes gleaming with divine light within them. Looking around, radiating a domineering and peerless aura, Nangon Luo also released a powerful aura and entered into a fighting state. Suddenly, the whole forest went quiet. There was no more ear-splitting roar of the beast. There was silence all around. The dimly lit woods were murderous. Sasha. Suddenly, there was a sound of trampling on dead leaves. A giant black wolf slowly walked out of the dimness, its size comparable to a buffalo, its eyes cold and bloodthirsty, staring at Jiang Chei and Nangon Luo, its teeth sharp and glowing with cold light. It was an early first-stage ferocious beast, the black poison wolf. This is only the outer perimeter, and there are early first-order ferocious beasts infesting the area. In the depths of this Changbai Mountain, It is estimated that late First Order ferocious beasts have already been born. I also don't know if we'll see a Second Order. It shouldn't be possible. Nangon Luo sighed in his heart and glanced at his boss, ultimately feeling that it was unlikely. The boss definitely seemed like an anomaly to her. How dare a tiny early stage of the first rank come to attack me? Then let's kill you first. Jiang Chei's killing heart was high as he looked at the black poison wolf, his heart filled with disdain. The tiger's pupil flashed with a purple light, and a strand of purple thunder wire spread across the glistening fur. A large swath of thunder light leaping and emitting a burst of zipping sounds. Kirikou! Little Violet sensed her master's will, and instantly, the purple light around her body lit up, transforming into a purple battle pattern attached to her body. Rumble! Jiang Chei's strength instantly surged several times. There was a surge of power within his body. The light of thunder outside his body shone brightly. The power of thunder rapidly surged, purple thunder churning and sending out bursts of deafening roars. At this moment, Jiang Chei's entire body was dazzling with purple light, and thunder covered his body like a divine tiger transformed by thunder. Ow! Facing Jiang Chei, the black poison wolf wasn't the least bit afraid. Its body enveloped in a black poisonous mist as it howled and rushed over as a black shadow. Boom! A dazzling thunderbolt instantly struck down. A direct hit on the black poisonous wolf running at great speed. It was like a huge grenade falling and flattening a piece of land. A violent explosion was heard, and the black poison wolf was directly blown to pieces, splattering blood and flesh. A large crater appeared on the ground. The powerful shockwave lifted up a large amount of humus layers, and rotten leaves and dead branches were thrown flying. All around, there were even several tall pines and cypresses that were destroyed and fell down with a click. Ow! Hiss! The black poison wolf was killed, and the ferocious beasts hidden in the back could no longer hold back, breaking through the darkness and revealing their true faces. 3 thick pythons poked out from above the forest, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth, their huge bodies curling around the thick tree trunks, desiring to devour Jiang Chei. On the other side 2 huge brown bears rushed out in unison, like 2 heavy tanks, crashing head-on, with a fierce and incomparably horrifying momentum. Die! Rumble! Jiang Chei's gaze went cold. First, he struck out 3 amazingly powerful thunderbolts, which quickly traced through the air, as bright as meteors, turning the entire forest bright. The 3 giant pythons were accurately hit, the thunder burst, and the huge snake heads directly exploded. The red and white ones all flew out in a tragic manner. The pythons only had time to let out a miserable scream as their vitality dissipated. 3 snake bodies that had lost half of their heads fell down helplessly from the sky above the mountain forest. Big Brother can be said to be invincible. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a second rank. This kind of thunder power is just too strong. Nangon Luo stood at the back, looking at the python that died an extremely miserable death, and marveled a sentence in his heart. Also possessing thunder control? Nangon Luo's own thunder power simply couldn't reach this kind of power. Chapter 40, A Group of Horse Minions. How dare they act recklessly? Just then, ow! A fishy wind blew. The 2 huge brown bears had already taken the opportunity to rush to Jiang Chei's near front. Their gazes were devouring and ferocious, and their 2 bloody mouths, which stank beyond measure, bit towards Jiang Chei. Whoosh! 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 Several fist-sized thunderballs, which had long since coalesced into shape, were like discharged cannonballs, spinning in the air. The thunder light flared, breaking through the air and flying horizontally. Boom boom boom! The bursting thunderballs exploded continuously, lifting the 2 heavy types that were as big as small mountains out of the air, and the giant bears crossed the air, their bodies shooting out gusts of blood mist. The power of thunder exploded incomparably, tearing the entire bear's body apart, and underneath the charred black fur, there were a large number of cracks. Bang! Falling to the ground. At this moment, the 2 giant bears were already lifeless, with a puddle of blood flowing out from underneath them, blood stained all over their bodies, looking extremely miserable, easily exterminating the incoming ferocious beasts. Jiang Chei continued forward with Nangon Luo. The purple war tattoo on his neck had a purple light flowing and glowing. His eyes were like torches as he looked around the mountains and forests, fearless, and his body exuded a strong murderous aura. Ow! 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 A dozen or so black poisonous wolves, surrounded this way, their gazes cold and incomparably bloodthirsty. A black poisonous mist emanated from within his body and converged over the wolves, gradually transforming into a large, black, poisonous mist that hung over his head. As the black poison wolf pack moved, the black, pressurized poisonous mist drifted towards Jiang Chei. This poisonous fog is extremely toxic, and the shrubs and flowers that passed by on the way, their branches and leaves yellowed, and the moisture flowed away, quickly withering away. Roar! Jiang Chei let out a long whistle as countless thunderbolts emerged from within his body, leaping continuously outside his body. The 4 tiger claws were glowing with golden light, which gradually condensed into substance and turned into incomparably sharp golden blades. He saw Jiang Chei's tiger body leap, directly crashing into the wolves. The moment that poisonous black mist came into contact with the purple thunder outside his body, lightning flashed, turning the black mist into a wisp of green smoke. Brush up! Rumble! Golden-colored blade lights flashed among the wolves, tearing apart one wolf body and sending blood and flesh flying. A thunderbolt pierced through the black mist, splitting into a black poisonous wolf, turning it into a pile of charred corpses. Throughout the poisonous mist, the black poisonous wolves let out bursts of mournful wails. A moment later, the poisonous fog gradually dispersed. The entire black venom wolf pack all fell in a pool of blood, broken and charred wolf carcasses all over the place. Bloody, charred, a very unpleasant smell permeated in the forest. Jiang Chei stood in this hell of blood and flesh, his tiger eyes filled with coldness, thunder rolling above his tiger body, and his entire body exuding a powerful ferocious aura. Then the more consumed thunder power was taken back into his body. Jiang Chei continued forward. With each section of the mountain path, a bitter killing spirit would surge out of the forest. A ferocious beast came out of the forest, spreading its teeth and claws as it pounced towards Jiang Chei. Roar! The tiger whistles like thunder. Jiang Chei, destroying and pushing all the way across. The rolling aura of blood swept through the entire mountain forest. At this moment in Changbai Mountain, the screams of ferocious beasts continued. The mournful wailing sound, echoing among the mountains and forests, was horrifying and frightening, just like the bursts of ghostly cries made by ghosts. Slaughtering one of the ferocious beasts that had rushed out, Jiang Chei fought his way out with his strong strength. Using the blood and bones of countless ferocious beasts in Changbai Mountain, he forged his supreme ferocious might. Ha! If only Lao Er were here. These are all top-quality blood food. If he swallowed them all with the heaven-swallowing demon code, his strength would definitely be able to increase greatly. What a shame! Glancing back at the remnants of the ferocious beasts that were still paved into a path of blood and flesh, Jiang Chei couldn't help but think. At this moment, Jiang Chei was drenched in blood, his fierce aura rushing to the heavens, as if he were a devil god in the world. Nangon Luo's mind was shaken. His tiger eyes were stunned. Only by being so powerful is one qualified to be this emperor's big brother. In her heart, she actually couldn't help but give birth to a trace of admiration. But by the time Nangon Luo returned to his senses, Jiang Chei had already moved forward again. Nangon Luo hurriedly followed. A few moments later, Jiang Chei had already killed his way into the depths of Changbai Mountain. The aura here was much more dense, and the trees were much taller than the outskirts, and occasionally one could bump into late second stage ferocious beasts. Perhaps the ferocious might on Jiang Chei was too much, or maybe he was scared by the blood of the beast he was covered in. Around them, the ferocious beasts that had originally surrounded them did not dare to come forward, their bodies trembling, their eyes revealing fear. Roar! As Jiang Chei let out a tiger whistle, the beasts' livers and guts trembled, wailed, tucked their tails, and fled in all directions. Send away the pesky ferocious beasts. Jiang Chei and Nangon Luo finally started searching for the Bodhi sacred tree in the depths. Because of the Bodhi sacred tree's own spirit-gathering characteristics, the place where it grows is often the entire region where the spiritual qi is the most concentrated. That's why Nangon Luo would cast the spirit-seeking mysterious art every time he arrived at an area. Observe the density of the surrounding aura as a way to determine where the Bodhi sacred tree was located. What a dense fluctuation of spiritual energy. On a hilltop, Nangon Luo's eyes widened as he looked at the valley not far away. Surprised in his heart, just ahead, he saw 4 towering peaks surround each other, forming a huge valley in the center. Inside the valley, there was a dense shroud of fog that obscured the line of sight. The specifics are not really visible at all. And over the valley, Nangon Luo's eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, there was a huge spiritual qi vortex there that was constantly rotating, and in all directions, wisps of spiritual qi were being pulled over. It could be said that the aura of the entire Changbai Mountain was converging towards the aura vortex, and the aura was churning as if it had transformed into a river of aura, falling towards the bottom, looking extremely spectacular. The Bodhi sacred tree should be right here. With such a powerful ability to gather spirits, it's impossible for ordinary spiritual plants and medicines to have it. Nangon Luo was certain in his heart, and his eyes were filled with joy. The 2 tigers then quickly climbed over the ridge and made it to the valley without any problems. The first thing that was felt was the spirit mist that came to his face. Yes, the aura here was so dense that it had begun to liquefy. Such an environment opened Jiang Chei's eyes. Look ahead. What came into view was a peach forest. These peach trees were only 2 feet tall, with gnarled branches, tough and calm, and lush leaves that were crisp and glittered with emerald green. A fist-sized pink fruit hangs from the branches, tucked between the green leaves of the branches. The entire valley was filled with a mesmerizing peach fragrance. The Bodhi sacred tree. It should be in this peach forest. Nangon Luo's gaze surveyed the peach forest. Just as they were about to step into the peach forest, huffing, a group of tall silhouettes surrounded them from the spirit mist, their mouths emitting ear-piercing cries. When he got closer, Jiang Che realized that it was actually a group of giant apes. These giant apes varied in height, with the largest roughly more than 10 feet tall, covered in reddish-colored hair, with gnarled muscles, fierce looks, and grimacing teeth. The most amazing thing is, these great apes were all first-order beasts, and there were even a lot of mid-first-order beasts. But, a bunch of horse minions. How dare you? Jiang Che laughed coldly in his heart. His eyes showed a fierce light, and a murderous aura tumbled over his body. Roar! With a loud roar, Jiang Che instantly charged up. Chapter 41 The Bodhi Sacred Tree arrives. Discovering that the intruders were so arrogant, the red-colored great apes were completely enraged. This was the place where their tribe lived, and all the foreign ferocious beasts would become their food. From the mouths of the great apes, they let out a burst of ear-piercing roars. A red light was seen glowing from their bodies, followed by a noticeably larger size and a steeply enhanced aura. Feeling the incomparable power filling their bodies, the ferocity in the eyes of the great apes increased, revealing their mouths full of sharp teeth and fierce faces as they rushed over. And right at that moment, Jiang Che's massive tiger body crashed into the group of red apes. Boom! With a powerful slap, a charging giant ape flew out backwards like a discharged bullet, its chest collapsing and its breath dying. Jiang Che's tiger body leapt, ferocious and incomparable. His adamantine claws were sharp to the extreme, waving them in the air, directly slicing the two giant apes that were attacking behind him into several sections, instantly separating flesh and bone, and blood fell like rain. At the same time, on top of the tiger's body, thunderous light shone brightly, and a streak of thunder leaped and flew out. One of the giant apes that had rushed in an instant, collapsed on the ground extremely abruptly, shivering, with blue smoke coming out of their bodies. A mere first-order ferocious beast is a bit too weak for me at this time. A few moments later, Jiang Che, covered in blood, stood in the center of the battlefield, looking around and sighing at the loneliness of the experts, only to see that, around him, corpses were strewn everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and the red-colored great apes were lying on the ground. Among them, there were quite a few giant apes that were still alive and were emitting miserable screams, and the rich smell of blood rushed straight to the nostrils, making the scene a miserable one. Jiang Che shook off the blood on his body and was about to greet Nangon Luo as he walked inside. Roar! A deafening roar exploded within the valley. Immediately after that, the peach forest suddenly vibrated regularly. There should be something that was, step by step, coming towards this place. Jiang Che and Nangon Luo's faces moved slightly as their gazes looked deeper into the peach forest in unison. In the spirit mist, a tall figure slowly stepped out. The first thing that caught his eye was a flash of black light. The beast then revealed itself. This was a black giant ape that was as tall as 2 feet, with a robust body, long and thick limbs, and scarlet eyes that looked extremely demonic. Roar! The black giant ape let out a long whistle to the sky. Its fangs were white and sharp, and its ferocious aura emanated from its body, sweeping in all directions. A breeze came and blew Jiang Che and Nangon Luo's fur. Roar! Jiang Che's gaze was contemptuous and his heart was relaxed as he casually roared at the black giant ape in response. Although this black giant ape was tall, compared to Jiang Che, it was still quite a bit worse. Even the strength was too weak at the late first rank, about to break through the second rank. How dare you be so arrogant in front of Tiger Emperor with this kind of strength? Not to mention Jiang Che in his merged state. Even in its normal state, this black giant ape was definitely not Jiang Che's opponent, the powerful ape emperor of the previous life. It seems to be right. The Bodhi sacred tree is here. Nangon Luo's eyes lit up. This ferocious beast should be the vigorous ape emperor. The great ape emperor himself had an extraordinary bloodline, a black giant ape, and his awakened natural ability was also related to strength. Once exerted, it hates the sky without a handle, hates the ground without a ring, and has infinite power, and was once known as the power to move mountains in its previous life. In his previous life, it was this fellow who had seized the opportunity to dominate the Bodhi sacred tree. With this rare spiritual root to make Changbai Mountain into a holy place of cultivation, gathered 100,000 demon soldiers under his command, cut off a place, dominated the party, and is also considered a late stage of the hefty and famous demon emperor. In Nangon Luo's opinion, the other party had such achievements. Apart from his own bloodline talent, that Bodhi sacred tree deserves a lot of credit. Even the Bodhi sacred tree contributes a large part of it. It was really that this spiritual root was too suitable for building a party. But in this life, this Bodhi sacred tree will have nothing to do with you. Nangon Luo gazed at his big brothers back in front of him, his gaze delighted. Thinking of the previous battle, the big brother who was like a demon god. She was now confident. A mere vigorous demon ape would not be a match for his big brother. Seeing the heavy deaths and injuries of his men, the vigorous demon ape was furious. His scarlet eyes, emanating extreme malice, and a thick murderous aura surged out. At this moment, it only had one thought in its mind, and that was to tear these two outsiders apart. A strange black light surged, and his entire body began to expand rapidly, his bones becoming tough and his gnarled muscles bulging. Under the black light, this vigorous demon ape's size skyrocketed, reaching more than 2 zhang tall, and it was on the verge of catching up to Zhang Che's size. Knock knock! The great demon ape moved its mighty body and rushed towards Zhang Che, and with every step that fell, the earth gently shook, imposing and oppressive. Obviously, the power of this vigorous demon ape was bound to be extremely strong, and it was estimated that no ferocious beast of the first rank could be compared to it. Boom! Zhang Che's tiger body rushed out at extreme speed, arriving in front of the powerful demon ape in an instant, and under the powerful demon ape's horrified gaze, the tiger's palm slapped out, with the sound of a wind whistling. Boom! Only heard a crunching sound like thunder. Within the chest of the powerful devil ape, the bones broke inch by inch, directly flew out backwards, screamed miserably in the air, and sprayed a mist of blood out of his mouth. Knock! The great demon ape hit the ground heavily and tumbled 3 feet away, letting out a guttural groan of pain from his mouth. The vigorous demon ape stood up with great difficulty, his feet staggering and his complexion shriveled. Looking at Zhang Che, who was slowly walking towards it, its scarlet eyes were filled with disbelief, and it slowly backed away in fear, a look of supplication on its face. Unfortunately, Zhang Che did not intend to let it go. Zira! With a flash of purple light, a ball of thunder flew out, lightning flashed and struck directly at the opponent's chest. The great demon ape's eyes showed despair, and its body instantly exploded, blood and flesh flying apart. At this point, all of the guarding forces within this valley had all been shattered by Zhang Che. The two tigers then began to explore deeper into the peach forest. Nangon Luo took the lead. His heart was extremely excited. Finally he was going to see the Bodhi sacred tree that he had been waiting for a long time. Zhang Che, who was following behind him, surveyed the surroundings to prevent other ferocious beasts from lurking in this place. They drifted deeper and deeper into the peach forest. It was found that in addition to the peach trees becoming more and more thick and spiritual, the aura in the air became more and more dense. The atomized aura quickly condensed on a verdant peach leaf, forming a drop of crystal clear spiritual dew. Drops of spiritual dew, sliding down from the leaves, nourished the earth of this valley, making it full of spiritual charm and turning it into a spiritual soil. The valley was very deep, densely packed and full of peach trees, and along the way, Zhang Che hadn't seen any other plants other than peach trees. Suddenly, a bright golden light flashed through the mist ahead. Zhang Che and Nangon Luo's footsteps lurched as they exchanged glances, both able to see the color of surprise in each other's eyes. Bodhi sacred tree. Nangon Luo was overjoyed in his heart, and he was busy, rushing towards where the golden light was. Zhang Che followed closely behind. He was very curious about the Bodhi sacred tree that Lao San had been chanting about, and now he was finally able to catch a glimpse of the real thing. Through a large peach forest to the deepest part of the valley, the two tigers also finally saw the Bodhi sacred tree. Chapter 42 Feng Yuan. One day, I will make the name of the demon monarch resound throughout the world. Deep in the valley, there is a not large green stone pool, clear to the bottom. The water is filled with aura, dense fog, and beside the water pool, on the surface of a protruding green stone, a golden spiritual root was rooted, noble and upright. Within the spirit mist, the golden light of the spirit root dazzled, haloing the layers of mist, causing a circle of golden halo to envelop its periphery. This extremely sacred-looking spiritual root was none other than the Bodhi sacred tree. The Bodhi sacred tree, which was 9 feet tall, had a golden yellow bark with an extremely smooth surface, on which a golden vein emerged, intertwining with each other to form a mysterious and arcane pattern. The trunk is straight and relatively thick, with branches spread out in all directions and leaves spreading skyward. The whole tree looks like a big golden umbrella. The leaves on the tree's crown were heart-shaped and golden, gently swaying in the air and emitting bursts of glitter, as drops of spirit dew dripped from the leaves and pooled into the spirit pool. Although the Bodhi sacred tree was not fully grown at this moment, it looked extremely extraordinary. The Bodhi sacred tree has finally arrived. Looking at the Bodhi sacred tree in the spirit mist, the golden light shining brightly, Nangon Luo sighed in his heart. All this time, the grueling trek and the race to the finish line has been for this item. This Bodhi sacred tree was an extremely important part of her future plans. It was useful for Nangon Luo to form forces in the future. The light said that the tree itself, with its powerful spirit-gathering properties, gathered all the aura of a large area in one place, creating a holy place for cultivation. Right now, this valley, To be able to have such a rich aura was also thanks to it. It could be said that practicing for 1 day here was comparable to practicing for 10 days in the outside world. Of course, this ratio is not fixed, but is still based on the degree of growth of the Bodhi sacred tree. The older it is, the stronger its spirit gathering characteristics are, the wider the range of spirit gathering is, and the more concentrated the aura is. In addition to its spirit gathering properties, the Bodhi sacred tree itself emits Bodhi golden light, which has the effect of aiding evolution, purifying the mind, and calming emotions. Unfortunately, this tree is not yet fully grown to bear fruit. If one waited until the Bodhi sacred tree bore Bodhi seeds, then it would be considered a true supreme treasure. Bodhi seed, or the fruit of the sacred tree of Bodhi. In addition to enlightening wisdom and helping ferocious beasts improve their spirituality, it also had many wonderful uses such as enhancing enlightenment, baptizing powerful souls, and enhancing potential. I'm afraid that no living being can refuse this kind of treasure. With the Bodhi sacred tree, in the future I will create the most powerful demonic force. Nangon Luo let out a long breath, desperately trying to calm down the excitement in his heart, allowing himself to quickly calm down. In his mind, he analyzed what the Bodhi sacred tree could do for him. The spirit-gathering property of the Bodhi sacred tree was able to create a cultivation sanctuary and cultivate demon soldiers on a large scale. The Bodhi seed, Bodhi golden light, on the other hand, could be used for her to build up her direct line of forces, to train up some capable generals, elite forces, and to help these underlings to enhance their intelligence and potential to help them complete their evolution. The function of this tree was surprisingly capable of doing both, and could be considered a treasure for building a party's power. Good ambition. Lao San, Jiang Che, who was already comfortably lying on the ground at the moment, heard the third sister's heartfelt words and came to be interested, thinking that in the future, he would have countless minions to call upon. He couldn't help but look forward to it. By that time, that day of his own was probably more pleasant than the previous one in the zoo. Thinking about this, Jiang Che couldn't help but grin happily. Kirikou, tempted by the Bodhi golden light, little Violet instantly couldn't hold back and gave an excited cry. Jumping off Jiang Che's head, the short limbs and legs ran as fast as they could, dabbed and climbed to the branches of the linden fruit tree, where they lay motionless, comfortably, enjoying the illumination of Bodhi's golden light as a way to speed up one's own evolution. It's all spirit peach trees. Nangon Luo inadvertently glanced around. Suddenly, his face changed and his eyes widened. The peach trees distributed around the water pool, one by one were spreading spiritual light. Obviously under the influence of the Bodhi sacred tree, they had all evolved into spiritual peach trees. And on all of these spirit peach trees, at this moment, there was a spirit peach with a superb spiritual light hanging on it, full of juice, full of aroma, causing people to salivate. However, Nangon Luo realized that some of the spirit peach trees were full of spirit peaches. On the other hand, the spirit peaches on some of the other spirit peach trees were very sparse and few in number, and there were even some that didn't have a single spirit peach. She guessed that the spirit peaches up there should have been eaten by that Herculean demon ape and its men. Although it was a bit of a pity, Nangon Luo looked at the remaining spirit peaches, which was not a small amount. With these spirit fruits, this emperor's strength will definitely soar, even advancing to the second rank. Nangon Luo was overjoyed and looked at the surrounding spiritual peach trees with a scorching gaze. Kirikou. Xiaozi was also attracted by the fragrance of spirit peaches at this time, and reluctantly leapt down from the Bodhi sacred tree, rushed up to a spirit peach tree, plucked a spirit peach, hugged it in his arms, and gnawed on it joyfully. Hearing the heart's voice, Jiang Che's heart burst with joy, raising his head to look around, and sure enough, he found the branches full of spirit peaches, and his gaze lit up. Well, that's just great. Jiang Che laughed out loud in his heart. With the help of these spiritual peaches, Nangon Luo and Xiao Zi's strength would definitely have a breakthrough, and then their own strength would be able to follow suit. Yeah, bravo, Lao Er. In the beginning, if you had been able to get along with Lao San, this spirit peach would definitely have had your share. Alas, I can only blame you guys for not being blessed. Thinking of tenfold feedback, Jiang Che couldn't help but think of his penis again. That penis is really not a good idea. This guy hasn't paid tribute for so long. Don't think he's really hiccuped. Loss, he thought before. The second out of the team can quickly grow. Give him this big brother to some pressure. Did not think. Jiang Province, Wulong Mountain, with its deep forests and countless poisonous insects, snakes and ants. This place is full of crises and is rarely visited by people. Before the revival of the spiritual qi, this place was a famous forbidden place, and few people dared to go deeper. Fang Yuan didn't know at this time that Jiang Che was chanting about himself. He had been chased by humans for thousands of miles and was in a sorry state, fleeing to this place before coming to a halt. looking in all directions, at the crawling poisonous creatures. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised in his heart, pacing briskly in place. The poisons here were able to discourage humans, but for Fang Yuan, who was a demon monarch in his previous life, it was simply heaven. Such a large number of poisons is just right for this demon lord to refine the parasites. At that time, in the face of this pervasive parasites, let's see what those humans do. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like a madman. One day, I will make the name of the demon monarch resound throughout the entire world. All things will be terrified when they hear the name of this demon lord. And the damned humans. This demon lord will definitely kill all of you to ease my heart's hatred. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 43, Little Violet's Breakthrough. Under the golden brilliant Bodhi tree, the surface of the green stone pool was filled with spiritual mist and the water sparkled. Nangon Luo's golden tiger body, the entirety of which was now soaking in. In this pool of rich aura, she settled into immobility, closing her eyes and concentrating, operating her gong methods and greedily absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As Nangon Luo continued to gulp, the surrounding spiritual mist slowly flowed towards the green stone pool, transforming into a small spiritual chi vortex above it. Constantly turning, the majestic spiritual chi entered the body, just like a long drought, nourishing the tiger's body, being refined into wisps of spiritual energy that traveled throughout the body's veins and eventually converged together. Nangon Luo's cultivation level slowly rose like this, and his aura also had a considerable change. Little Violet was now lying on top of Nangon Luo's head, enjoying the Bodhi golden light cast down, her face soothed and comfortable. The Bodhi golden light, after being scattered by the spirit mist, transformed into wisps and spread on that piece of purple and ghostly scale armor. The golden light dotted, and the purple melted. At this moment the scale armor was suddenly animated, and the purple and gold color was like fluctuating like flowing water. The purple golden light, constantly flowing, was dazzling, making this tender little beast look extremely extraordinary. After spending so many days together, Xiaozi and Nangon Luo's relationship had already become extremely familiar from the strangeness they felt when they first met. At first, Little Violet still only recognized Jiang Che as her master, and for Nangon Luo, she was all but avoiding the other party, not interacting with them at all, until Nangon Luo gave a spirit fruit. This snack goods immediately eyes light on the Nangon Luo goods sent straight up. 1 to 2. The two sides will be familiar with it. Sometimes, when Little Violet got bored staying next to Jiang Che, she would run over to Nangon Luo's side. The sound of muffled footsteps came. A giant glistening tiger slowly walked out of the spirit mist and stopped in front of the green stone pool. Right now, in front of Jiang Che, there was a stable purple ball of thunder hanging, and within it floated a bunch of spirit fruits with exquisite spiritual light. These spirit fruits, in different colors, were diverse, dissolving the thunderballs. The spirit fruits all fell on top of the ground. Jiang Che's tiger palm gently pushed, moving the scattered spirit fruits to the nearby green stone and gathering them together. After finishing his work and glancing at Nangon Luo and Xiaozi in the pool, Jiang Che turned around and plopped down not far away, closing his eyes to rest. In the past few days, Jiang Che was busy collecting spirit fruits for Nangon Luo and Xiaozi in addition to his sleeping time. Although there were quite a number of spirit peaches in the peach forest, enough for the two of them to eat for a while, but it's not like the spiritual peaches grow the next second after you eat them. There's always a day when they run out, and sitting on your ass is not desirable. Thus, with a flash of light in his mind, Jiang Che decided to collect more spirit fruits. It just so happens that this Changbai mountain is originally a place of spiritual beauty, but also affected by the Bodhi sacred tree. The heaven and earth aura is rich, the creation is extraordinary, and contains a lot of spiritual medicine. There is no natural reason not to take something good when it is right in front of you. That's why Jiang Che, in the past few days, frequently left the valley and wandered around, turned around the depths of the Changbai mountain. Very lucky, he met some hospitable beasts. From them, a number of free spirit fruits were obtained. These spirit fruits and also spirit peaches, Jiang Che would prepare one every day to supply Nangon Luo and Xiaozi for cultivation. After all, these spirit fruits were essential for the third sister and little Z to be able to make a rapid breakthrough, and as long as they made a breakthrough, Jiang Che would be able to receive 10 times the feedback and raise his strength once again. Regarding the improvement of his strength, Jiang Che's heart was very urgent nowadays. The heart is anxious. Along the way, Jiang Che had long since realized a truth. Strength is everything. In this kind of big change, big chaos, no strength is a piece of meat by the mouth of others. Want to eat you when to eat you. Only with great strength can one run amok and live at ease. Just like the Bodhi sacred tree, although the great ape clan got this good thing. Unfortunately, without the strength, it couldn't be defended at all, and it wasn't snatched by Jiang Che. Not to mention how many ferocious beasts Jiang Che had killed and how many spirit fruits he had snatched from the ferocious beasts along the way. All of this was just because he was the second rank and the strongest. Jiang Che always cautioned himself that he was just taking a step ahead. With the revival of aura, there were countless opportunities in this land, and the ferocious beasts that survived here could not always be of the first rank. It was only a matter of time before a ferocious beast broke through to the second stage, and what Jiang Che had to do was to raise his strength as soon as possible and advance to the third rank. That's how he's been able to maintain his overwhelming dominance. The sun was setting in the west and the time was coming to evening. The golden sunset and the golden light emanating from the Bodhi sacred tree haloed the spiritual mist deep in this valley into a golden glow that looked extremely spectacular. Nangong Luo slowly opened his eyes and ended this cultivation. These past few days, Nangong Luo couldn't wait to cultivate 24 hours a day, all the time. This place, indeed, is a treasure place for cultivation, with a rich spiritual chi that can be encountered but not sought. A sweep of the eyes. At the first glance, she noticed a number of spirit fruits piled up by the green stone pool. In addition to the spiritual peaches, there were quite a few other spiritual fruits and herbs. Little Violet was lying next to him at that moment, smiling and squinting, happily hugging and nibbling on a spirit peach. Nangong Luo's eyes were calm. No need to think. This must be Big Brother's doing. During this period of time, Big Brother would always go out of the valley, and when he came back, he would bring back quite a few spirit fruits. Big Brother is always like this. He doesn't eat the spirit fruits he finds and gives them all to me and Xiaozi. Nangong Luo sighed in her heart. Her own Big Brother was just too good and generous to her. In her previous life, she didn't know how many times she had read about humans killing each other to death over a spirit fruit. And now on the contrary, Big Brother got the spirit fruit unexpectedly all let out. It wasn't that Nangong Luo hadn't refused and thought about letting his Big Brother keep it for himself, but it seems to be of no use. Since the Big Brother is a bit of a death wish, in the face of the fruit of the spirit does not move, have to leave all the fruit of the spirit of the two of them. Big Brother, I won't let you down. When I rise in this chaotic world, I will repay your favor. Nangong Luo looked at Jiang Che who was faking sleep not far away. His heart was moved and his gaze was extremely determined. Third sister, your efforts to make a breakthrough is the greatest reward for Big Brother. Jiang Che was lying on the ground, his eyelids fluttering and the corners of his mouth rising slightly. A few moments later, Kirikou, Little Violet was on all fours, paralyzed on the green stone. That tiny stomach, which had been stuffed with 3 large spirit peaches, was propped up and rounded, screaming out in distress. Nangong Luo, who was beside him, looked at Xiaozi in such a state and felt a burst of amusement in his heart. This guy is really greedy. Ha! This is, steeply, a purple light emerged from Little Violet's body, becoming more and more prevalent and starting to shine brightly and dazzlingly. It looked as if a purple ball of light was wrapped around Violet. Little Violet's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it broke through a boundary before stopping. It was only then that the purple light gradually dispersed, revealing Violet with her eyes tightly closed inside. Chapter 44, Third Order. Spiritual Protection. Kirikou. Opening her eyes, Violet's big eyes rolled around, and after climbing up, she looked left and right at her body, realizing that her stomach wasn't rising anymore, and jumped directly in place with a very happy look. This breakthrough, Little Violet's size didn't change much. The look is getting better and better. The pair of pink horns grew a bit longer, and the purple fur all over his body became long and flowing, and the purple scale armor that clung to his skin rippled with light and became deeper and deeper in color. Ding! Bound target Violet's strength has broken through, gaining a 10-fold return. At that moment, a system beep sounded in his ears. This little fellow, after eating so many of my spirit fruits, has finally made a breakthrough. As his eyelids lifted and he watched the change in Little Violet, Jiang Che was overjoyed in his heart. Immediately afterward, countless surging spiritual energies surged into Jiang Che's body, constantly traveling and nourishing his flesh, his muscles and bones writhing crazily, and his entire tiger body emanating millimeters of light. In a few breaths of time, Jiang Che's aura rose with it, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire valley. Big Brother, another breakthrough? Sensing the change, Nangong Luo turned his head to look, not far away, at Jiang Che, who was radiating a powerful might, and his eyelids jumped in shock. This is too fast. Big Brother's gift. The heart laughed bitterly. Nangong Luo was considered to be in admiration of this selfsame Big Brother. Without eating spiritual fruits or cultivating, it is surprising that you can break through so fast. If things go on like this, he himself will probably not be able to catch up with Big Brother even if he eats hard at the spirit fruit frame, and he will even be pulled apart by a great distance. No, even if it's your own Big Brother, you can't let it pull you far down. there might be a chance to overtake it in the future. Nangon Luo's gaze changed. And while he envied his big brother's talent, he was also aroused by the desire to win. She was a generation of female emperors, with a proud heart and a proud body, and she was unwilling to be left behind. Moreover, Big Brother had given up all the spirit fruit resources to himself. If this is the case, and he is still being pulled too far away, he must be ashamed of himself. How can she face her big brother? I can already feel it. It's not far from the second stage. Thinking about this, Nangon Luo's gaze was certain, and he lowered his head and began to frantically swallow the spirit fruit, refining the surging spirit chi in his body. Jiang Che felt his strength at this moment. The spiritual energy within his own body was extremely large and already had a sense of fullness, estimating that he was only one step away from breaking through the third rank. Third sister, that's quite a winning attitude, isn't it? At this moment, hearing Nangon Luo's heartfelt voice, Jiang Che's figure lurched, turned his head, and gave the other party a playful glance. He never expected that his breakthrough would actually stir up his third sister's desire to win. But that's not bad. There's no harm in practicing hard. Third sister must work hard. Whether or not Big Brother can quickly break through the third rank depends on you. Jiang Che secretly cheered for him in his heart. And just then, the system beep came again. Jiang Che's eyes were rounded in astonishment. Why is there more? Ding. Bound target Fong Yuan strength breakthrough. Obtaining tenfold feedback. Lao era. You finally made a push. I've waited so hard for you. Jiang Che was a bit surprised. All this time, he was worried that the dick guy had gone GAGA. I didn't realize that this guy still has a big life. It's good that it didn't die. Boom. This time with the system feedback. The spiritual energy that surged into the body was extraordinarily huge. As if it was a long river of unceasingly flowing spiritual energy, unceasingly flowing and rushing within Jiang Che's tiger body. A roar, as if it was the sound of the surging waves of that river of spiritual energy, came from Jiang Che's tiger body. The external rolling spiritual energy and the spiritual energy that originally existed in the body merged and intermingled with each other, turning into an ocean of spiritual energy. A vortex suddenly appeared in the ocean of spiritual energy, and would continuously devour the spiritual energy on all sides, soon devouring the ocean of spiritual energy, and the vortex also transformed into a mysterious ball of light at this moment. Purple and gold light clusters, the light constantly flickering, as if in the breeding of what? Boom! As, once again, it escalated. Jiang Che violently stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, rushing straight into the clouds and sweeping towards the entire Changbai mountain. Extremely terrifying and appalling. Nangon Luo, who was refining the spirit fruit, was directly awakened. Big Brother, this is another breakthrough again? Nangon Luo was horrified in his heart. Looking at Jiang Che, who was standing still, his heart couldn't help but rise, a feeling of being unbeatable. In the face of this Big Brother, he was just an ant that could be crushed with his hands. The aura is so strong. This is the third rank? When did breaking through become so easy? Nangon Luo had a million things in his mind. At this moment, Jiang Che's powerful aura had already spread throughout the entire Changbai mountain. The beast's might was like a prison, terrifying to the extreme. Ouch! Roar! The ferocious beasts of the Changbai mountain were all fearful and uneasy. Their legs and feet were weak, as if their souls were trembling, and their mouths were emitting bursts of fearful roars. Especially the ferocious beasts in the depths of the mountain felt it the most, and at the first moment, they began to frantically flee towards the periphery. The ferocious beasts living in the periphery were already extremely fearful, and faced with the powerful ferocious beasts rushing out from the depths, they were even more frightened to the point that their livers cracked, and they kept running away. For a while, the entire Changbai mountain was in chaos, and at this moment, Jiang Che didn't know how much of a mess he had caused. He was happily trying it out. The changes after the third rank. The spiritual energy in his body was seen to have condensed into a purple-golden demonic Dan. The fist-sized demon pills had a jade-like luster and emitted a purple-golden glow. Boom! Jiang Che prodded the demon pill, consuming his spiritual energy. Immediately, a raging thunder continuously surged out from within his body, like rolling thunder on a rainy day. Filled with a destructive aura, purple thunder continued to converge above Jiang Che's head, transforming into a pool of thunder, in which endless thunder leapt, and loud rumbling sounds echoed through the valley. Boom! 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 With a thought, a thunderbolt as thick as a thigh rushed out from the thunder pool in a fish leap, just like a missile attack, unceasingly bombarding the ground in the distance. The might of the thunder was powerful and unrivaled, and each strike would blow a deep pit in the ground, with large swathes of scorched earth splattering. So much more powerful. Looking at those deep pits, Jiang Che nodded in his heart, satisfied with the power of this thunder. After condensing the demon Dan, the quality of the spiritual energy in the body was far greater than before. It only took a very small amount of spiritual energy to emit such terrifying thunder. Oh yeah, and the psychic shield. Zhang Che suddenly remembered that the third rank was already able to release a spiritual shield. It's the key to resisting human firearms. At once, a spiritual energy surged out from the demonic Dan, turning into a purple golden curtain of light, which spread out to eventually form an ellipsoidal shield, wrapping up the entire tiger's body. Light flowed from the purple gold shield. Although there is only a thin layer, it is extremely sturdy and can be repaired continuously, so it is difficult for general attacks to break through at once. Chapter 45, as long as it can enhance Third Sister's cultivation, Big Brother will definitely get it for you. Big Brother truly has the qualifications of a demon emperor. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Zhang Che, Nangon Luo marveled in his heart. The deafening sound of thunder was unrelenting. Nangon Luo, with a pair of light golden tiger eyes, looked towards a pit that had been cleaved out by the thunder, and his eyes were filled with shock. So scary. It was truly worthy of the thunder struck by a third-ranked ferocious beast. The thunder light was incomparably bright and radiated a destructive aura with a powerful destructive power. Although she was an empress in her previous life, in her current state, she was afraid that she would be reduced to flying dust in the face of one of her big brother's thunderbolts. At that exact moment, light flashed on Zhang Che's body as he cast a spiritual power shield. That purple gold-colored aura barrier, which enveloped the big brother's tiger body as a whole, was able to defend against attacks from all sides. Nangon Luo looked in his eyes, his gaze lit up, and his heart was overjoyed. Almost forgot. There's a psychic shield. There you go. As long as they reached the third rank, the ferocious beasts would possess a spiritual shield. There was no need to fight with their own flesh and blood against human guns as before, resulting in mostly gruesome deaths at the hands of humans, and relying on the spiritual power shield. The third-order ferocious beasts were each and every one of them an extremely difficult existence to deal with, and even if the human army was heavily surrounded, it would still be difficult to be exterminated in a short period of time. When guns are no longer superior, it's hard for humans to go head-to-head with ferocious beasts. In the future, they would not need to be so afraid of humans. Roar! Zhang Che let out a long whistle, signaling the birth of a third-order fierce beast. The heart-stopping tiger roar broke through the valley and spread in all directions, scaring the ferocious beasts that were already birds of prey. As the experiment ended, Zhang Che grinned, satisfied with the increase in his strength. Finally it was to the third order. Now the gap between him and the other ferocious beasts had widened again. Before, he was so anxious that he could hardly sleep, deeply afraid that his strength would be caught up by the other ferocious beasts. For the oldest two who have not been paying tribute to themselves, that is resentful, even occupying the maze. Forehead anyway, it is just hate to go to find each other, and ruthlessly flatten a meal. But for the sake of this fellow, Lao Air, who helped himself break through the third rank, he would be forgiven this time. Turning back around, Zhang Che slowly and leisurely walked back to the sleeping place, propped himself up, crossed his forelimbs, and got down to sleep. After seeing Zhang Che come back, little Violet stepped on her little legs and hurriedly ran next to Zhang Che, climbing onto his head and rubbing it affectionately. Kirikou, little Violet, whose strength had increased, was incomparably proud, holding her head high and barking, wanting her master to praise her. Unfortunately, Zhang Che was too lazy to respond to this little guy. What's this? What's there to be proud of when you've eaten so many spirit fruits and your strength has increased just a little bit? At this rate, the little guy is going to swell up. This wind must not be allowed to grow, and it must be ruthlessly suppressed. Not getting a response from his master, Violet's large eyes filled with doubt and raised both front paws, stomping them against his master's head, trying to get the owner's attention. Unfortunately, Zhang Che still pretended to be dead. Kirikou, now! Little Violet was a bit annoyed, barking, fluffy front paws against the master's big head constantly striking. Zhang Che's colorful hairstyle scratched in a mess. Kirikou, realizing that Zhang Che didn't respond, Xiaozi hung her head and her excitement was gone. In the end, he could only lie down and assume the same position as Zhang Che, squinting his eyes and sulking. By the way, Big Brother still has the Rue beast Little Violet. If we merge, in this next period of time, I guess we can walk sideways. Turning his head and seeing his Big Brother and Little Violet who were lying on their backs, Nangon Luo's heart stirred and his eyes revealed a brilliant light. The third-ranked Big Brother was already extremely strong. If he were to merge with Little Violet again, who else would be their opponent? When they encountered a block, they were sure to push all the way across. In this way, some of the next chances could be fought for with confidence and boldness. Out in the meantime. Subsequently, Nangon Luo closed his eyes and concentrated, and in his mind, he began to recall the relevant chances from his previous life. to see what would be more appropriate to choose for his next goal. Right. Xian Dragon Fruit. We must get the Xian Dragon Fruit this time. Nangon Luo's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered, his heart bursting with excitement. Soon after, it was the time for the Xianlong fruit to ripen. The Xianlong fruit had extraordinary efficacy, especially for this kind of low-ranked ferocious beast. It was extremely useful. Because of this fruit, it was able to substantially increase the strength of ferocious beasts, and the medicinal effect was extremely strong. One fruit could allow a first-order ferocious beast to break through the second-order bottleneck. With a large number of them, second-stage ferocious beasts could also rely on the Xianlong fruit to progress rapidly, crossing over to the next minor realm in a short period of time, and were able to save a great deal of time. It could be said that this fruit was extremely helpful to first and second stage ferocious beasts. Therefore, every time the Xianlong fruit comes out, it attracts a large number of ferocious beasts to come and fight for it. And when there are fewer fruits and more beasts, large-scale bloody fights often break out. In order to compete for the Xianlong fruit, a large number of ferocious beasts died tragically under the tree. If you obtain the Xian Dragon Fruit, you will definitely be able to increase your strength greatly. Nangon Luo's eyes flickered slightly, and his mind couldn't help but think freely. The Xianlong fruit tree grows in the Taishu mountain, which happens to be within the territory of the Su province. In his previous life, it seemed that humans were also involved, competing with the ferocious beasts against each other for the Xianlong fruit within the Taishu mountain. Both sides kept killing each other, causing extremely heavy casualties, and the entire Taishu mountain was littered with corpses. While a large number of humans were torn to pieces by the vicious beasts, many more beasts died under the human guns. A ferocious beast like her that was still at the first rank would die miserably in the Taishu mountain if she entered it, if she was not careful. Luckily, Big Brother had already broken through to the third stage, and they had the qualifications to compete for the Xianlong fruit. Xianlong fruit, right? As long as it can boost third sister's strength. Don't worry, Big Brother will get it for you. Jiang Che, who was eavesdropping, thought darkly in his heart. The efficacy of this Xianlong fruit sounded pretty good, a spiritual fruit that boosted cultivation. For the third sister in this realm, it was of great use and really couldn't be spared. However, if one were to jack it all up, I wonder how much he could help his third sister improve. The third sister's cultivation was now at the apex of the first rank, and she was only one step away from the second rank. If he was able to take a large amount of Xianlong fruit, breaking through to the second stage would be inevitable. I just don't know how far to rush at the second stage. But with humans involved, I guess a fight is inevitable. Jiang Che's gaze was inexplicable as he sighed in his heart. That being said, ever since he was reborn, Jiang Che basically hadn't had any conflicts with humans. As for the reason, naturally, it wasn't that the two sides were able to coexist harmoniously, but rather that Jiang Che had consciously avoided humans when they were rushing on their way, taking the wild mountains and forests. But as a ferocious beast, and human beings are naturally antagonistic, in order to compete for cultivation resources, one's own future and human beings are inevitably a fight. In his heart, Jiang Che had actually been ready to kill humans for a long time. Chapter 46, Transcendent. Nangon Luo breaks through the second stage. Oolong Mountain. Trees are dense. Poisonous insects lurk. Snakes and beasts are hidden. Killing opportunities are everywhere. It is a first-class forbidden place for human beings. On the mountainside, there was a natural cave with an entrance more than 5 feet high and more than 3 feet wide. And it was dark and damp inside. From time to time, there was an icy cold wind gushing out from the cave entrance, making the cave emit bursts of intimidating ghost cries. As heavy footsteps approached, a huge black figure came forward. Fang Yuan stepped into the cave with a faint blood light emanating from his body, illuminating the surroundings. The cave wasn't large, and after merely following the cave path and walking a distance of 100 meters, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part. What came into view was a huge space, 10 feet square, empty and relatively flat above, and in the center of the cave, there was a huge deep pit with an irregular shape. Fang Yuan slowly came to the side of the deep pit, his tiger eyes glittering as he looked downward. One could only see that the 4 smooth pit walls and the bottom of the pit were coated with some sort of blood-colored rune painting pattern. These runic patterns, although no pattern could be seen, but they are, at the moment, glowing with a faint blood light, as if they can breathe, light and dark, looking extremely mysterious. At the bottom of the pit, through the dull blood light, one could vaguely see that there were many things writhing in the darkness, densely packed, colliding with each other and emitting a chilling sound. Once this demon monarch's demon compass is complete, let's see what humans can still do to me. Fang Yuan looked back, his gaze filled with smugness. At this moment, behind Fang Yuan's back, a faint blood light was seen, and there were wisps of blood-colored spiritual energy gushing out from his body, forming several blood ropes in the air. These blood ropes were like a branch, sticking out in the air, with a blood-colored ball of light that looked like a fruit hanging from the end. These blood-colored balls of light varied in size. The big ones were as big as a water tank, and the small ones were about the size of a fist, looking extremely strange. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to find that these balls of blood-colored light were clearly imprisoning some creatures that were not moving at all. Among them are more than 4 meters long, exuding a black atmosphere of ferocious viper, brightly colored, football-sized blue toad, dozens of hideous-looking blood ants, basin-sized black spiders. These were the poisonous creatures that Feng Yuan had caught in the Oolong Mountains. With that, Feng Yuan moved with a thought, and these balls of blood-colored light were transferred to the sky above the deep pit by the blood rope. The blood-colored balls of light collapsed one by one, and the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants in the middle fell into the deep pit. Zzzzz. At that moment, the entire deep pit seemed to explode as ear-piercing buzzing sounds rang out and countless poisonous insects tore and gnawed at each other. Imperial Capital. Inside the clean and tidy lab, in the center lay an ovoid instrument within, all white on the outside, extremely precise, with a large space inside. At the moment, a soldier was lying inside with a calm expression. Outside, there were several researchers in lab coats. One of them, a middle-aged man with gray hair and a thin figure, said to the young man with a flatbed in his hand to the side, "Xiao Zhang, you can start now." "Okay, Professor Li." Xiao Zhang nodded respectfully, then tapped at the tablet in his hand. Buzz. As the instrument was activated, a deep purple bright light flashed within the instrument, the blinding light causing the soldier to close his eyes tightly. Testing begins. Several people were all staring at the instrument for fear of mistakes. Just then, there was a heavy sound of footsteps outside the door. At the sound, several people turned around in unison. "Dean Lin?" Professor Li saw the visitor and smiled as he walked up. "Professor Li, how is it? How is this warrior's body?" Dean Lin led a group of people and walked in, asking with a concerned face. "Dean Lin, from the previous tests, this warrior's body is in excellent condition, even surprisingly good because of the mutated fruit he ate. Relying on his transcendent abilities, he is able to reach speeds 5 times that of a normal human, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is Superman now. No after effects have been detected yet, and the last check is being performed today, but I don't think there will be any problems." Professor Li sighed. "If there is no problem with this mutated fruit, that would be great." Dean Lin nodded, a smile spreading across his face. At first, no one expected that this mutant fruit would be so magical that it would allow humans to have the same extraordinary abilities as ferocious beasts. Now, the discovery of this matter has naturally attracted the attention of the state, wanting to know whether there is any problem after this fruit is taken. At this time, Xiao Zhang, who had been staring at the tablet, walked over to Professor Li. "Professor Li, the results of the examination have come out, and this warrior's entire body has not been found to be diseased. Take a look." Professor Li rushed to take the tablet and took a closer look at it. "Dean Lin, now you can rest assured that the mutated fruit is basically harmless and has no after effects on the human body," Professor Li said with a smile. Good. I'll report this to the top. This mutated fruit, it's really too important. It must be taken seriously." Dean Lin laughed out loud, his face red. After receiving the answer, Dean Lin didn't stay long and hurriedly left with his people. With the results of the mutant fruit test out, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom got a hold of Dean Lin's report, and after some deliberation, there was a result. Directly towards the country, a notice was issued stating the efficacy of mutant fruits, which could be searched for and taken to grow the strength of the human side. The Dragon Kingdom instantly boiled over. The entire Longhua military was very excited when they got the news and acted directly. For a while, a large number of troops went deep into the mountains and forests, searching for any mutated fruits that might exist, and incidentally clearing out the ferocious beasts that survived in them. As a mutant fruit is discovered, a large number of humans with extraordinary abilities appear. These humans are called Transcendents. They wielded the same extraordinary abilities as the ferocious beasts, and could fight and kill them without the use of hot weapons. Although the battle power is not outstanding today, the future is unlimited. The Dragon Kingdom also regarded the Transcendents as the hope for the future against the fierce beasts. Changbai Mountain. Immersed in the green stone pool, Nangon Luo's body trembled as countless golden light surged out from his body, wrapping Nangon Luo up. Spiritual chi from all directions surged towards the body, and the spiritual energy was like a small stream, flowing wildly within the body, nourishing and quenching the tiger body. Flesh and blood were tightening, a crunching sound was emitted between the bones, and the breaths were gradually stretched out, with a roar coming from within his body. The aura on Nangon Luo's body instantly changed drastically. The tiger's body shrouded in golden light grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye until it approached 2 feet before it finally stopped. finally breaking through the second stage. Nangon Luo gathered her breath and leapt out of the green stone pool. At this moment, she was excited. Promoting to the second rank this early, a full half a year earlier than in her previous life as a human. But right at this moment, not far away, the sleeping Jiang Che's breath suddenly changed and rose quite a bit more. At that moment, Nangon Luo, the joyful footsteps stopped. The original excitement instantly disappeared without a trace. She's numb. Big Brother's breakthrough is as simple as drinking water. Nangon Luo laughed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 47. This mutated fruit. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of a ferocious beast. Rolling spiritual energy poured in from nothingness, flowing into the body in a steady stream, repeatedly traveling through the veins, nourishing and strengthening all parts of the body. At this moment, the entire tiger's body was as if it was immersed in a spiritual liquid, warm and comfortable. Feeling that his cultivation level had risen once again, Jiang Che was indeed refreshed. The long, thick, spotted tiger's tail whirled in the air, making a slight wind whistling sound. The third sister is powerful. It hasn't been in vain that Big Brother has been working so hard for you all this time. Finally a breakthrough. Jiang Che's heart burst into laughter. He was really satisfied with this good sister of his. At that time, leaving the zoo, he chose to follow his third sister, which was the right choice. With his own force, coupled with Nangon Luo's memories of his previous life, the two swords were combined. This third sister of my family, she couldn't even think of not improving her strength. Well, of the three places, right now it's only the third sister who is the main force. The second and Violet are still a step behind. The breakthrough is a bit slow. Jiang Che secretly pondered up in his heart. Little Violet, probably due to her own race, coupled with being lazy on weekdays, was unwilling to gulp aura on her own to cultivate. The two phases were superimposed, causing it to not be able to break through its cultivation fast enough even if it ate a lot of spirit fruits. It's a headache. They say pets are like their owners. As for the oldest two, with the character of this guy, I guess there is no trouble along the way. It's probably still being hunted by humans right now. Think of the helicopters seen that day, over Snake King. In this situation, it would be good for the second to survive. And Jiang Che didn't expect, now, how fast the other party's breakthrough speed could be. However, these 3 spots are already so cool. If there were 2 more, wouldn't that be a blast? With 10 times the feedback every day? Jiang Che smacked his lips, and his mind couldn't help but think freely. If one is now really bound to 5 targets, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that there is 10 times the feedback every day, but feedback has to come every other day, and it's still very possible. If he really continued to expand like this, his strength would have to rocket. When other ferocious beasts were still struggling below the 6th rank, he himself would probably have already claimed the title of Emperor. A generation of Tiger Heavenly Emperor rose in the chaotic world. 10 years to become the Emperor, the talent of the world. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped imagining things. Jiang Che also knew that there were only 2 spots left. It must be chosen carefully. Definitely not for those who are not supreme geniuses. In fact, Jiang Che was already somewhat regretting binding little Violet now. This little guy's auxiliary ability was indeed top-notch, but the rate of cultivation progress was just a little too slow to keep up with his needs. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and he could only admit it. Absolute genius. Nine-tailed Skyfox, where the hell are you? I want to bind you right now. Jiang Che was helpless in his heart. If only he could speak. That's the bad thing about reborn ferocious beasts. They can't talk and have a hard time communicating. Otherwise, he could have directly asked the third sister about the whereabouts of the nine-tailed Skyfox. The more I thought about it, the more I got annoyed. So I just didn't want to think about it. Jiang Che fell into a deep sleep. The sun rises and sets, and another few days pass. Nangon Luo slowly opened his eyes, and his light golden tiger pupils flashed with a hint of essence. Awakening from his cultivation, he walked out of the golden light swirling lapis lazuli pool, stood on the large lapis lazuli, and shook off the aura-containing pool water on his body. Roar! Growling at Jiang Che, who was still sleeping, his voice was low. During this period of time, apart from being busy eating spirit fruits and practicing hard, Nangon Luo had been silently calculating the time in his mind. Right now, it was almost time for the Xianlong fruit to ripen. It was time to move on to the Taifu Mountain. A tiger's whistle caused Jiang Che, who was still sleeping, to shudder and open his eyes. What the hell? Leaving again? Jiang Che, who understood, sighed in his heart. This time is going by so fast, and we haven't even had a few days off yet? It's just time to move again. Violet, who was sleeping on top of her head, nearly jumped up at the shock. After reacting, while yawning, he looked at Nangon Luo with big eyes full of resentment. Eventually, One big slob. One little slob. All reluctantly perked up. However, little Violet was a bit better than Jiang Che. It didn't have to walk on its own. It just had to lie on top of Jiang Che's head, following Nangon Luo as he slowly walked towards the outside of the valley. Jiang Che's tiger head glanced at the Bodhi sacred tree by the verdant pool. Calmly, he turned his head back and disappeared into the spirit mist. For a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problem with the Bodhi sacred tree being placed here. During this period of time, the ferocious beasts that had appeared near the valley had basically all died in Jiang Che's hands, and the outside of the valley could be described as beast skeletons everywhere, ferocious to the extreme, coupled with the fact that the surroundings were all filled with the aura left behind by Jiang Che, a third-order fierce beast. It was terrifyingly horrifying. In this valley, there were already no ferocious beasts that dared to infest it, and there would be even less ferocious beasts that would dare to hit the Bodhi sacred tree. Dakuan City, Su Province. Inside the military command, several middle-aged looking officers were looking at the drones, the videos taken back from the Taishu mountain. There was a hint of curiosity in the eyes of the crowd. The scene begins with rolling hills, lush with giant trees. The drone's high-altitude view is as beautiful and spectacular as a sea of green. Outside the painting, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts' cries, apes cawing and birds chirping, tigers whistling and wolves howling. So I think it's not peaceful inside. The screen moved quickly, and in less than half a minute, the drone had crossed multiple hills and flew into a valley. The valley is thickly wooded, with verdant, vibrant foliage. A small, 10-foot wide river flowed through the center, and wisps of mist rose from the water and drifted under the trees in the forest. The drone flew along the river. Suddenly, a ray of purple light appeared in the picture. The drone's speed was reduced straight away. Slowly approaching the center of the valley, strands of purple light continued to emerge and the image became brighter and brighter. Finally, the thing that glowed purple appeared in the picture. Only in the center of the valley, there was a purple-black rocky mound that protruded from the flat valley, only 110 feet at its highest point, but covering a huge area. It was as if a purple and black octopus was lying in the center of the valley, its tentacles spreading out in all directions. On top of the rocky mound, a tall purple fruit tree was rooted, with a purple color, gnarled branches and trunks, emitting a dazzling purple light. Under the palm-sized purple leaves, 3 luscious, amethyst-like fruits hung. These fruits were fist-sized and emitted a rich purple spiritual light. Especially inside, there was a deep purple chi flowing continuously, resembling a dragon and snake swimming in the water. What a purple fruit tree! This mutant fruit tree must be very extraordinary. The crowd looked incredibly excited. Ever since Dean Lin had publicized the effects of the mutant fruit, the entire Dragon Kingdom had been thrown into a frenzy of searching for the mutant fruit. Among them, there were quite a few lucky ones who, by chance, obtained the mutated fruits and jumped into powerful transcendence. This has once again galvanized the nation, and the search for the mutant fruit has intensified. After all, who wouldn't want to have superhuman abilities by taking a mutant fruit? Chapter 48, Killing Machine. Dark Gold Mantis. Looking at the picture, the Shenlong fruit tree that was glistening with purple light and resembled an immortal root. While the crowd was excited in their hearts, their eyes gradually sizzled. This is good stuff. This purple fruit tree bears, at a glance, an extremely accomplished mutant fruit, and its grade should also be quite high and of great value. Never let this mutated fruit fall into the mouth of a ferocious beast. An officer, his eyes glowing, hastened to offer. They, the Dragon Kingdom's military, were now the main force in the fight against the ferocious beasts. These days, seeing the encountered ferocious beasts are getting stronger rapidly, the military is naturally very anxious to enhance their own strength is very urgent. The demand for mutant fruits, that's even more unlimited. If it wasn't for the situation not allowing it, the military would have wanted to receive all the mutant fruits in the entire Dragon Kingdom and use them to cultivate transcendent troops to fight against the ferocious beasts. And now, with such a mutant fruit right in front of them, how could the military not want it? That's right, if this mutant fruit is obtained by our military, it's estimated that it can cultivate powerful transcendence and enhance the strength of our army. Never let those spoil it. An officer next to him, his eyes lit up and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We can't give way to those between us and the ferocious beasts. It is a relationship of this and that. This purple fruit tree is definitely a rare and precious spiritual root of the Taishu mountain. And the mutated fruit it bears is even rarer and harder to see. If we take it away, we will also be able to better suppress the growth rate of the ferocious beasts of the Taishu mountain. Must get all these mutant fruits back. Absolutely can't leave half of them for those in Taishu mountain. After a few people discussed it, they unanimously decided that they couldn't let the mutated fruit fall into the hands of the ferocious beasts. Prepared to send troops into the Taifu Mountains. And the Taishu Mountain was the largest mountain range in Dakuan City. covering an extremely wide area, with peaks and rolling hills, and deep forests all over. Before the revival of Aura, Taishu Mountain was designated as a nature reserve, basically preventing humans from stepping in. This has led to the fact that the wildlife that survives in it is extremely high. After the revival of the Aura, a large number of beasts evolved. Nowadays, there were countless ferocious beasts in the Taishu Mountain, and limited by the terrain, even the military simply couldn't handle them for a while. These days, from time to time, there were powerful ferocious beasts that rushed out from the Taishu Mountain, frequently causing casualties. As a result, the military ordered a massive march into the Taishu Mountains this time. At the same time as grabbing the mutated fruits, the Taishu Mountain ferocious beasts were purged and seized, reducing the density of ferocious beasts inside. 2 days later, Zhang Che and Nangon Luo arrived at Mount Taishu, on a not-so-high hilltop. Zhang Che looked ahead with his extreme eyes, at the cloudy, unendingly verdant mountains, squinted his eyes, and gently inhaled through his nose. Extremely refreshing, and felt like my whole body had been baptized. The aura is strong. This Taishu Mountain's heaven and earth aura, although not as rich as Changbai Mountain, was only a little different. After all, Changbai Mountain had the Bodhi sacred tree, a special spiritual root capable of gathering spirits. This Taifu Mountain is already considered good. Among the places Zhang Che had traveled, Aura could rank second. What another spiritual place. But at this, Zhang Che was not surprised. Just like Changbai Mountain, which is capable of producing the sacred tree of Bodhi, this Taishu Mountain can nurture Xianlong fruit tree. This kind of precious spiritual plants, itself naturally will not be too ordinary, otherwise the spiritual chi inside, simply cannot supply the growth of spiritual plants. Call 4. Little Violet immediately lay on top of Zhang Che's head, burying her little head, a slight snoring sound coming from her mouth as she had already fallen asleep. At the back, Nangon Luo slowly walked up, looking up at the distant sky, his eyes flickering in thought, only to see, above the mountains in the distance, there were several black shadows flying in the empty sky. Hercules was several flying birds with mechanical movements, circling continuously. Seeing these bionic drones, Nangon Luo understood that the humans should have already set their eyes on the Xianlong fruit of the Taishu Mountain. Even now, the humans have sent people into the Taishu Mountain. Looks like there's going to be a nasty battle this time. Nangon Luo's gaze was slightly condensed as he secretly thought in his heart. In addition to the humans who had known that they would come, the ferocious beasts in the Taishu Mountain were actually not to be underestimated. The Taishu Mountain in his previous life, the battle between humans and ferocious beasts for the Xianlong fruit. She wasn't involved, but she knew something about it after this. It was said that there was an incomparably powerful and extremely brutal ferocious beast in this Taishu Mountain. Officially, it is named Dark Gold Mantis. This ferocious beast, the whole body showed a dark gold color, as if constructed from a large amount of hard metal, a pair of side-shaped forelegs, showing endless sharpness, piercing people's eyes, chopping gold and cutting iron as if they were idle. It stood there, looking, as it were, like a cold and merciless killing machine. Moreover, this dark gold mantis has a special stealth ability, which makes it like a fish out of water in this Taishu Mountain, hidden between the mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, and no one can see it. Simply a born assassin. Every time the opponent appeared, he wielded a killing scythe blade, which dyed blood and harvested large swathes of life. In the previous life, human beings encountered this beast in the mountains. The military simply could not find the other party's specific location, and was killed by the dark gold mantis, retreated back and forth, losing troops, and it was not a good mess. Even, in the end, this dark gold mantis was allowed to obtain the Xianlong fruit. It was also because this matter had caused not a small number of casualties in the military and had a great impact, and it was only then that Nangon Luo had learned about the situation. Information such as the Xianlong fruit tree and the dark gold mantis were also known. Recall, the dark gold mantis seen in the profile. Godly, ferocious and horrifying. Nangon Luo unconsciously looked at his big brother in front of him. The gravity in his eyes dissipated. With big brother in this life, the Xianlong fruit must be mine. Nangon Luo was confident in his heart. With big brother's current strength, I'm afraid that the dark gold mantis wouldn't even be able to break through his spiritual shield, let alone fight against him. It was estimated that if big brother went down with a single thunderbolt, this ferocious-looking dark gold mantis would directly turn into flying ash. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Meanwhile, inside the Dakuan City Command, 7 or 8 officers were sitting at the conference table. A video that had just been shot from the Taishu Mountain was quickly sent over by the drone squad. Everyone, take a look. These 2 giant tigers, are they the 2 tiger-type ferocious beasts that the above informed us to keep an eye on at all times? The video then played and the crowd saw the footage in the middle of it. The drone should have been taken from a distant height, so it wasn't very clear, but it was still able to roughly make out the ferocious beast's appearance. Picture: two horrifyingly huge tigers suddenly appeared on a mountain in the distance. A mottled fur color, huge size, domineering, a slightly smaller size, but the whole body is golden. Very god handsome, looks extremely conspicuous. Chapter 49, Fierce Beasts Surrounded. Absolutely right. These two should be the Thunder Tiger and Golden Tiger from the briefing. Sitting on the left side, a slim officer nodded very affirmatively at the first sight of Jiang Chei's two tigers. Two tigers are traveling together, and one of them is still covered in golden fur. This feature is too obvious. Exactly the same as in the previous video data. It should be the two giant tigers that appeared in Date City. A gentlemanly looking officer next to him pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, first affirming what the other party had said, and then asked, full of doubts, however, these two ferocious beasts, how did they appear in the Taishu mountain? Could it be that they ran over from the side of Jiang province? This Thunder Tiger is an even stronger existence than that Black Demon Tiger. Now that the other party has entered the boundaries of the Taishu mountain, our troops must be careful. The middle-aged officer sitting at the head of the table, with his eyes shining, said in a deep voice, according to the previous video data, the strength of this Thunder Tiger was unfathomable. Simply finishing off the Black Demon Tiger, the thunder power it emitted was terrifyingly powerful and could even attack remotely. It was an extremely dangerous existence in this deeply forested and grassy Taishu mountain. Sir, I think these two ferocious beasts should also be here for that purple mutated fruit tree. The above seems to attach great importance to these two. Not if you add armed forces, this Thunder Tiger and Golden Tiger to slaughter a move of two. The officer with the lean figure, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he proposed decisively. No, I think it's better to inform the top and ask for advice. The top can want it alive. We can't just take the risk of killing these two ferocious beasts. The middle-aged officer, his eyes flickered, then he shook his head slightly, feeling that he couldn't be too reckless. Inform upwards. See what will happen up there. The svelte officer with the glasses, too, felt that the matter could not be rushed into with good intentions. Just in case, it's better to go ahead. There was a flurry of comments, and eventually most people, feeling it was better to play it safe, proposed to inform upwards first. Okay, then let's inform the top about this and pass all the video footage over. And let's wait for orders from the top. The first officer nodded and set things in motion. After the meeting, the Dakuan City military, the Thunder Tiger, Golden Tiger infested news back to the imperial capital. Dean Lin was instantly overjoyed when he learned about it. He had been thinking about this Thunder Tiger for a long time. The other party was extremely extraordinary, much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts. If he could capture this Thunder Tiger and extract the other party's transcendent genes, he would definitely be able to develop stronger genetic potions. With higher grade potions, they would naturally be able to produce stronger genetic warriors. Compared to taking mutant fruits to become a transcendent, genetic warriors were more favored by Dean Lin. The way the mutant fruits allowed people to metamorphose into transcendentals was simple and quick, but this way, it was hard to popularize. After all, mutant fruits were not only extremely rare, but also basically grew in deep mountains and old forests, so it was difficult to get them. It didn't take long for the Dakuan City military to get a directive from the imperial capital. The military immediately dispatched all the transcendents, and even more military armed forces, all of which flooded into Taishu Mountain. This time, the mutant fruit and the Thunder Tiger, they wanted both. Meanwhile, the Taishu Mountain towered over the clouds and was surrounded by smoke, with several peaks connected to it, forming a high ridge, and on that highest peak of Mount Taishu, there was a brilliant purple light shining, wisps of purple light, tearing through the smoke on the mountaintop and penetrating out. From a distance, the top of the mountain looked as if a huge purple lamp was placed on top of it, constantly emitting a striking light. A closer look would reveal that above the mountaintop, a strange fruit tree with gnarled branches and lush foliage, emitting a rich purple light, was growing. This tree is precisely the Xianlong fruit tree that has been missed by all parties. The Xianlong fruit tree, so rooted in the exposed rock, its thick roots, winding and twisting, as if it were a hard steel cable, penetrated into the interior of the mountain. The trunk of the tree stretched out in all directions, and the canopy looked like a huge purple umbrella that covered most of the rocky top below. The entire plant, at all times, was emitting a radiant purple light, a small purple leaf spreading against the wind, constantly shining, and below the thin branches and leaves, there hung a fist-sized round fruit. It is the Xianlong fruit. This Xianlong fruit, crystal clear, resembled a purple crystal ball, emitting a glittering spiritual light, and inside the Xianlong fruit, in the crystalline sphere, there was a wisp, as if a dragon and snake, of purple mist flowing, which was amazing. Although the fruit was not yet ripe, the faint aroma it emitted had already attracted a large number of uninvited guests. On top of the surrounding peaks, powerful ferocious beasts surrounded them, eyeing the xianlong fruit. On the northern peak, there was a more than 10 meters long, hideous-looking python, with a huge snake body coiled around a natural stone pillar, as if it was a divine dragon coiled around the pillar, with a horrifying momentum. At this moment, a piece of snake scale and the rock kept rubbing together, emitting a chilling sound that sent chills down one's heart. As far as the huge snake head was concerned, it was raised high, looking towards the xianlong fruit not far away, the snake pupils filled with greed. In addition to the giant snake, on the western ridge, stood a 2-foot-tall red-colored giant wolf. The body was reddish in color. The limbs were like 4 red pillars, firmly erected on the rock surface. The body was tall and proud, looking majestic. He was seen slightly showing his teeth at the giant python, with a mouthful of white wolf teeth, as if they were rows of long knives, emitting an intimidating cold light, and his crimson wolf pupils were filled with bloodlust and cruelty. On the rocky top of a nearby mountain peak, there was a lone figure standing. It was a giant eagle with a black body and a cold light in its eyes, seemingly disdainful of the other competitors. In addition to these 3 most conspicuous beasts with the strongest aura, there were a large number of beasts lurking in the dense forest below the mountaintop. They didn't dare to rush forward even though they were intimidated by the might of the 3 ferocious beasts, but for the xianlong fruit tree's desire, let their hearts do not want to give up. Blazing eyes through the branches and leaves of the block, dead eyes, that more and more fragrant xianlong fruit. In the middle of the mountain forest, a 10-foot-tall leopard stood on a thick branch of a giant tree in the sky, with a pair of leopard pupils, staring intently at the xianlong fruit, with a greedy gaze. Suddenly, the leopard felt a coldness in his neck, his body trembled, and he looked back as a reflex. Seeing that, on a branch a few feet away, there stood a dark golden giant mantis, more than 10 feet tall, as if it was made of metal, with a sharp cold light on its body, and a pair of crimson eyes that were cold and unfeeling, so like a cold-blooded killer with 2 knives. Roar! The leopard roared in alarm and was startled, backing up continuously on the thick branches. It was also at this moment that the giant mantis, in an extremely bizarre manner, disappeared. Chapter 50 Peerless Sweep. Thunderous fierce might. Just as the ferocious beasts of Mount Taishu were stirring, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo had also entered the interior of Mount Taishu, weaving in and out of the mountains. Boom! Jiang Che's tiger body leapt forward, and his thick tiger paw broke through the air, bringing up gusts of wind whistling. Only a burst of crunching bone cracks were heard, and several of the giant wolves that had rushed up, flew out upside down, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. Is this hungry and red-eyed? A small first-order beast, and it dares to charge at me. Looking at the wolf corpse that had fallen under the tree, Jiang Che was somewhat speechless in his heart. These giant wolves were definitely out of their minds, even if they had restrained their aura and made themselves look like they were only of the first rank. But with his size still here, any ferocious beasts would probably think twice when they saw it, right? So, can't you see it in such a large body? Are you blind? Just as Jiang Che was spitting in his heart, behind him, Nangon Luo was standing quietly at a high place, his pair of tiger pupils having a purple aura looming. She was using the spirit-seeking mysterious technique, observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Taishu mountain to find the exact location of the xianlong fruit tree. Suddenly, Nangon Luo's tiger pupil flickered, and his gaze, which was still looking around, was directly fixed there. His heart suddenly agitated. Finally, Nangon Luo's gaze sizzled as he looked at the top of the mountain not far away. Just see that the top of that mountain, between the clouds, there is an unusual purple light hidden, although the luster is very faint, but obviously can be observed. Roar! Nangon Luo roared at Jiang Che and pressed on, running in that direction first. Jiang Che, who was bored, turned his head and realized that Nangon Luo was out of sight. Not daring to hesitate, he followed the sound and quickly chased after him. It wasn't long before Jiang Che and Nangon Luo climbed the nearby mountain peaks, relying on the interconnected ridges to arrive near the summit where the xianlong fruit tree grew. As soon as he arrived here, he spotted 3 ferocious beasts with powerful breaths, surrounding the xianlong fruit tree, eyeing it intently, their eyes full of ferocity. Seeing Jiang Che and Nangon Luo come over, the hostility of the 3 ferocious beasts increased, and a terrifying killing aura emanated from their bodies. For these 3 ferocious beasts, Jiang Che and Nangon Luo didn't put them in their eyes. Their strength was too weak to be worth paying attention to. If any of these 3 guys dared to rush up, Jiang Che would definitely slap them to death with a single slap. Jiang Che swept his gaze and saw, just in time, several bionic drones that were flying in the air. At this moment, these drones, which were like hawks and birds, had already landed from a high altitude and were circling continuously 10 feet above the mountaintop. Looks like the humans are determined to win this time too. Looking at the mountains and forests below, Jiang Che's gaze flickered as he secretly thought in his heart. He had sensed a number of human scents, hidden in the surrounding mountains and forests. Nangong Luo, on the other hand, was looking for the dark gold mantis. She knows, whether it was the 3 ferocious beasts on top of the mountain, or the large swath of ordinary ferocious beasts hidden in the jungle below, they weren't really scary, because all these ferocious beasts appeared in plain sight, and the dark gold mantis with its stealth ability and cruel bloodlust was the most terrifying. The opponent hid in the shadows and approached unnoticed, eventually cutting off the head of his prey with a single slash. In this Taishu mountain, other than Big Brother who possessed a spiritual shield, I'm afraid that no one would be able to withstand the sneak attack of the dark gold mantis. That was why Nangong Luo was thinking of finding the dark gold mantis before the Xianlong fruit ripened. As long as the other party was exposed to her line of sight, the threat would naturally be smaller. Cunning indeed. Not a trace to be found. Nangong Luo was on top of the mountain peak, turned around and looked around, still unable to catch any trace of the dark gold mantis. She suspected that the dark gold mantis should have turned on its own stealth ability. After exhausting his efforts and failing to find the other party, Nangong Luo had no choice but to give up helplessly and walk back to his big brother's side. There was no telling when or where this dark golden mantis would appear after stealthing. It could be said that at this moment, this area was full of killing opportunities, and the other party's long dark gold blade could fall in the air at any time, harvesting the lives of the humans or ferocious beasts present. It was only by the side of Big Brother that Nangong Luo felt safe. As time gradually passed, the Xianlong fruit under that purple branch and leaf, its light became brighter and brighter, and its aroma gradually became stronger and stronger. This indicated that the Xianlong fruit was about to ripen, and the ferocious beasts, which were originally quite quiet, had begun to stir. The giant snake, the red wolf, and the black eagle were approaching the Xianlong fruit tree, while the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests below let out bursts of roars, filled with urgency. Soon, the aura of the Taishu mountain converged towards the top of the mountain under the pull of an invisible force, and endless aura surged into that Xianlong fruit. The Xianlong fruit continuously trembled. Its purple light flourished as if it was a small purple sun, and an intoxicating aroma filled the surroundings. Jiang Che's tiger body was taut as he gazed at the Xianlong fruit, always ready to snatch it. Suddenly, a slight dragon roar sounded. With that, the purple light emanating from the Xianlong fruit instantly converged, and the intoxicating aroma disappeared, and the invisible force that was originally pulling the aura also boomed away at this moment, and the aura on the mountaintop got rid of its restraints and dispersed in all directions. This signaled that the Xianlong fruit had ripened. Roar! The red-colored giant wolf let out an excited howl and quickly rushed up. Unfortunately, the black eagle and the giant snake naturally couldn't let the other party get what they wanted, and before the red-colored giant wolf could even get close, it was stopped by the giant snake's large mouth full of sharp teeth. At the same time, the black eagle also rushed above the red giant wolf at this moment, a pair of black sharp claws, as if it was a divine weapon, grabbing towards the other party's back. Roar! The red-colored giant wolf roared. Its entire body lit up with a blazing flame, and the firelight shot up to the sky as a huge fire whip lashed towards the black eagle. The black eagle, chirping, deflected its body to avoid the incoming fire whip, and its huge wings continued to vibrate in the air, setting off a black astral wind that scraped towards the red-colored giant wolf. But before the black astral wind could blow onto the red giant wolf, the other party was knocked out by the giant snake covered in black rock armor. The three great ferocious beasts were engaged in an endless battle, their mouths roaring continuously, and the entire mountaintop seemed to be vibrating. The top of the mountain was not peaceful, and the forest below was even more chaotic, with the sounds of countless ferocious beasts fighting and roaring. Jiang Che wasn't going to hold back either, directly allowing Little Purple to merge with himself, and rushing towards the Xianlong fruit tree at an extremely fast speed. With every step of his huge body, a muffled sound would be emitted from the top of the mountain, and a terrifying aura emanated from above Jiang Che's tiger body. Roar! The three ferocious beasts sensed the aura on Jiang Che's body and immediately stopped fighting. Instead, with a tacit understanding, they attacked Jiang Che. Seek death. Jiang Che snorted coldly in his heart. His movements were unceasing as thunder surged, transforming into a thunder tiger. As his body leapt, three extremely powerful thunderbolts struck out. Boom boom boom. The thunder that exuded a destructive aura accurately struck the target, and as the thunder approached, destruction descended. In an instant, the three great ferocious beasts directly exploded, and a large amount of blood and flesh flew amidst the flashes of thunder. Chapter 51 Jiang Che's anger. After the lightning and thunder, The three ferocious beasts that were originally still ferocious and incomparable were just chopped to death. The military crowd, who had been following the mountaintop brawl, were shocked to see the scene through their drones. This thunder tiger was actually so fierce. Three powerful ferocious beasts were no match for it. In the mountains and forests below, the group of beasts that were previously restless and incomparable also quieted down at this moment, no longer fighting. The terrifying aura that Jiang Che exuded was like a huge iceberg pressing in, causing their hearts and minds, which had originally been incomparably violent, to tremble as they quickly regained their senses. Without the obstructive ferocious beasts, Jiang Che's body flashed with lightning, and with a few jumps, he smoothly arrived under the xianlong fruit tree. Looking in front of him, the luscious xianlong fruit, Jiang Che was about to take it off. Swish! Steeply, a figure appeared behind him, a cold light flashed, and a biting killing chance struck. The opponent's timing was too good, and it happened to be the time when Jiang Che was fully focused and preparing to obtain the xianlong fruit. Been on your defense for a long time. Jiang Che's eyes revealed a brilliant light. Having prepared for this, the moment the other party showed up, his spiritual power shield quickly enveloped his entire body. In the rear, the dark gold mantis revealed a horrifying figure, with a fierce face, exuding a killing aura, and the sharp side blades transformed by its forelimbs, broke through the air and whistled, right on top of the spiritual power shield. Boom! The sickle blade slashed on top of the shield, causing ripples of spiritual light, and was unharmed, while the scythe blade was directly bounced off. The dark gold mantis also took a few steps back under this force of recoil. You can't even break through my defense, and you still want to covet my treasures? Jiang Che turned around and looked at the dark gold mantis with a cold smile in his heart. After learning about this dark gold mantis in Nangon Luo's heartbeat, Jiang Che had been on guard against this fellow. After the third rank, his perception was greatly enhanced, and the other party was detected by him as he leaned over. It's not that easy to sneak up on yourself. Roar! A tiger's roar that resounded through the clouds. Jiang Che topped off his spiritual power shield and lunged directly at the dark gold mantis. The huge tiger body pressed the dark gold mantis, who was unable to dodge, to death. Boom! 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 The dark gold mantis was furious, and its two incomparably sharp forelimbs were constantly waving, slashing and chopping on top of the spiritual power shield. Its forelimb scythe blades were sharp, but they only caused ripples to form above the shield. Zira! Facing the dark gold mantis, Jiang Che's eyes were cold. His tiger's mouth opened, purple light flashed, and a purple thunderbolt quickly sprang out. Boom! The thunder that destroyed everything blasted straight onto the triangular head of the dark gold mantis. That hideous and terrifying triangular head directly exploded. Instantly, the dark gold mantis, which was still wielding its twin sides, came to a feeble halt, its vitality rapidly dissipating. Jiang Che turned around and once again walked towards the xianlong fruit tree, leaving only a headless mutilated corpse in its place. Seeing this scene, the human transcendents hidden in the shadows all sucked in a breath of cool air, both surprised by the appearance of the dark gold mantis, and even more frightened by the terrifying strength of this thunder tiger. This dark golden mantis had been photographed a few times by chance by their military through drones. This is extremely difficult to deal with, possessing the ability to be invisible, godly, cruel and murderous, and every time it appears there will be killing coming. In the past 2 days, several transcendents had died at the hands of the other side, and the military could do nothing about it. Tried to send troops to surround and annihilate, but could not find this trace at all. Unexpectedly, this dark gold mantis had quietly sneaked above the mountaintop and tried to sneak up on the fierce beast thunder tiger. Unfortunately, this dark golden mantis was too unlucky to meet a stronger one and died in the hands of the other party. Dakuan City, Military Command. A group of officers sat and watched the video feed from the drone in real time. It's that damn head. At the first sight of the dark golden mantis appearing, the officer, who had a lean figure, exclaimed in shock. The faces of all the people were also a bit unsightly. It was this dark golden mantis that had made them whole, but the next second, everyone was all shocked. Dead? This dark golden mantis was just killed by a single strike from Thunder Tiger. The entire conference room was quiet for a moment. A few breaths later, what is the shield on this Thunder Tiger? It's actually able to block the dark gold mantis attack? The officer, who wore glasses and had a gentlemanly look, frowned in disbelief. In his opinion, if he didn't have this shield, the dark gold mantis would have already gotten it just now. At that time, between the two sides, the winner and the loser would probably not be easy to say. It should be a transcendent ability, but this kind of defense ability that can strength has never appeared, so it's unclear for now. The officer at the head of the table shook his head slightly and looked at Lei Hu in the middle of the screen, his eyes full of gravity. The strength of this Thunder Tiger had exceeded the military's expectations. The other party had actually killed this dark golden mantis that had bothered the military. I didn't realize that this thunder tiger had another ability besides the power of thunder. No wonder. The higher-ups named this fellow to be arrested. Someone said in amazement. This situation is indeed relatively rare, and not many examples have been found in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The officer nodded and introduced himself. Sir, this thunder tiger is going to pick the mutated fruit. At that moment, someone spoke out to remind them, and the few people who were talking rushed their gazes over the top part of the mountain of Taishu. Zhang Che walked to the Xianlong fruit tree. A faint lightning flashed through the air, and the stalk above the Xianlong fruit instantly disconnected. After the Xianlong fruit descended, it was gathered by a purple-golden spiritual energy and hung in the air. And just then, the human transcendentals hidden in the shadows struck. 200 meters away on a giant tree in the sky, a transcendent was holding a sniper rifle and lying on the thick trunk. The bullet was quickly loaded and aimed at Zhang Che. Military snipers have changed dramatically to accommodate today's combat. The new sniper rifle issued, specialized in the fight against ferocious beasts. Special sniper bullets, with the thickness of a child's arm. Penetrating power is extremely strong. And this time, in order to capture Lei Hu, the military has even issued special ammunition this time. This kind of sniper bullet, the bullet head is quenched with a large amount of chemical toxins. Once it hits the body of the ferocious beast, it will cause it to lose its fighting ability and lose consciousness in a very short period of time. Boo! Only an ear-splitting thud was heard. The dark black slug exited the chamber at breakneck speed. The instant the gun went off, Zhang Che's face changed slightly, and his spiritual power shield directly unfolded. Boom! The dark black warhead impacted on top of the psychic shield. Under the tremendous impact, even the spiritual power shield was slightly dented and rippled, showing the power of this sniper rifle. Even a body as large as Zhang Che swayed under the sudden thrust. Dare to sneak up on me. Suddenly being given such a blow, Zhang Che was also surprised, his heart churning with anger, and his pair of tiger pupils followed the gunshot and looked over. Jesus! The human transcendents in the surroundings stared with rounded eyes, shocked. In the past, this shot down, ordinary ferocious beasts, usually has been turned into a mess of broken meat. Even if it is extremely strong defense ferocious beasts, the body is at least a bloody hole. Life is dying, and this guy is unharmed? Chapter 52 Human Strike. A great war breaks out. Okay, you want to die, right? I'll fulfill you. Zhang Che's pupils were ablaze with rage, his sharp gaze locked on, not far from the giant tree, his body emitting a strong murderous aura. Although it was covered by leaves, Zhang Che still found the human transcendence location. Now that he was no longer human, he was even less shy about striking out at humans. Rumble. Suddenly, a large amount of thunder emerged, spreading over the tiger's body. The thunder flashed and kept converging, and a thigh-thick purple thunder column instantly rushed out, pointing directly at the human transcendent 200 meters away. No good. The military sniper was horrified and quickly rolled his body, just to jump off the branch. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The pillar of thunder arrived in an instant. Boom! The pillar of thunder directly bombarded above the giant tree, blowing the leaves and branches of the tree in that direction out, destroying everything. Countless thunder power spread along the tree's branches and trunks, spreading in all directions, causing the entire giant tree to emit purple thunder light. The thunder died down and the thunder disappeared. In the original spot, only the giant tree that was already scorched black all over remained. The whole body was covered with thick black smoke. The branches were mostly broken off and looked bare, and in many places there were hidden fires burning. How? This shield can actually block sniper bullets. What kind of ability is this? Inside the command headquarters of Dakuan City, the officer wearing glasses stood up in astonishment, an incredulous expression. Since the research of this new sniper rifle, no ferocious beast had appeared that could block its attacks. Even if it was some ferocious beasts that possessed defensive abilities, facing this strike, they would either die or be injured. This Thunder Tiger's defense ability, to be able to easily block a sniper bullet's strike, was something he had never expected. Since this Thunder Tiger is able to block sniper bullets, it's probably hard for our warriors' ordinary gun bullets to be effective against it. We must not let it get away this time, or let it evolve further. Next to him, the slim officer, looking at the people present, said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the faces of everyone here changed, and with a little thought, they could guess the terrible results that would follow. If one day, if human firearms were to be ineffective against ferocious beasts through and through, then a terrible nightmare would come to mankind. Then, all eyes looked in unison at the officer at the head of the table, as, on the screen, Zhang Che killed the lurking sniper with a pillar of thunder. The officer's face also instantly grimaced. Convey the order for the frontline troops to attack with full force, dead or alive. Yes, although the above demanded to capture this Thunder Tiger, But nowadays they couldn't care less. If they let the other party give a run for their money, with the ferocious beast's level of grudges, their Dakuin city would be in deep trouble. The Transcendentals hidden in the mountains and forests were already dumbfounded after seeing the deaths of their comrades and had a murderous heart towards Jiang Che. And after receiving the order from the military department, all of them couldn't wait to rush out quickly. Only 4 figures were seen, rushing at the front. Suffer. One of them kept waving his fingers, and the vines and branches in all directions instantly came to life, constantly extending, like countless writhing ferocious snakes, curling over. The opponent intended to imprison Jiang Che. The remaining 3 people each displayed their magical abilities. One person's entire body emitted a brown aura and countless rocks covered his entire body, transforming into a 3-zhang tall rock giant that rumbled and stepped, rushing towards Jiang Che. The other 2 had a blue light that blazed out, and the biting coldness spewed out. Dozens of cold ice prisms, turning in the cold mist. Whoosh! Instantly, dozens of crystal and ice cones shot out, breaking through the air and whistling, and behind the 4, there were a dozen or so burly reinforced transcendents, who were currently wearing a special thick armor helmet and carrying a bazooka with a huge caliber. Boom boom boom! With a series of loud bangs, a dozen huge rockets flew out, aiming straight at Jiang Che. In the face of the incoming blow, Jiang Che was incomparably calm and kept his spiritual power shield on. Roar! With a long whistle, the thunder that enveloped his entire body, along his limbs, turned into wisps and spread in all directions. Zira! Those branches, leaves, vines, and snakes that kept coming in, the moment they touched the thunder wire, they were like a heavy blow, lost their vitality, and went limp. Boom boom boom! The rock giant that rushed headlong, each step made a booming sound, and its imposing, millstone-sized giant fist, broke through the air and attacked. A fist-sized thunderball instantly crashed above the opponent's chest. Ah! The thunderball burst, and the stone giant was directly blown out, the rocks on its body constantly shattering, screaming miserably as it fell into the mountain forest below. Before the human side could rescue them, the other side was divided by the ferocious beasts converging below. Boom boom boom! Dozens of cold ice prisms had already flown in front of his eyes, and Jiang Che didn't move at all, allowing them to crash on top of the spiritual power shield. Unfortunately, it didn't have much of an effect other than setting off ripples. At the same time, Jiang Che's tiger body flickered with large swathes of lightning, and a dozen or so slender thunderbolts flew out, accurately detonating the incoming rockets, one by one, in the air. Boom boom boom! The smoke cleared and all the attacks were blocked. On top of the mountain, Jiang Che's tiger eyes glowed with cold light as he stared at the 3 nearest human transcendents with an intimidating demeanor. Facing this vicious and incomparable thunder tiger at close range, the 3 transcendents trembled in their hearts, and a chill surged unconsciously through their bodies. Hurry up! We can't even break the defense. Zira! The 3 thunderballs quickly leaped up, not giving the other party a chance to escape at all, and directly exploded, leaving the 3 human transcendentals' corpses and bones intact. Buzz off! In the distance several helicopters flew rapidly, and the nests of bombs below were in constant flames as a rocket shot out and struck in the direction of the hilltop. Roar dash! The rockets were the first to fall into the mountains and forests below, causing gusts of violent explosions. A ferocious beast died under the artillery fire, and amidst the mournful screams, most of the ferocious beasts began to frantically flee. At this moment, Jiang Che had already jumped down from the top of the mountain and blocked in front of Nangon Luo, with the spiritual shield, and Little Violet's reinforcement. Even when facing the helicopter's artillery bombardment, Jiang Che was not the least bit afraid. It's a good thing I have Big Brother to protect me, or else I wouldn't have been able to escape on my own with the human's handiwork this time. Nangon Luo hid behind his big brother, watching an incoming rocket get smashed by thunder, his heart full of security. She also didn't expect that this time, the human military would place so much importance on the Xianlong fruit that it sent a dozen or so transcendents at once, which was completely different from what she had known in her previous life. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, and a dazzling pillar of thunder shot out. A helicopter that was too low was instantly shot down, sending up a great deal of fire and smoke, and plummeting downward like a kite with broken strings. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che turned his head to look not far away. A bunch of annoying flies. It was the dozen or so transcendents who had carried the bazooka earlier. Now, these people were shooting out rounds of rockets, constantly assaulting Jiang Che. A thunderbolt the thickness of an arm flew out. Instantly, the mountain shook, and after a violent explosion, a dozen or so transcendents were instantly turned into flying dust.